जमापुर एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ स्ट्रेस, टेंशन, लफड़े, झगड़े सारी वीडियो को जमा करते हैं। तो फुकट शॉट मत लो, सिर्फ देते रहो।
शॉट देते सर पे सीधा जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना है तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। क्यों करते ही 5 स्टैक सारी वीडी भूल जाते, नुस्ता मचाते भूल जाते, घर के लफड़े जो बता नहीं पाते, खर्चे रोजे बढ़ते जाते, जूते नए लेने हैं पर खुद का कुछ कमा नहीं पाते। मेरे पास सारे खास, मेरे हाथ में नहीं क्लास, है माय ड्रीम्स नहीं ये नींद, बस एक काम का बुखार। तुझे चेंज करना कल तो फिर घिस लाला आज, रो मत बीटी लेते टाइम ही ये जो देगा सब जवाब। मेहनत करते रे मत रुकना नहीं तू करना मत सवाल, फले मीठा पर ये सफर उससे बहुत ही लाजवाब। सारे रास्ते बंद तब कर देगा वो कुछ ना कुछ कमाल, फोकट वास्ते देने वाले लोग तो बहुत ही ये जरूरी, ठोकर खाकर ही तू लेगा सबसे लंबी ये उछाल। बस कर दे लाला झर्रे तेरे बाल, स्ट्रेस को तू भाड़ में डाल, खुश मिल रहा तेरे को खाने को डाल, रख अच्छे विचार, जाना है आखिर में कंधों पे चाल। टेंशन काय को ले रहा सीधा भेज जिसको किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना है तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। 8 साल का ग्राइंड तब करा शाइन, ट्रेन के खाए तके अबे फ्लाइट एवरी टाइम। टूटा हुआ पीसी पहले लो दे बहुत फ्रेम्स, तभी नहीं गिव अप किया ये पूरा करा मैंने गेम। जितने का था मेरा पीसी अभी उतने का है हेडफोन, नहीं थे नेट के पैसे इंटरनेट पे अब हूँ वेल नोन। घर पे सबको खुशी मिल रहा नहीं चाहिए अननोन है सब, सपने से बड़ा ये सब। गिर गया फिर भी उठ के ट्राई करा बार बार, हर बार रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे लिए तब राम नाम। रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे, करना बहुत खाली बच्चन फूक दे रहे, सोच से कल के पर आज ही सोते रहे, सुनते कुछ नहीं खाली बनते बहरे। बोले गए अब टाइम नहीं है रील स्वाइप करने में बिजी, कल करते यार आज में वाइब नहीं है, मिलेंगे ऐसे सोचिए बोलने झूठ अपने आप से। तू सिर्फ डर अपने बाप से, बाकी तू कर दिमाग से, और अगर आप फ्री टिकट किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना है तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। What is up, everyone? Welcome back to another live stream of Watch Party Gaming Nation. आवाज आ रहा है ना मेरा? Excuse me? Hello, hello, hello. आ रही है? आ रही है? आ रही है? आ रही है? आ रही है। What is up, gang? What is up? Welcome back to another live stream. Hope you guys doing good today. भाई आज क्या मैचेस है चैट? वैलोरेंट अपने आंखों को है ना ये दे रहा है भाई, क्या उसे कहते हैं वो दे रहा है जो अपने को है ना ये कभी मिला नहीं ना, वो दे रहा है वैलोरेंट अपने को। और ये कैसे दे रहा है मेरे को है ना आइडिया नहीं आ रहा भाई, क्योंकि ये टीम्स इतने डेंजर है ना जो खेल रहे हैं। टुडे it's PRX versus Wolves and G2 versus Fantastic। अगर तुम लोगों को नहीं पता, आज एक टीम ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए जाएगी और आज एक टीम घर पे जाएगी जी। इट इज गोइंग टू बी क्रेजी। सुई फैट बीवी वर्सेस फोर सकने। Dash, thank you for the 2 month support. What is up, Dash भाई? What's up? चेंडिनल आउट? यस, आज पेपर एक्स नहीं, अरे पेपर एक्स बाहर नहीं रहेगी बंटा है। अगर पेपर एक्स आ रही तो लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स में जाएगी। चाहे तुम लोग का है ना, सब लोग का ये चैट में ना नजर इसमें ही है कि अरे पेपर एक्स कैसा घर पे जाएगा। सब लोग उस पे ही पड़े हुए कि पेपर एक्स घर पे कैसा जाएगा। गावात haters all over the world, on the roof and on the head and on the face. Freaking hell. जाना चाहिए. Oh my god, you are such a hater. Thank you so much Daksh for the 2 months upload. What is up? अरे ये तो पढ़ा मैंने, 2 बार पढ़ा. पेपर एक्स का लक खत्म होने वाला है. I feel the same. आज मेरे 3 years career of VCT. Freaking hell. I am streaming. Please don't call. हाँ, 3 years of Valorant watch party. जिस हिसाब से मेरा एक्सपीरियंस कहता है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आज पेपर एक्स वर्सेस वुल्फ्स का जो स्कोर होने वाला है, इट इज गोइंग टू बी 2-0 टू वुल्फ्स, मे बी 2-1 टू वुल्फ्स. और G2 वर्सेस फंटास्टिक में G2 इज गोइंग टू विन 2-1. दैट इज माई कॉल.
back. We've seen it in the past on the global stage. I wanted to ask you, how did you feel to be able to...
JC, thank you so much for joining in the Pow Gang.
You played Raze today.
Thank you so much,
Jing is
JC.
the opposite number. What do you think about your Raze?
Jing versus Yuikao.
在之前的国际赛事中，其实看到你是去操刀了非常多的决斗者的。那最近再次能够玩到决斗是什么样的感受？以及玩到雷兹的话，今天你的对手
मेरे को ये टी-शर्ट चाहिए यार. ये दीदी ने जो पहना है.
什么样的？
वो डिजाइन क्या क्रेजी है.
我觉得能在国际赛场上再拿瑞兹，其实很开心吧。就
Bro,
以
move
前没有证明的
away.
事情，现在证明了吧。然后我觉得他的雷兹确实一直都很厉害吧，所以我觉得我没有办法跟他比，所以他还一直都是最好的。
Very excited to play on Raze again on the international stage. Actually, I think I'm proving something I didn't finish like in the past. But speaking of the Raze combat with Jing, I say Jing plays better since he's such a big-time Raze player, highly skilled.
Oh, very humble answer. Thank
Respect,
you very much.
respect,
Good luck today.
respect. He just said it.
Now,
He just
we
said
all
it.
know
Respect,
that the slogan
respect,
for
respect.
this PaperX team has been track
Respect.
by track, and it's been a
Yatharth,
long
thank you for the
road for this team.
43
It's been quite
months.
the journey. And actually,
Discord
we have a
DM
good
check करो
visual
fast
rep-
fast. क्या भेजो यथार्थ भाई? अल्ले कंसी भाई, अल्ले अल्ले भाई साहब, सिस्टम गेम प्ले यथार्थ भाई. Thank you for the 43 months. यथार्थ भाई मचा दो आज अगर यथार्थ भाई क्राउड में नहीं दिखे तो विषय खोल हो जाएगा. मैच देखने गए हो कि नहीं फिर? भाई यथार्थ भाई नहीं मानते. हर मैच में सिर्फ यथार्थ भाई दिखते हैं, हर मैच में.
Is the top 3 rolling all the way through here, expressing their way towards what could be their last station. Can they pull into Union Station here in Toronto with a victory at this tournament? That's the question now that remains for PaperX.
So the train has arrived? Have they arrived at the station? Because I saw the train there, but is that the PaperX train?
I mean, assuming so. Although it's interesting because I'm using this train whistle for it, but that clearly looked like one of those high-speed trains where you don't need the
Tell us, Mimi,
Well,
tell
it
us.
didn't look like a steam train, which is all that would have a whistle like that. Thank you. Yes.
I've
But
just
I mean,
heard
okay.
everyone.
Analogy. I think they've arrived in Toronto. They've pulled into Exhibition Go. They're one stop away from Union, from making it all the way, winning Toronto. 3 people will have liked that. Let's move on.
Hey, but you know what? For those 3 people, that content's for you. This train content's for you. And if anything, PaperX, they're in on it too, right? They've been feeling it. They've really been hitting these shots, Kokuga. It has been incredible to see this team not just play with their patented W gaming aggression, but to also see some more nuance and layers to the squad, which is exactly what we were hoping to see from this squad.
And it's another
W
team
log
that
what?
so
Thank
far
you,
has
thank you,
had
thank you,
a
thank you.
flawless
ओए
playoffs run.
एक सेकेंड, कोई चैट में नोटिस किया कि मैं आज ज्यादा ही ग्रूम्ड लग रहा हूँ? अरे मेरा हक दिया अरे हेयर स्टाइल. चैट मैंने इतना बाल बढ़ाया था पीछे, पूरा काट दिया यार, और मेरा हेयर स्टाइल हक दिया है, पूरा हक दिया है. लेकिन थोड़ा मैं त्यातले त्यात थोड़ा क्लीन लग रहा हूँ, थोड़ा त्यातले त्यात क्लीन लग रहा हूँ, लेकिन हक दिया रे मेरा हेयर स्टाइल. अभी मैं चमन द झिंगा बॉय लग रहा हूँ, चमन द झिंगा बॉय। तो अभी मेरा है ना पूरा पेट भर चुका है। अभी मैं जाने वाला हूँ और अंकल को बोलने वाला हूँ, अंकल ये हेयर स्टाइल मेरे को बस हो गया, अभी पुराना जो था मेरा उसके पास लेके चलो, अब बस हो गया ये हेयर स्टाइल, नो मोर लॉन्ग हेयर, फ्रिकिंग हेल।
Amazing.
माथा चमक रहा है तो चाट ले।
All of these games in part because of that, in part because of the momentum of this train, and now another step away from making it to a final.
Yeah, which is incredible. And of
जी
course,
हर्ष
look,
भाई बार-बार लाभ पैसे नहीं दिलेगा। अरे पूर्ण
they're
दे
happening in the gym as well for Forsaken, as you can see in those biceps there.
भाई ये टाइम आउट के टाइम जो बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक होता है वो कैसे मिलेगा? वो बैकग्राउंड का नाम है जमापुर। आइसक्रीम खाओगे? या श्योर सेंड इट।
Send it. Talented, but it's great to see him step into that leadership role here for PRX.
It doesn't matter what role he's playing. I agree. The leadership is very important. To me, it's also very important that he shows up the best once the score.
तुम लोग ने ये देखा था? ब्रो ये क्या क्रेजी था। रुको रुको रुको, जिसने नहीं देखा उसको दिखाता हूँ।
It's looking so damn unlikely, and it's up to the captain, it's up to John, stinger in hand, Flash, he's going to pull the supplement, he's going to run him down, it's a full stack!
Just because वो ऐसा किया, वो जीत गया चैट। Just because वो वाकड़ा तिकड़ा किया, वो जीत गया सेंटिनल्स के अगेंस्ट 2-0। Look at this, look at this, look at this. Are you freaking talking? Are you freaking talking? तो वो जो गोली इधर जाते हुए दिख रही है ना, तब भी 4 सेकंड ने ऐसा देखा और वो यहां पे गई। हाउ द हेली ब्रो, नो 4 सेकंड लिखता है भाई। सही में अकाउंट रिपोर्ट हो जाते और बंद हो जाते, मैं नहीं करता ये सब, सॉरी। व्हाट द हेली ब्रो भाई, उसकी सेंसिटिविटी बहुत डेंजर है, मैंने देखा उसका ये वाला। Oh shit.
No.
Who's she, bro?
We avoided the
one
fire.
of those too.
We avoided the fire. All right, everyone. We're now in to the final weekend of competition.
Oh, ये सेज है। अभी ये सेज है, ट्रेलर वाली सेज। ये नहीं वेट, सेज ही होती है ना ऐसी? सेज है ये। अरे वेले भाई 4 सेकंड 0.7 सेंस पे खेला है ना। It's time for the big game. PRX versus WOL. दोनों टीम्स अनएक्सपेक्टेडली insanely goated खेल रही है। Let's see what happens. लस्सी babies, लस्सी। भाई लस्सी पीना है भाई।
It's been a while since we've been top 4. The last one being champions, LA. PRX were in the final and they end up losing to EG.
PRX obviously heartbreaking for them, heart-wrenching.
It's a similar situation happening here. PRX are one step away from the final. We've got G2 here who have recently lost the final. I just think if we were able to get there, we know how to win the final. So I think G2 should step aside and let us handle things.
अरे भड़क रहा है ये तो।
Fnatic. It's been a couple years since Tokyo. That's the last time I played them.
Chronicles found Jorgamo. Fnatic's dynasty starts today.
We're excited to see what the new roster's about.
Balin is an IGL I respect a lot. He's young, but he's able to come up with great strategy, and he's able to command his teammates and take the lead at times.
Sit on the stage right now and have maximum belief in each other and in yourself that we're going to win today.
Crazy comps थे उसके।
As a player, I would watch a lot of Boaster, but as I kind of grew into this role, going to all the international events, I kind of found my own sauce. But right now, I'm just trying to be Balin.
मुझे भी खिला दे।
Be other IGL.
क्या बात है?
Maybe a little bit better than me, but I don't need it. I got my boys behind me. I don't want this to be an easy series.
खुल के बोल रहा है मैं कह रही होता हूँ.
To be remembered.
We're gonna make sure our game is gonna be the last one they play.
Oh yeah.
我觉得刚开始的话，可能
जब हमने पहली बार स्विच के आगे गए थे हमें, तो हम लोगों को लोग डार्क हॉर्केस जैसे देख रहे थे. यहाँ पे हम लोगों ने अभी बहुत कुछ प्रूव कर दिया है जो हमें प्रूव करना था. लोगों ने हम लोग को टॉप टीम जैसा रिकॉग्नाइज तो जरूर कर लिया है यहाँ पे. पर्सनली मुझे ऐसा है ना, बहुत भरोसा था अपने टीम पे. वुल्व्स बहुत डेंजर टीम है, अगर तुम लोग को नहीं पता तो. चड्डी फाड़ती है सामने वालों की, और हम लोग है ना बहुत फ्री हमारे ओपिनियन को लेके. एंड ठीक है.
I think it's gonna be a banger match. Wolves, I hope we can yell at each other later on stage, and I hope we can make the match more entertaining.
首先我觉得 PRX 跟我们
पहले ऐसा लगता था पेपरएक्स बहुत एग्रेसिव है, लेकिन अभी डिसिप्लिन भी है. तो अभी मुझे ऐसा लगता है मैच बहुत आग बबूला होने वाला है, एंड हम सब लोग उसके लिए ही इधर आए हैं.
No one can copy PRX play style. I think we're gonna be scarier.
Good.
You like to play crazy? I will show you how to be crazy.
Love you bro. टीम वुल्फ बहुत भूखी है, ट्रॉफी के लिए खा जाएगी. क्रेजी. कुशाग्र थैंक फॉर द 40 रुपीस. पद्दूराम भाई असेंडेड 2 पहुंचे या डी रैंक को गए, खेला ही नहीं उसके बाद. लेट्स फ्रीकिंग गो. PRX वर्सेस वुल्व्स. क्या म्यूजिक है? Crazy.
It's one of the greatest underdog stories ever told.
Noob bhai, thank you so much for joining in the Pow Gang, Noobaman.
It's time for the upper bracket final.
Let's
and to decide
freaking
who
go,
is
bro.
one step closer to a Masters trophy.
PRX and Wolves have both gone on incredible runs, but it's a question of what a wolf is to a train. It feels like this is the opportunity for PRX. They came up from nothing really at the beginning of stage 1, missing out on Bangkok.
Chat, tough है. बहुत टफ है ये.
They have a chance to lift a
बहुत
trophy.
टफ है.
And Wolves from going to taking down fan favorites to becoming one of them. And let's take a look at the Omen map selection.
Sarthak, thank you for the respawn. 7 back to the Pow Gang. Sarthak Ninja. लोटा है पहला मैप, PRX ने लिया है. Let's freaking go.
PRX in the situation of Fan and Haven. Do you think that gives them a little bit of advantage? Maybe?
I think it does. They get an option they're going to be pretty happy with. I think, especially ending on the desire of splits. Don't get me wrong, PRX have been good there. They've been explosive, but I love what Wolves have been showing on the attack side of that map. Like their defensive protocols are all really strong. We come all the way. That's a great chance for them.
It's the map that both of the teams have picked the most. I think that it will be a very, very fair decider. But it all starts with Lotus and what these two teams can bring onto the table. We saw Wolves having a shaky start against Gen G. Is it going to be the same against the PRX that will probably be super hungry for that?
आ गया.
And you can hear
आ गया लाला आ गया.
And the moment certainly does not escape
Lala
that young
gamer
man
आ चुका है
right
बनता
there
है.
who's looking to make history, not just for himself, but for VCT China to be another
Lala आ
team
चुका है.
to punch their ticket to a grand finals. That is not EDG.
Yo,
So for Sofat Baby and the rest of the squad, this is a massive moment and a massive achievement for this squad. But across that stage, they know exactly what meets them. It's a freight train that's showing no sign of stopping.
ये लाला बहुत scary है. Scary तो है भाई. OP gamer है, OP gamer.
Most of the fans here cheering the names of the Wolves players, rooting on that team.
Shut up!
Probably didn't even know who these guys were coming into the tournament. They are a squad of relatively unknown players that have stepped up in Toronto, have made themselves known. Against a
Imagine
PRX
Wolves win
who
this.
has
I have
always
strong
been
gut feeling
the
PRX is gonna
support
lose
of this
badly.
community,
I
have
mean,
always
वो
been
काफी
a fan favorite.
रीडेबल है यार
Everyone wants
कि
to
आज
see them
PRX
to a
हारने वाली है
final.
Wolves के अगेंस्ट.
Very weird territory that we're in. Typically, when PRX is on that
Pouch
stage,
से कुछ निकाल रहा है. Something. Hey!
Granted, a lot of people still going for them, Kukuka.
Yeah.
But there is that energy in the arena where people.
Nah, why are they laughing? They are cooked.
Because Lotus still has not started. But yeah, it's going to be definitely one of the most important matches for PRX to the date.
Insane X, thank you for the re-sponsor.
After it was not them.
Thank you so much.
We are waiting for you to be back.
But PRX has been here before. They've made international finals before. They're comfortable on these kinds of stages under this kind of pressure. This is the first chance to make a final for Wolves. Here's your agent select.
भाई गेम यार तेल लगाने इन लोग को बस से कहना डीजे पार्टी रखनी चाहिए क्या म्यूजिक बजाते भाई.
It's been so successful for them.
Yeah, they struggle a lot against Team Liquid during the Swiss stage on their second half, on their attacking half. The retakes and the way that they've controlled the map from this defense has been very good for them. If they can replicate what they did in that matchup, it should be a win for them. But the score has been extremely tight for PRX to find a convincing win here on Lotus.
Absolutely. This whole series, I'm looking at how PRX deal with Spring. He's arguably the most important player in the server on their attacking sides, with how he's prioritizing getting into lurk positions, affecting the team's macro in these late rounds. I want to see PRX being proactive at re-clearing space, flushing out these lurks, not letting Spring
first match.
get away
Yes, it
with
is the first match.
Shenanigans he's been up to all tournament.
Yeah, and at the same time,
I feel
what Wolves have to care about.
Wolves के shenanigans बहुत ज़्यादा insane है, जैसा कि आप मुझे पूछ सकते हो अगर तो Wolves के shenanigans यहाँ पे बहुत ही dangerous है. वो लोग slow खेलते हैं and then फिर बाद में अचानक वो लोग explosive nature उन लोगों का बहुत ही horrendous है, जिसकी वजह से PRX को आज tough पड़ने वाला है मेरे calculation के हिसाब से. बाकी तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है chat में जरूर बताना. मेरे को ऐसा लगता है PRX की चड्डी गीली होने वाली है. ये नहीं बोल सकते, ठीक है.
GB, this is going to be a big one for them.
Oh yeah, Toronto! Are you ready?
No.
For the upper bracket final?
No.
And let's go ahead and send it over to two of the greatest of all time on the
Neon.
mic. It's Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much, GB.
Ronak, thank you so much for the 2 months support. Both Wolves and PRX are really want that win. So fingers crossed for a tight game, not a boring one-sided affair. Yeah, Ronak, bye. Thank you for the 2 months, but I feel this is going to be a one-sided love.
Wolves have kind of made the cornerstone of their playbook, right? This slow creeping default, looking for a gap somewhere. PRX are the team that time and time again are able to come up with ideas on the fly to really disrupt that sort of gameplay.
Right, let's go! Wolves attacking, PRX defending.
Which is crazy, right?
Hey, do you not remember them in Champs Finals, yeah? They lost it. I mean, the perennial second place team, sure, but they are a grand finals quality team. They have to prove it once again today. Up against
भाई लोग लास्ट 4 टीम्स जो बचे ना चारों अलग-अलग रीजन्स की है. ये अमेरिका, चाइना और एपैक. Horrendous, bro.
Be the ones to gatekeep once more. Bit of presence shown outside C initially. Divide actually taking a ton of damage there. He's got to back away and respect this now. 22 HP.
All right.
Not sure if it was confirmed on the side of Wolves, but certainly something to consider as the round progresses. He's actually relinquished all control here.
Indian guy actually
have got a lovely beginning, and obviously
Wolves में का suicide भी है ना वो Indian.
Work behind this. It's taken a lot of utility.
मुलुंड में रहता था वो.
Paranoia went through, the Haunt went through. A lot of their kit got invested to clear that.
Big retake tools off the table here. Wolves rightfully so. Must have known that they found a point of weakness here, but why you tapped into a lurk? Does he get dug out? Oh, they can lazy.
अरे क्यों नाच रहा है भाई ऐसा?
Yeah, look. One was fine. The second's ridiculous.
गया game.
And now
game गया. इधर ही खत्म. गया
GG. The PRX put
चूस लिया इनको भी.
Towards rubble. Now not gonna have it. Gonna have to go back in. Guns in hand. Nice from something. Needs some more. A lot of bodies cleared just on the side.
Bro वो लोग over peak भी नहीं कर रहे ना.
Cycle back up. See if that baby has got to. Oh, it's lovely from Wolves. A dreamy beginning. He's out of his. And a real statement of intent from Wolves here.
Convincing start to kick off Lotus, and these sort of set plays towards rubble, exactly what I'm talking about. When PRX try and find the timing, it's a massive investment. It looks a little clunky, sure, because they don't find anything, but has to dig out players like Spring, potentially Lysor.
साला सांस नहीं लेता तो ये खड़ा हो जाता है. हग रहे हैं. देख, अरे राउंड खत्म होने दे. बुला लेता है अपने पास, उठ के आ जाऊंगा फिर.
And I do want to kind of highlight something that was
Oh
discussed
my god, 5-man
earlier in the day.
stack.
The fact that these at one point have been scrim partners too. Some real awareness between these two sides. So I'd love to see if we continue to see this, these gaps being found, these moments to potentially find ways to pressure each other. So looking at this purchase, plenty coming out for Wolves and a very light reinvestment here from PRX. So just that share divide. Otherwise, well, classics. And so far, you're going to be looking at Wolves going through
man
peak. It's clean. They can afford to lose.
Oh, koi nahi hai pe. Hello.
I mean, the riskiest rounds versus PRX are these anti-ecos. Spring. Not good for the first here. Forsaken redeeming himself from round one. Only a sheriff recovered though, so almost a calculated loss on the side of
they should know कि ये लड़ करता है हमेशा.
You've seen maybe two, perhaps a couple more players over there. You're going to read that as a stack. And they've already got pretty much the green light and a very aggressive post-plant hold. They want to stake their claim in some area of this. Make it harder work for PRX. Make them invest a little bit more. I don't mind that at all. As long as they play together, it can get risky. Oh, you got to lock in on that one. Easy now. As we're in a 2v2 and Juicy's down.
Juicy is 1 HP.
Of PRX out of the woods. Forsaken gonna get a nice little upgrade here too. Juicy's done really well to fight Jing, but Forsaken needs 4 to do this again. Oh! Unreal, unreal already. This sort of explosive play in the second round.
गुड़ी को shit यार देख लेना चाहिए था यार. देख लेना चाहिए था बनता है.
Smiles on the stage, a sigh of relief. Fat BB, ever the hero so far.
अबे यार ये सुइफैट 2 कैसे मारा? शॉट बनता है. How?
You're lucky boy there.
Very lucky.
कैसे मारा ये?
Come back into this now.
Bro, this suifight BB.
Broken purchase. See what? Opportunity here for Spring to do some work with a scope.
Hello, can you audible?
Outside of that, why you and Lysol?
Wait, I can't audible you.
And expect Wolves to maybe try and pick up a kill here on the back of some PRX aggression.
Yeah, now I can.
I quite like the conditioning early on as well, Mike. It's
Hello, bro. What's good, bro? What's good?
See a little bit of a default straight through middle, but they haven't really tested the safe side. So again, the PRX are maybe starting to get
bro,
the
eco was good.
Reacting to again, you look at the spread here so far, depending on just that Omen cycling those smokes. So a lot of pressure, but already Reclear comes in, doesn't quite catch YU towards middle, and Patman wants that information.
Alarm bot though from YU posted up pretty deep. I think on the back of dealing with that, they're reading PRX rotating away, so it might just be a committed B hit here. So Patman will be called upon.
अरे गावत अरे
Usually up close and first. He's looking for attack.
Bro. Get the trade. Get the advantage. Perfect. Nice. Eco आएगा अभी उनका. नहीं उन लोगों ने स्मार्ट बाय किया रे ये.
There's a firing squad around that corner.
भाई उन लोगों ने हाफ बाय किया था ये राउंड. उन लोगों ने फुल बाय नहीं किया. दिमाग तो है उन लोग पे.
Difficult situation. And there it is. Comfortable in the end.
हाफ बाय भी नहीं. उन लोगों ने अच्छे से बाय नहीं किया था.
See if Fat BB.
उठला.
Late round peaks here.
That's important, bro.
Because I'm sure it was Juicy. It was caught on the reload here. Really rough timing for him. Yeah, I mean it's just.
किसका मैप है ये? Lotus मैप है. तेरे को नहीं पता?
Angled to bail him out. Even there, I mean, see Fat BB another consolation potentially to find. Just didn't find it. Juicy already on the showstopper here, so going to see him stinger into round 4.
I'll find you.
Expect too much of a pace shift here, but I mean, on the talking about early round protocols here, PRX dealing with the turret nice and early here. That's a set piece out.
Crazy!
Oh, what a lovely little play to bring out of the back of contact. It's stunning, and it's rewarded them 2 kills. This is that evolution to PRX we love now getting to watch, right? It's not just that mechanical talent, that aggression. They have these little set pieces they like to run every now and then, and it wasn't overly complex. And that was a mistake.
What's karo yaar ye sub? Lala look.
Asleep at the wheel there, Mike. That's
good. Bro, what a double flag. No! Good.
This feels like a fumble, Mike. Now it looks like Patman might be the saving grace to this, though.
Oh, he's expecting him.
Lysol has read it out.
No!
With him. This is a fumble for PRX and a gutting one because it was a brilliant start.
2 players caught sleeping, and the spike is there as well. All they needed to do was reinforce that hold. But Wolves
Frickin' hell, bro. Time out, please.
set
Time
up
out.
just outside C.
30 seconds left.
That's
Please
fun
take a
until the
timeout
part
already.
Why you down 15 HP? You get the lockdown off this as well, you're right.
Bro, ये round जीते तो ego आता उनका और lead मिल जाता अपने को. Horrendous round, bro.
Okay, a little bit of util as well for YU, but it's Devi wading back through towards the site. Problem is there's utility in the way. Gonna find it tricky. Position now given away, and you can see Lysol should be.
ये सुअर को मार भाई.
There's that layer of util from YU, isolated and alone, and a devastating mistake there from
गया
PRX.
Game गया, GG लिख दो.
Engaging, but they
GG लिख दो,
cannot be
game
dropping
गया.
the ball like that.
Was it the timing on the smoke?
छोड़ दो, इधर ही छोड़ दो, मैं तो बोलता.
This is the sort of thing I talked about before this map started.
Surrender, surrender मार दो, मैं तो बोलता.
Picking apart this slow default and look for control, but here, I mean, both players.
Bro was smoking in open.
Yeah. I mean, that's just.
क्या round था ये?
That is outrageous to see something.
क्या येड़े जैसा खेले भाई?
On top of the box.
हाइसेनबर्ग भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया और लिखा है मुझे 1.5 months हुए वैल में. I am gold 2. Is it good? Gold 1 is it good? Bro, that's Heisenberg. That's actually really good. 1.5 months में Valorant में अगर आप gold 1 हो तो that's actually commendable.
A little bit of that focus here. You can't get lazy in this. You've got to stay lethal. Something. Nice to do a little bit of early work, but
मैं 1.5 months में वैल में ऑलरेडी ascendant तो तभी नहीं था, तो मैं तभी immortal 2 था. 1.5 months में easy हो गया था मेरे लिए, क्योंकि CS में मैं globally lead था ना. अबे यार इसको क्या रुका रहे सब लोग.
Juicy's potentially going to be. Oh, actually, the TP comes across from Lysol, so they'll still have somebody to back him up initially. And actually, Lockdown invested here, fully respecting this anti-eco once again. They're aware of the threat of that previous round. Yeah,
you've got to. I mean, PRX, you said it right. Those are the sort of rounds that sometimes they look the scariest in almost.
Hitter लोग यार chat में आज बहुत.
Finding stability here in the post plant. They've still got to keep it in mind that there is danger. Plenty through Waterfall. 4-1 split on the retake now. Juicy turns attention. Smokes great from them. Laban on the spray.
Patman's got 2.
Patman has got 2. Maybe a chance. It feels like it's dwindling.
घंटे का chance.
Opportunities passing by.
Ayush Dubey, thank you for the 40 rupees. Yadhu Sen versus PRX said PRX again. PRX easy win. क्या? Yadhu Sen versus PRX said PRX again and PRX easy win. तूने बोला था PRX जीतेगी और PRX आज जीत गई, ऐसा बोलना है तुझे. लेकिन दोस्त मेरे आज मुझे ऐसा लगता है, भले अगर तू PRX बोलता है, वुल्फ्स आज जीतने वाली है. Hope PRX wins. Sakshi ji, I'm sorry to say, but PRX is gonna lose today.
About Gen G2, but
yeah.
At 4-1, I'm paying attention.
I mean, I remember coming into that Gen G series thinking, if they can pull this off,
that's the one.
Oh,
because they still effectively had a lifeline in terms of dropping. There's no elimination on the line. And even here now, it would be such a big sigh of relief.
Something बोल रहा है, बात में खड़ा हो जा रहा है हगासा. दवाई का अल्ट है. Alright, buy round, lock in. उनका इकोनॉमी इतना अच्छा नहीं है. 2 rounds चाहिए PRX को to force them an eco, and then PRX takes a lead. So we good. Unless they win this round.
Leads you to believe it's a slower round.
Oh, look at that TP. Nice!
Bold in approach.
And that was pinged so
लाड में है क्या लाड में?
Like so aware of this, and whatever the set plan was.
What was that TP Clutch gaming?
Well, I think it's on the back of seeing 2 or 3 bodies swing out from B there that maybe they feel like the extremity is going to be
वो लाड में आया.
the weaker side of the hold.
ये सुफेट भी लाड में आया.
But a 3v5, I want to see discipline from PRX here. I don't want to see fumbles. I don't want to see mistakes.
Great isolation.
It certainly was. Now, Forsaken is going to do some good chip damage as well. Look at CUFAT Baby down on only 26. Spring's position given away. Look where the spot.
No, what a shot.
Ridiculous. And a 2v3 is not impossible. So they are just
Bro slapped 4 seconds.
They are running their little legs off straight towards C. They're going to leave.
भाई उसका पुशी बहुत अच्छा है Killjoy का.
Actually, the tap of the spikes drawn out the ultimate from Divide.
I mean,
Suicide is 1 HP. Oh, the door. Perfect.
Oh, the pathing. This is now getting really dangerous, but YU set up the
Nice.
motion. No.
Important kill.
Divide, very diligent and nice from PRX. They pulled it together there. You're starting to see a little bit of that synergy shining.
Thank you so much खाना ऐसे की जगह ऐसा खाने के लिए
फेवर में नहीं आया
क्या नहीं फेवर में
वो जहाँ प्लांट करने गया उसने डोर खोल दिया
हाँ ना बट ब्रो ये भी राउंड महंगा है देखो ना 4 सेकंड और जिंग पे बाय नहीं है मतलब जीरो क्रेडिट से लिटरली
bold to stick a TP into the back lines.
And he got close, but I like seeing
अभी एक और राउंड जीतना है PRX को, then it's good bro, then we good to go.
Doubling up, even in that
Look at
chaos
this,
of
look at this Hagu.
on towards that B side. No, the
Lights
Coffee
over.
still stay very close. And credit to Divide. I know it's only one kill, but him catching YU basically keeps them
That was actually
safe.
nice. That was actually nice.
This kill right here from Divide.
मुझे 15 साल हुए Valorant में. I am Iron 2. Is it good?
Very heads up work. Maybe feeling they'd have tried to have left a player behind in search
खड़े
of
रहने
player.
बोल.
他站起来
Still not
हंसते गए.
स्माइल रहता है उसके चेहरे पे भाई और ऑरा भी है उसके पास
चड्डी फटती है तो स्माइल तो आती है.
नहीं भाई
Drawing board though here.
इसमें वाइब है भाई पूरा.
हाँ वाइब तो है अच्छा बंदा है भाई मेरे को भी बहुत पसंद है. Like with the party, yes, bhai, but what do you mean? I didn't know.
Tagged up there. I'm not sure if he's actually confirmed any damage on the side of Wolves. Activity once more as well, and active clearance out past Mound.
This could be nasty.
Oh,
Actually
nice.
sees and
Hey,
the
Putla,
perfect. Jay gets out.
वो 2 for 2 कैसे हो गया? नेट से फटे क्यों नहीं यार? साला वो कोने में नेट डाल दिया यार. Shit.
Angles like that, this man hits those shots. Mechanically sharp as ever. He's trying to read what they wanted. Similar scenes to before though. CFAT PB and YU. Trying to work the map here. 2v3.
Oh, something is coming forward. But वो dog हो जाएगा. Oh, he has no dog.
Okay, testing.
Oh. Ah!
Okay,
Wow.
that's... I mean, they're playing such high
Bro,
risk. Mike,
patience.
it scares the life out of me sometimes.
Wolves काफी slow खेलती है और PRX को है ना patience रख नहीं पाती क्योंकि PRX patient नहीं है.
Where are we off to now?
वो उनके व्यूअर लोग को पेशेंट बना देते.
His options are so limited.
10 seconds left.
They're both here.
Imagine if he clutches this chat. Imagine.
Yeah, he's got to go for it. No chance. Well handled by PRX, closing in on the scoreline.
So you've got to look for that composure again, building up a little bit of
बहुत डीप
cushion.
हुआ था भाई.
हाँ यार बट
That's where you look
भाई
towards.
बट वो क्या स्प्रे ट्रांसफर दिया ना.
More sloppy kills towards the end of the round. Again, Jing.
W.
Finding 2 here to open.
Double use.
Beautiful little trap piece outside B. Wolves actually going to be the ones to put the brakes a little bit. I'm out round 8 again. Decent sample size, I guess, already in the first half here. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment towards the latter rounds. See no purchase.
इको आ गया अभी उनका ना 4-3 है 4-4 हो जाएगा.
अभी को आएगा.
एंड फिर
हो गया इकोनॉमी बिल्ड हो गया PRX का.
इकोनॉमी भी बिल्ड हो गया है तो 4-4 हो जाएगा और 4-4 के बाद अगर एक और PRX जीत गई तो वापस इको तो 5-4 फिर वुल्फ जीतेगी क्योंकि उनका अल्ट आ गया है तो 5-all एंड फिर PRX जीतेगा 7-5 half PRX win
7-5 half.
Yeah. What do you feel?
6-6.
What is this horrendous decision?
6-6 half, I believe.
Type
Back and forth जा रहा है, back and forth.
ठीक है.
Re-aggresses from PRX.
हर्ष भाई मैच
It's very
तो
little
अगला
fit,
होगा
even
ना.
in those high-risk scenarios. We're a bit more used to it, I guess. at
हाँ ना
this point.
G2 घर पे जाएगी मजा आ जाएगा भाई.
3 to 4. Just sheriffs.
बस बकबकी करते रहते हो क्या?
And a couple of classics.
I mean,
Plenty of ults.
bigger picture-wise, both these teams have so many reps this year on Lotus. I think it's 14 for PRX and 11 or 12 for Wolves.
क्लच भाई अभी G2 घर पे जाएगी तो ज्यादा दुख होगा या फाइनल्स में जाएगी तो दुख होगा?
You've got to feel really good about yourself. So we'll have to ride this out on a handful of sheriffs.
अंदर जा.
Tuck himself
Oh
in between
nice
the spikes.
लाला.
Nasty.
अल्ले.
drawing all eyes on him. It is only pistols, but it's
Easily done.
Happy with that. Confidence builders there.
Flawless. They're good. We good.
Reset here in between ahead of this buy round.
इसमें जो हारेगा वो lower bracket.
We'll have the pit. See Fat BB has his ultimate. Juicy. Just one away.
जो हारेगा वो lower bracket जाएगा.
Second piece of this setup.
One enemy remaining.
Feeling some confidence
Live
here.
ही है try hard भाई.
Bit of a Cobra round for Divide, who's actually leading.
Yeah.
Pacific is the worst lead.
3K, I believe.
China में रहता है क्या रे तू?
Look at this stack. They're in the right place here, Mike. How far do PRX go in this? Deep flash it up. Look,
Bro,
look at
wow.
this outrageous approach.
Oh, I've seen this before.
What?
Absolutely red. Jing gets backhanded there.
Oh,
And
shit.
they couldn't close down on any of the kills.
Bro, that was so
2
good.
things on the reveal. Not sure how much that box just sponged, but no damage.
Face your fear.
Coming through, it's only really Fat BB who's taking a hit here down to 35 HP.
Admin cult है, something cult है. If they do a good.
What can Patman be expected to do here? That's a huge ult as well.
No, they're not doing the combination.
Forsaken.
Ah.
They read it so smart. As soon as that Nightfall caught how many? 4 players? Instantly went for it. Now, not to beat Wolves, 2 heads up for that.
वो लोग 4 मैन पीछे जा रहे थे 4 सेकंड को चेक करने या समथिंग को चेक करने. वर्ल्ड सब पे कनेक्ट हुआ इसलिए.
He was solid
Crazy.
before this nice high-low setup. Be very difficult to break.
Oh, this flash is huge. The dog is huge as well.
There it is. Forces them off. Spring. They seem so prepared for these holds. They've seen Batman as well. Position now given, and look at YU.
He's got so much space to play
God,
into.
his lurk is so nasty. And at this point, they want to pivot. They want to go back towards B. It does put in towards something's hand. Spring.
Are you serious, bro?
Just from Spring. Lurks on lurks, but something still stands. Caught in between a rock and a hard place. Where do they go? Back towards C. Safety on that C site. You don't fancy walking into something like this. So the plant's in, and he's left in a 1v4.
Make an honest go of this here. You can see on the X-ray why you
What the
already
hell,
wrapping
bro?
him. He's got a turret here to play contact off.
अबे यार उन लोग पे लीड वो लोग बनाए रख रहे हैं बंटा है. लीड नहीं दे
Get
रहे.
the sound cue regardless.
Oh
I think now
shit.
relaying that information. Yeah, that comes through.
God, his positioning.
Bro,
yeah,
what?
This is just, again, probably sitting back and watching this, Alex not going to be happy about this spray into the smoke with the audience. It's begging somebody to walk on it.
Yep.
And Spring just comes alive.
And it feels like this was a whole book in one round, right? Chapter by chapter, with this beginning, the box
115.
apparently being on Wolves' side. And then you had the TP coming in, you had the Nightfall coming out. This all happened. All of this was in the same round. And again, that Khelraay tilted up, it felt like they were so aware. There's the walk on the
Patman's on a reload. So Forsaken fully committed towards that. They're both spamming into this. I mean, there's an opportunity
Something
to
on
potentially
op.
bait into that. One person sprays, but something off rip here, round 10.
Timeout seeming to work well, at least for these early couple of exchanges, right? Something's want of space, him wanting to play towards bound is fine, but you've started to see how Wolves are approaching this.
You never see PRX really relent in that
No,
regard.
no.
It will continue, and that's where they catch teams off guard, where it's like, yeah, your aggression
Surely
hasn't
now.
worked.
Ella
4
needs to
rounds
leave
in a
the
row.
chat right now,
No, we're coming
chat.
again, don't worry.
That 5th time, it'll work. And now we're seeing a bit of a tempo switch up from Wolves too. Very, very slow. Holding here, waiting for that re-aggress, which is coming. And again, they're so prepared, Mike. They've got the PRX playbook and they understand it well. Still got to handle the players on the other side. Great shot from Batman.
What a shot.
It's traded. And the numbers simply so advantageous. A quick rotate off the back of, once again, YU space.
It's always the one to backfill these sort of plays.
Ooh, tricky. Still not easy on this though.
Bye,
is
Wolf.
it? It's
पहुंच गया ना यूइका. Are you serious? Are you serious?
But look,
What?
once again, if you don't see him on the site, you know where to be looking. Slow and steady, he herds them closer. They need a plant though, 17 seconds, and YU on his walkabout. Divide dead! And now the plant on the line though, Forsaken could speed up here. Punish the plant, but no, can't quite catch him! Spring again! Wolves! Beautiful mid-rounding him, Mike. This is stunning.
Blow for blow, this exchange is beautiful to just watch from the minimap. YU threading the needle once more. Oh.
What the hell was this, bro?
That's how he gets found. But again, it's a similar thing. PRX, they lose one, they stack up 3 to actively re-clear that space. And ultimately, again, it feels like it's their demise in this round.
हर्ष भाई वो सुइफैट भी सेन की क्लासिक यूज करता है. अरे उन लोग का शादी हुआ तेरे को नहीं पता?
The poured for Wolves.
भाई इसका कोच भी डेंजर है.
Almost the executioner getting plenty of shots to the back of the head.
Oh yeah. And it was impressive. Again, this kind of, it feels like it came out of that timeout as well. They've clearly got a game plan in mind of how they wanted to approach this. And it's
yeah, I mean, because they're reading it perfectly. Again, this scenario, first blood comes through, they know
हर राउंड एक बंदा लड़ कर रहा है. हर राउंड तुम्हारे को पीछे से मार रहा है. अरे गोल्ड में हो क्या?
It's very impressive to watch.
Just push him out. Come on.
Team. You only have to look at the names.
Push me straight up.
Right? It makes
Finish him.
perfect sense.
Easy as that.
G2. I mean, they're a dangerous team. You know, if you want to talk about
Jing or something का Jing something और Padman तीनों का game नहीं चल रहा है.
You know, good quote unquote valor.
Yep.
They've fallen for this, but Wolves have come in very prepared. Maybe just, you know, very, very ready for what PRX like, understanding the tendencies.
Prepared, yes,
it's
but
time
actually
now.
refining some of the things that we've seen them adapt here in Toronto, which is actually what's so refreshing to see. Again, on a dream run like this, an underdog dark horse, but actually improving game by game. Upsets along the way, sure, but actually showing they've got their heads screwed on.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Now for PRX, so once again you kind of go into the
By the way, ये call देने वाला wall के पीछे छुप के मारता है. Hey, you shut up.
That is true. Bringing in Patman was fantastic. It worked. We've all seen the difference in their playstyle as of late. They're starting to look much, much better overall. But these guys have sat in finals. These guys have been in Champions finals. They know what this sort of pressure's like. They are never going to be the underdogs in my mind. They're too talented for it. So as it stands, they need to adapt here.
Just look what's happened here as well. PRX have already drawn a player across. I mean, Divine now reconsidering, but
oh my god,
looking to pressure up towards Tree. Divine again, counter 3, almost caught one here. YU now again shows presence on the other side. So ice towards the minimap. Look what happens. Immediately, PRX looking to isolate the weaker side of this default, but they pick up the pace towards A.
I like the intention, actually, I really do. But the problem is the stall out's fantastic from PRX. Denying that space. Quickly, pop of the ult from something. Information galore in 25 seconds. We are now at pressure. Stations was taken down on 30. Has to respect the paint shell. A spray through the smoke here doesn't land, but something does. They're dwindling in numbers. Sufat, BD, and Spring, the last two standing, and they are cornered here. This adjustment from PRX is fine. Stunning from them. They worked it so well.
Now that is a beautiful recovery, considering what happened elsewhere. It was paranoia, showstopper, so much thrown towards YU. And in that situation, Wolves just kind of need to go, you know, 1 for 2 in terms of approaching A site. They do that.
That was something wrong.
PRX still come back.
That was really something wrong.
Again, even seeing that disciplined start to an extent, right? That dose of discipline at the beginning, the second contact's made.
A sprinkle of discipline.
That's as much as we're going to get. That's as much as we're going to get.
हर्ष भाई मैं ऑफ गया तो PRX जीतने लग गई. तो तेरे इंटरनेट की वायर निकाल दे मेरे भाई, प्लीज आज के दिन. Please.
Back into the mix of things. A buy for both sides, still lacking for some areas on PRX's side. You're going to see that Guardian still in the hands of Divide, and a stack up from Wolves. And on the other side,
ए नशेड़ी तू है किसके साइड से?
And a wanted punish. You can see they're starting to read this, maybe mound pressure.
I'm the biggest NRG fan, my friend. सिर्फ एक ही टीम को सपोर्ट करता हूँ.
In terms of those set pieces outside C, try to shut him down here. Again, beautiful read or assessment, I guess, of the previous situation.
And some people may look at these two teams and see them as just those mechanical monsters, but this is a really cerebral game so far.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Seeing these rotations on rotations, these
Bro,
adjustments.
he'll expect him.
Spring almost. And now a moment of quiet here.
That could slow things down potentially.
Yeah, they're not going to.
Bro, look at the lurker on A chat.
And the plant's going to come in. Now this should encourage movement here.
Bruce.
Just going to kind of eat the
Nice something.
Still able to use the shot just fine. Weapons not right and the knife's not ready. What the hell? 3 in the post. Look at the position from YU. That
Oh,
is,
shit.
excuse me, coming in from CFAT BB. He's still on the way, but they've still got to slow things down. YU does well.
Nice.
Lysor still has to hold.
Nice.
Here, and now the silence.
They
becomes
know he's
deafening.
flank. They
The
should
position
know
becomes
he's flank.
questioned.
No!
They don't
No!
know where he is.
Yeah,
but
thank
they're going
you.
to
No,
hazard a guess.
yes, no.
CFAT BB does well on one. Draws to buy off the defuse. Just needs to keep his cool here.
Bring them down.
This would be everything for him, trying to play to the time, play to the tempo, play to the clock, and play him like a fiddle! See that, baby! Beautiful for the Red Bull clutch!
This guy, time and time again, looks so composed in the clutch and closes out a 7-5 half here, Lauren. Fantastic stuff from Wolves.
This has been an exceptional game so far. Just brilliant from both sides, and again, on surface, you may have thought, it's not going to be this really cerebral matchup, but this has been a wondrous affair.
Enemy.
Really has.
Round
Any sort of taste
भाई
here
क्या
towards the second
player है
half.
ये?
Don't go anywhere, we'll find out very
Yeah,
shortly.
we will, because we do have a bit of a treat as well coming up. We do have the one and only Mixwell standing by for us. So that'll be where we're going to in just a second. So I can't wait to hear from him. He's been in these scenarios. Let's see how that feels from the other side.
Bro, player है Sufata. Player है
One
भाई.
of the perks of being here live during finals weekend is being able to run into legends such as Mixwell, who's co-streaming here from the venue now. Welcome back to Canada. You've been here before. What do you think about the crowd so far?
I think the crowd is one of the loudest I've ever seen, to be honest. I traveled to a lot of tournaments in VCT, so they are doing a great job.
Yeah, it's very exciting to be among them now. You have a little bet when it comes to Wolves. Can you explain it to everybody what happens if Wolves win this event?
I wasn't familiar with their game. At the start of the tournament, I said that if Wolves wins the event, I'm gonna go bold. So now I'm afraid I need PRX to win today, please.
Toronto, what are the chances do you think of him going bold? Come on, are Wolves going to win this event? Oh, it's not looking good for you, Mixwell. It's not looking good. Now, some of the players on stage, you know, we've really seen their personalities. Sufat, BB, Forsaken, they're on their feet. They're hyping up the crowd. As a former player who also enjoys that atmosphere, how important is it to have that hype man on your team?
Sufat is just like me.
It's really important, especially when they are down. Some games, Wolves were down and Sufat brought Juicy back, for example. And I think it's crucial. I think that you have to play
so
with the
real,
crowd.
bro. That's so real.
You have to be in the moment. And
पिछले मैच में जूसी एक गेम में खेला ही नहीं था 0 किल पे था 50 राउंड
and a lot of people want to cheer for them as well because of that energy and now I like them.
अबे ये कौन है एपीटी लोन को क्यों शॉट आउट दे रहे हैं लोग?
All right, we shall see. I hope you do go bold at the end of this event. Thank you very much, Mixwell, for joining me, and let's see if PRX can maybe save him in the second half.
Only the fat part,
I will
Sale.
absolutely agree with is this crowd has been amazing for both teams as well.
But the second thing I will say is actually referencing back something we were talking about in the cast the other day. We do see the econ report here from Coinbase. Again, very evenly contested.
All right, good half, chat. 7-5. We just need the pistol to make it 7-0. Lock in!
On the other side of things. But just to come back to that same point, again, the resilience.
मेरे कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से
the other day, an absolute
जाना चाहिए. ये stack हो रहा है.
Yeah, really
But again, the
ये लोग तीन जन एक खेल रहे
changed on stage. You could see maybe
नहीं, दो C, दो A खेल रहे, एक B खेल रहा है.
where players like Sufat, BB.
No, they are 3C. They are 3A. Sorry.
I mean, we
I'm PRX से ही जा रही है. ना we cook.
Behind you to get you back up.
Oh नहीं, PRX default खेल रही है.
The conductor actually from the stage to be able to actually channel that.
Oh, never mind. Oh, okay.
Getting a team back online, and Wolves certainly have tapped into that here in Toronto.
All right.
मेरे को लगा ये जा रही PRX. Nice flash. Nice.
Divine headliner.
Legend.
A big player in big
Oh,
games
look at this
too.
guy.
Don't forget
Gariza.
3 pivotal kills and a stark reminder of who PRX can be.
We dictate
What a
the pace
shot,
now.
bro.
You can't sit back in the default. We'll bring the
दवाई
fight
ने
to
दे
you.
दी दवाई.
Now, YU in spring.
Crazy,
well,
bhai.
just YU left now in a 1v5. An ace needed. The Jing gonna shut
Crazy,
down
bro.
any hope of recovery.
Ooh.
Kicking off the second half with a flawless round victory.
What a round.
And you're right, I think what you said, controlling that tempo.
Crowd है.
Making their fights their own. Hard to handle
Chat.
on all occasions.
ये इसका 2% भी crowd masters इसमें नहीं था थाईलैंड में, बैंकॉक में.
PRX are gonna dial into that.
सब लोग बहुत sophisticated crowd था बैंकॉक में.
To kind of stabilize a little bit in the second half and really get to grips with what their opponent's going to try and achieve here. As again, no secrets on the way in from PRX. Stack misplaced here, so your second
बैंकॉक वाले बहुत सियाने समझते हैं. नहीं. बैंकॉक वाले प्यारे तो है भाई.
Hopefully.
Yep. And I getting looked towards Divide here, 2 away from his ult so early on. I mean, that could be there for the bonus, right? Huge.
What is that? Yeah, his third 3K or something.
One off
the map
now.
So far.
That's brilliant. Massive the attack inside. That could be lovely for them to have in the back pocket. Something that Wolves will have to deal with.
Coming to your first buy round to have that ultimate available.
Bichara.
Brutal.
Ooh. Bro, don't lose guns.
A response found.
Easy, Tiger. We shouldn't get more dangerous than this.
क्या बेट किया उसने अच्छा यार.
Jing and Forsaken keep this in control. Stop it! What has gone on? Forsaken left in a 1v2. Come on, Forsaken, surely you keep this safe. Backpedaling away, trying to play the time now. This should never have been this close.
से नहीं मरना भाई.
Being forced to move, but that got way closer.
Come down to
what is that eco?
Just one rifle.
That was horrendous.
What is that eco?
Now you're almost relying
Love
on
you,
Divide
Aryan
to be
bhai.
the turning point here. But PRX are able to get the purchase together. Jing judge, but I saw finding so much value here.
ये अभी important round आ गया chat. अगर ये देख अरे वाह कसम भाई साहब. मैं तो बता रहा हूँ जिंग का है ना काम 25 होने वाला है बाजू में बैठे माइंड फ्रीक का सॉरी.
Now again, keep in mind they do have Device ult here, so this is something you've got to see them build around, be aware of. Quick little pain shot to try and maybe delay.
I mean, Wolves are just perfectly for this. There's actually nobody here. Yes.
Actually, Wolves का भी second round ऐसा ही था.
Entry found, but it's a full 5v5 in the post.
Sketchy timing on this. And it looks like something wants to try and hold this back. They're willing to try and brawl on the site. They're not sitting deep at all here. Something wants to draw blood. PRX still standing by. Oh,
bro,
it's messy.
what?
And now there's an opportunity.
Some
PRX though,
crazy.
banking on Jing. And you know he'll give you a couple here. Beautiful from him. Now down in the 1v2.
What a round.
Incredibly difficult for CFAT BB again.
Bhai saab 4K by Jing. Stand up!
The tempo shift here on the half. Certainly.
What a big round. What a big round. Bhai saab judge chala di.
The scoreline.
भाई जिंग का हाथ कितना विफी लग रहा था ना.
Up close and personal.
Okay.
Jing 4 on the round for him. Good progress towards the showstopper as well. Gonna potentially, what should all rights have that for the next buy round here.
Love from West Bengal. PRX for the win. I am with you. Love you, yaar Vinu bhai. Thank you for the party. Stay with me. Always.
Closest and, well, actually, Lysor one away from the TP, but necessarily too impactful.
What's the status of the match? Online.
Okay. And that's a recovered weapon. No one else is here.
That's
so
something hag raha hai ye match
the game
mein.
should be given away to an extent. Obviously now, the hit being noted by YU. Trying to buy time, but it's hard to hold this back, right? It's a flood of players, full kit.
Nobody was watching, don't worry. We didn't see it.
Yeah,
we didn't see it.
All good, all good. PRX though got to steady the ship here. Can still get a little bit scary. And now Juicy does have that Vandal, right? Can they play him in? The post plant is purely on the site itself, Mike. There isn't anyone sitting deep.
Well, I mean, he's got 4 sheriffs basically to rally behind here and try and make this rifle work. Found the first. Patman's fallen.
Divine
Don't lose
now.
this at least.
Gonna have to do work here. See if BB does well. Divine.
Legend! IGL! My goal!
This man is a big player in big games, and he just had a hell of a lot of impact.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You miss it.
Oh my god.
One of the quickest aces I think we've probably ever seen.
Look at this. And they needed him. They needed this. It was all going wrong.
Bro, what a round. What a round.
Magic.
Beautiful.
पप्पी दे मेरे तरफ से. ना for real इतना close आना नहीं चाहिए था round. Eco rounds बहुत close आ रहे भाई.
They're getting close, Wolves, right? They're
That's
getting
not good,
close
that's
on
not
these
good.
rounds, getting a little bit scary. But the scoreline looking good for PRX.
9-7.
9-7, a buy back in hand for Wolves. though.
जिनका ult आ गया.
They have to stop the rock
Swift का ult है retake के लिए. W PRX for the win. Love from London और भाई. Oh भाई साहब Jimtax straight from London. Love you मेरे भाई.
BB's ultimate.
Thank you so much for the €2. Crazy.
Around, obviously retrieve. All about side C. There's a bit of a gap here with
international audience.
Solo anchor towards A. Obviously, possibility here. Batman and second player actually to come across fairly quickly, but.
Well, here comes the test.
डाल दे. Oh, they are cooking something.
So Lysol will be noted, draws the paranoia. Okay, counter on counter. They can't hear a thing here. Divide though, unaffected, unfazed. 35 seconds getting close now. The paranoia burnt early, and Lysol needs to be ready. This is a lot of pressure coming his way. You're going to hear the ult coming out to secure the plant, but Lysol still does the damage. Can't do the dance though with Forsaken. And that's a beautiful captaincy by BB. Punishing Jing on the push-up. And now the plant gets hindered. Problems now mounting. Spring at the door, and now it's just on Divide. Position noted earlier, they should be aware. But this man's dangerous. But
Bro, they
not
overcooked
today.
this round, Chad. They overcooked this
Back
round.
within touching distance.
We said we needed them to find
आदित्य
a
बोल रहा है
response
उसको PRX की ऑफर आई थी.
Finally,
काय की ऑफर?
stop that string of rounds.
Thank you Dimas bhai for the 40 rupees.
Getting costly here.
काय की ऑफर Dimas bhai?
Both sides. And showstopper shut down here from Jing, desperate to try and convert.
It's broken the money from PRX.
Yeah, it has,
See
yeah,
how
I mean,
close
it's-
these rounds have been.
Bro, what? PRX के पास पैसा नहीं है.
A walk in the park for that string of rounds, but Jing looking to put this rifle to work. Start of round 18.
He's had a feel-good round not too long ago.
Oh, look at that.
Miela re, Miela, I go.
So sick! You think Wolves are just another team? They're certainly not very ready for what PRX wanted to bring. Forsaken picking up what feels like the cursed rifle at this point. Just dropping hand to hand. Divided well last time in a scenario not too dissimilar to this, but not be able to get it this time. Yeah, handled. Wolves fully ready.
Something just walking into a
Is this
blender.
eliminator match? No. ये मैच में अगर PRX जीती है तो वो लोग ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में आएंगे. आदित्य what a hottie.
There was, yeah, the second is here.
No escape, really. God.
And that's, yeah, I didn't even, yeah, Jing's forced into the line of sight as well, so. Great little setup here from Wolves will actually get them a second round. Force a
Thank you for the
timeout as well
potty,
for
Sriyan
PRX.
bhai. Hope you good. Chimtax भाई ने 2 अच्छा पाउंड्स होता है ये.
Required to stand on our own
भाई
2 feet
पाउंड
now
से
for the
यूरोस नहीं.
remainder.
अच्छा. अरे जिमटैक्स भाई एक्चुअली मैं कभी गया नहीं हूँ ना लंदन वगैरह. आप अगर भेज दोगे 100 पाउंड्स वगैरह ना तो मैं आ जाऊंगा उधर और फिर मेरे को समझ जाएगा. बाकी कुछ सीन नहीं. Thank you so much for the 2 pounds मेरे भाई. Love you.
It looked good. But then these last two.
Sai Padi, thank you for the 40 rupees. Harsh bhai, I have the same mousepad which Dawai have. हाँ क्या? कौन सा है उसके पास? देखा नहीं मैंने. Thank you for the 40 by the way, Sai bhai.
Find themselves in a really good position actually here in terms of defensive ultimates. They got one away from the lockdown. Springs one off the pit.
Oh, true, yeah.
2 more for Juicy to find the showstopper.
Eco round है ना ये? नहीं eco round तो हो गया. Something कितने किल पे?
Defensive ult cycle.
अरे 9 किल पे हग रहा भाई. अभी पैटमैन का आज दिन नहीं है ना तो फिर जीजी लिख दो चैट. आज अपना फिर कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा अगर पैटमैन का दिन नहीं चल रहा है ना. मतलब PRX की उल्टी गिनती है.
Even here a broken purchase. If you look at some of the
GSRSE2 GSRSE मेरे पास भी है. Jatin bhai, thank you for the responsible for the power gang goal. Lala.
This was the one from the timeout, right?
Oh, he got team flash.
Plan in mind for PRX.
Thank you so much, Jatin bhai.
Last check-in with the coaching staff, unless we get.
Dawai के पास ult है.
He's getting a little active here as well, actually.
Off the back of a timeout.
Bro,
why
look
not?
at them.
Traditional reaction.
Oh my
PRX
god.
aware.
Oh.
There's 3 players in that smoke. You may think there's 1, but will he expect all 3? Quick enough to find 1. Great paranoia from Forsaken as well. Do they try and go on the hunt from this? Oh, the TP's
Crazy
lovely.
TP.
big investment on that, but I like the idea behind it.
Juicy ka position is crazy.
It's, yeah, Juicy still standing here, pops the ult, plays it well. Oh, catching Jing mid-air! He can't get away from him. Brought back to life before from CUBB, and now he's standing on his own 2 feet. Divide left. Oh,
now we lost chat. 9-11 हो जाएगा इसके बाद अभी.
Doesn't even know it. You thought that TP might have cut right through him, it didn't. The Wolves still standing together, fighting together. Divide does what he can.
Divide का aim चल रहा है भाई.
Wolves taking the lead.
Juicy क्या खेला है यार.
Executed to perfection here. Get a crucial trade from Juicy, but then to find the second the showstopper comes through, that splash damage. I can't believe that even catches on Jing. Outrageous scene.
एक बंदे ने राउंड घुमा दिया यार.
Are you starting to believe now? The way this half started, I thought it was going to go kind of par for course, right? What you'd expect. The Wolves once again proving they are lethal about their business. So we go again. Money not looking good.
Batman or something का बहुत rough game है.
It's a sheriff. It's a
bro. 3 stingers, 1 sheriff.
Brought together from the bargain bin basically here. Can they make something with it? Ooh, a little bit of chip on the way. Position now noted. Super BB on the site here. Still got C's and his Prowlers, but they are fast to this lights on court sleeping. Not expecting the pace. Juicy, a wild play through the smoke. Gonna find 2, but Spring's now here.
अबे अल्ट चला देता यार दवाई.
For now, it Wolves' side.
Not great here for Pac-Man though.
Oh, do you really
They will know वो लोग push करेंगे.
He certainly doesn't feel safe to just stick the plant out, so they're waiting for something. Does have the ultimate here, but again, 2v3 doesn't feel good.
And that chip on Pac-Man too, they're starting to feel it. Something's going to have to go nuclear. Try and save the day, but none of these fights, these engagements are fair for him. YU does well, even Pac-Man with 21 HP, and not a prayer to be had. Wolves again now, round by round, taking this away from PRX.
A hit, 11 here. This is
God.
Getting into some really awkward territory now. You can see there's effectively a force up here. Ultimates aplenty. Talking about some of those defensive ultimates here for Wolves.
क्या रे हग्गू PRX को तू क्यों सपोर्ट कर रहा? मैं नहीं कर रहा यार.
It lies here for PRX. This is going to take up the lion's share. Obviously, the round loss bonus is going to be a consideration, but could potentially face Wolves here on map point on a broken buy.
On PRX's map choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
It all starts to compound here, but they're not there yet. 4 in a row, unanswered.
And with 100 Jatin by.
Money looking solid. We're gonna need a PRX round.
Who's next?
Gonna need someone to step up, and it looks like something wants to try and trailblaze his way forward. Good info. 2 spotted.
पिछले राउंड में क्यों नहीं करे ये लोग ने? क्यों नहीं किए? That 2 good ults.
Oh, the paranoia was fine on one, but it doesn't find Juicy. Still standing, still breathing. Forsaken gonna find the trade out towards Lights on. Nice from PRX. Unwilling to relent on the site now. Spring and what? Oh my God, what a shot. Couldn't get the second.
Thank God, bro.
YU, a 1v3. This would be something special. But a lifeline for PRX. Jump spot towards street, that's from Divide. Time's been bought, couldn't get the punish fast enough. And now they know the position. The cross should be the death of YU. I say should. Yeah, they're not giving him an inch here. Very well handled by PRX in the end. They had to keep their cool there.
Almost a lifeline here in terms of the bigger picture.
Time out ले लिए बे.
Brings it within 1. Not allowing Wolves to really sit back on their laurels and rely on these ultimates.
भाई Juicy ने जो आरती उतारी है ना, love you Juicy for that.
Kill, the paranoia almost setting things in motion, but
भाई Juicy ने एक और मारा उसके बाद.
Just absolutely
bulldozing. Juicy हर बार reload करता है, टाइम निकाल के भागता है.
Those were your last words.
Wolves are.
What do we do, chat? What do we do? What do we do? Call दूँ कुछ? Shit, bro, I'm confused. क्या call दूँ लेकिन?
almost a stacked deck here in terms of this cycle.
Yeah, it starts looking a bit scary, and that
Simple plan है. Simple. आवाज आ रहा अभी? Simple plan है, मेरी बात सुनो. Fuck A. Cut noise. Go back A again. Cause A is only working. C गए, game खत्म. Round हार गए, समझ जाना. Please don't go C. It's A, which will give you the W. Understand? Love you.
Do you have any kind of set pieces around these ultimates? You're really looking towards Spring and YU to mitigate that risk.
Please call कर दो PRX को. Gymtex भाई काम हो चुका है. Thank you for the 5 pounds. Thank you so much for the huge 5 pounds. Gymtex भाई. HR भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया, लिखा है हर्ष भाई ये कॉटन कैंडी को फेविकॉल दो जरा. स्वीफर्ट को तू कॉटन कैंडी बोल रहा है.
Maybe a C's perhaps, who knows, but you're seeing the way that PRX want to pass.
Well, first time the stars align for
Thank you so much yaar Gymtex bhai for the huge 5 pounds. Love you. Oh
shit. Here we go. Already Paint Shell comes in, C's not going to find it, but the reveal is fantastic. Juicy going to go down, Forsaken doubling in. This is lovely from them. See if Baby does answer back in kind, but PRX aren't stopping. They want the site.
Good flash?
Yeah,
nice, huge flash.
Yeah, that's stunning.
Let's freaking go.
Singular in approach, just banking on themselves.
They gotta save this, right? Nah, they are rich, bro. They are so rich.
A haymaker thrown from PRX and it lands once more.
Thank you Ace God for the 3 months support, 3 milestone. हगरे तो चल अभी चुपचाप 5 ये कर दे. Giveaway.
It shouldn't be possible, and it is.
Bro, he had his
in the end to add the full stop to that sentence. But it is 11-11, Mike. PRX have found what they needed.
उसके लिए खेलना था, अगले राउंड के लिए खेलना था.
The money's still in place for Wolves, and you're looking at those ults. They become such a heavy factor, but this reveal was everything.
Lysor, unfortunately, still in the committed position. Fat BB, unfortunately, I guess, just caught off guard by the flash. Tried to turn it, but even so, you connect that first shot, you've got 2-3 more members of PRX staring you down. PRX maybe feels as if they found the rest
ये राउंड तो Wolves का है भाई, उनके पास 50 अल्ट है.
Slower approach this time around. No resistance shown early on at least.
यो ना ये पे 3 जन है, ऑलरेडी मर जाएंगे PRX. अरे ये स्प्रिंग निकाल लिया भाई. Bro, उसको एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं करेंगे. Oh my God! Look at Divide, bro.
It's fake, but Divide completely unawares. They hadn't seen this sort of look before. But if anything, it encourages his approach towards A.
Get around.
He does have the showstopper as well, though.
Yeah, this is going to get tense. Both players stuck on the back of the site now. Ready for the swing, but not ready for the shot. Lights or handles Forsaken, waiting for the pop. And the Owen Jinx landed it. 3v3 now. Tension rising. Something holding the push through the door on the other side now. Rewarded. Nice from him. Man advantage and plant next on the cards.
युविका का ult है, अब तक कुछ बोल नहीं सकते.
The response comes through from Patman, but
मर मत please. गया round गया.
They've got to react to it now. Something, it wasn't clean enough. Jing, what do you do?
He's caught.
What do you do?
They can just stick it.
Yeah. I can't believe it. YU just has to hold guard. And for Jing, he just has to stand back and watch as the 12th gets taken away in the final hour of regulation. Wolves take the lead.
See here, the purchase going to be rough for Wolves, but they find that response, finally finding the opportunity to invest the lockdown. I mean, it's another situation where you just see Forsaken again, just digging so deep. Jing hitting the drive-by as well.
Why did Batman have to fight alone, bro? Why was he fighting that alone?
This is one ultimately that can bail Jing out in that situation. They're coming into this though. Wolves still have a pit, still have a showstopper. Big tools to work with here in round 24. The moment of silence will drop. PRX poised now. Cover going out. Once again, it's like
Batman form में नहीं है बे. वही लफड़ा है main.
Catch him drifting away here, not necessarily looking committed. It being Jing, obviously. The the tip of the spear on some of these set pieces, but PaperX are actually going to contact up.
And it all feels like the calm before the storm.
Wolves almost scratching their heads here. They invest the pit over, expecting maybe that with that information, PaperX
Last round है भाई, वो लोग सब डाल देंगे. What
The
a
info, but are you ready for the hit? How do you play it for Lysor? Oh my god, he's going for the heroics. Oh, he went for the heroics and it worked out for one. Not going to get a second as PaperX now finds stability on the site. Into the post plant, something playing a little further
The
ahead.
Vaika
He wants
ult
a
hai.
one and done and back away. No one's given him that yet though. And the time ticking for PaperX here. This is good
Bhai,
for them.
Juicy का ult is
Still
gonna be
ults in
huge.
play, though. Juicy has his. You've heard that invested. Flies on the site, but something does well.
Nice.
Gets one back. The showstopper does one. Wait, something got lost. And a trade for Spring. It's into a 2v2. It ain't over yet. You're looking at the post plan for Devi and Jing here. Can they hold on to this? Paint shell posted by some seconds. They needed to stay
Nice.
alive. Devi digging
Satchels
deep.
है, दो
And they're
satchels है.
not dead yet. They're not done yet. You should have killed them when you had a chance. PaperX bringing it back to 12 apiece.
Of course we see overtime here on the first map of this series. An insane exchange here throughout the second
Something
half.
क्या कर रहा था पद्दूराम?
Showing
तारे जमीन पर गेम प्ले.
brazen approach.
No fear.
Almost their
No, wait.
trademark
What?
game plan
This
here.
POV was crazy. Oh my
I gotta say it.
god.
Seemingly up to the challenge. Everything gets reset now for round 25. Those ultimates will be reset as well. I mean, Wolves in a perfect position to close out now, but back onto the attacking side.
Mods कोई chat में #masters को stream डाल दो ना.
They've read it. They've read it really well here.
Same piece we've seen previously.
And it worked out well.
Nice lead!
Trade in the end, but this time,
Nice
Jing,
one.
something in unison. They're not going to let him even have a chance.
ये
into
डाल देना
this.
mods.
Denied
Title
from
में
the
last
very
में ना
word go.
ये डालना.
Force one back in. They're taking the fight. You can't do that. PaperX locked in on this. A 4v2. They should find stability, Mike.
Please कोई डाल देना.
But Wolves look, they're unwilling to back away. They don't want to go
They're
elsewhere.
expecting PaperX to rotate away from this and give up the space, but PaperX reading this perfectly. Still got both extremities controlled as well, so
It's so difficult. They need a freebie. They need something,
Nice.
and it ain't happening. PaperX looking
Good
sharp
freaking
here.
round, bro.
Right read, right place,
Good freaking
right
round.
shots.
Chat 4 second IGL करता है ना?
draw first.
4 second दवाई दोनों IGL करते हैं शायद. Bro, what a raid.
The back of the C's nade. This time around, no casualties, no trade found.
Relax. Not done until it's done, chat. Not done until it's done. Relax.
Wolves had to call a timeout here ahead of the second round.
चड्डी फट चुकी है उठेगा नहीं अभी ये सुई फैट एक राउंड जीतना है बस चुपचाप बैठ जाएगा जब उठेगा ना एक सुई डाल देना नीचे सुई फैट का सुई निकल जाएगा ठीक है नहीं अरे नहीं सही खेल रहे खेलो बस
But yeah, again, usually with Wolves you'd be talking about, this unknown quantity and, hard to read and stuff like that. The fact that we're talking about actually there is some familiarity between these two teams, it makes it a little bit more interesting because
Thank you,
we've seen
GD
kind of counters to both approaches.
Yeah.
PaperX showing they're able to dismantle those defaults, and
Alright,
Wolves also
boys.
looking as if they're
One
very adept
round.
at dealing with
Attack.
early round aggression. And
Go A. Go A.
I'm with you on that one.
उसका मतलब क्या? Go A.
Again, you look at PaperX, they are a legacy team here, right? And they have that one destination in mind, that final stop. The Wolves standing in their way of that grand final. And it's down to the wire between these two. So we go again. Similar scenes.
USA में माइल होता ना.
It almost looks like rinse and repeat, but Jing this time is fast.
No,
oh,
nice.
He does get it. Mysore has gone down.
Legend.
Looked a little
Nahi.
late, but YU swings in. Oh!
Nice. अरे यार उसको सेकंड कैसे मिला?
Spike just behind the wall as well. Not necessarily a comfortable push out here.
That's
for
both
Wolves
players.
to control. Yeah, Divine.
Oh, they are giving away the spike.
They've been given an opportunity to reset a little bit here, but find themselves in a 2v3.
Oh, I thought they were leaving Divide there. God.
Stream snipe कर रही है PRX.
So no paranoia. Going to be a little gap on a follow-up smoke here. Spark
How did they?
Juicy still got satchels.
ये दादा.
Spring still with a snake bite, so a couple of tools here at Wolves' disposal.
Oh, it's so tense now. You're going to need someone to over-deliver.
Nice,
and they
nice.
do! PRX take it deep, and Spring can't stand! PRX, it took so long to get there, but that legacy team holding strong on map 1.
Let us freaking go, bhai saab. What a game, bhai. What a game. Ale?
Hey, standing pistol round, huh?
Ale?
Nice!
Dude, he's legit NPC cool, they should take it.
क्या हो गया भाई? खड़ा नहीं रहा फिर? हाँ? Again. Bro, what a game. What a game we had, Chad. What a game. What a game. नो हिट फॉर सुफैट. नो हिट भाई, नो हिट. उसके वजह से वाइप है भाई पूरे टूर्नामेंट में, मजाक से हटके. उसके बिना टूर्नामेंट में कोई इतना मचान नहीं करता. जो ये चिल्लम चिल्ली और चिल्ला रहे ना भाई. लक्ष्य भाई क्या गेम था यार ये.
हाँ ना भाई, ये लोग, ये मेरे को तो लगता है वुल्व्स निकालेगी अगला मैप.
आई फील द सेम.
That was a crazy run by PRX. Excited to see this team
Yeah.
with champs. GG entry 2-1. What is that, bro?
That's what I feel is this
Huh?
prediction.
Oh my god, मेरा Twitter is. ये करो screen share.
हेट नहीं कर रहे यार, हम बस मस्करी कर रहे हैं. पेस्ट लव यू, थैंक यू फॉर द स्पॉन्सर. ऑलराइट, चैट अप टाइम्स. मिस्टर अननोन. What a home.
हाँ?
अरे उसको हो रहा है, वो उसको ये.
नहीं, वो कोई बैकग्राउंड आवाज है भाई.
अरे नहीं, उसकी आवाज है.
अरे अरे वहाँ कसम डेंजर. ड्रिप में बैठा है भाई.
एक सेकंड, लेकिन भाई ये कमोड का आवाज कहाँ से आ रहा है?
कमोड का आवाज.
देखो.
हाँ भाई, उसने कुछ तो लगाया है, वो बस उल्टा सीधा आवाज.
What the hell, bro? Aryaman, thank you for the party on Google Pay. W PRX. They won, yes they did, Ella, just because you left. Thank you so much.
अरे नेक्स्ट वीडियो बघितलीस काय?
हो.
त्याचं रूप तुझ्या एवढाच आहे.
आ गए.
उसका गेस रैंक तो करो.
किसका? इसका?
हाँ.
जिस हिसाब से भाई ने ड्रिप किया है उस हिसाब से ब्लू गॉड ब्लेस यू.
Platinum 2.
Diamond. Ooh.
Nice, bro.
Jim tags, thank you for the £2. Can anyone do a watch party or do you need the rights? You need a right. You need a crazy right from High Court. Best thank you for the 16 months. Love you so much, man. ये watching अब 1 million भी होने हैं. Of course, 1 million watching one day. It will be real. Thank you, Pace, for the 16 months. Love you, bro. 2 लाख का सेटअप.
और कीबोर्ड क्या है ये?
What is this horrendous keyboard?
वो HyperX वाली यूज कर रहा है क्या इसने कीज? क्या बोलते हैं जो भी है.
नहीं अरे ये दूसरा वाला कीबोर्ड है.
क्या है?
दूसरा वाला कीबोर्ड है, बाकी ये मस्त है भाई। PS5 गेमिंग ऑन टॉप।
नाइस ब्रो।
नाइस ब्रो।
कोजी सेटअप।
हंसी।
अरे भाई सब टेबल पे चिपका के रख दिया है। उसके पास पेंगू है बे। उसके पास पेंगू है हर्ष भाई। उसने पोस्टर भी लगा के रखा है।
ओ ये क्या है?
हाँ वो तुमको नोट ये नहीं पता क्या?
क्या
नोट?
अच्छा हाँ, पता दिस इज ब्यूटीफुल। चॉकलेट ना ये बेबी डांसिंग विथ मी, यू आर माय स्टार। ये व्हाट इन द वर्ल्ड इज दिस नेम?
वो K-pop टच माय बॉडी और बूटी क्या है?
बॉडी है बॉडी। चेटअप का पैसा ड्रिप में लगा दिया। ये जूते यहाँ नहीं होते बाय द वे।
ओ भाई
दोनों में से मेरे को एक भी पसंद नहीं आ रहा क्लच भाई, लेकिन सीरियसली।
ठीक है भाई, तो आपकी नापसंद पसंद से थोड़ी चलती है दुनिया। उसने वो जूते बेचेगा ना, उसका पूरा गेमिंग सेटअप बन जाएगा लगता है।
लेता है कोई जूते ऐसा? ये बेचेगा तो मतलब ये बेचेगा अगर तो कौन लेगा?
लेते हैं
नहीं है ना? ओ ये देखो भाई, ये प्राइसिंग क्या है? तेरे को चाहिए ना लिंक? थैंक यू।
ओ भाई $150
मतलब
ठीक तो है। $150 मतलब 10-12 हजार। ऐसा ही प्राइस की तो मिलता है सब कुछ यही प्राइस का मिलता है भाई।
12,000 का सिर्फ?
तुम उधर पे भाई हर्ष भाई, वो थाईलैंड वाला तो और महंगा था, 18,000 का था। वहां पे जो ड्रिप मिल रहा था वैलोरेंट का हुडी।
ऐसा?
हाँ
ये कितने का है?
$30 का।
मतलब कितना हुआ?
$30 देखो ना कितना हुआ।
1800 रुपए। हाँ थाईलैंड में भी 1800 का ही था। 24। क्लच भाई को बुलाई करेंगे आज G2 वर्सेस फनाटिक के मैच के बाद। 5 पाउंड देके बुलाइए क्लच भाई।
5 पाउंड देके?
यस। क्या कहना है आपका?
Gotta stay humble bro, gotta stay humble. No toxicity, gotta stay humble. A game's a game.
Final predictions I feel is gonna to be G2 versus Wolves Grand Finals. Thank you so much, yeah, Jim Tags Bhai, for the 5 freaking pounds. And thank you so much, UltraViz, for the sponsor. Welcome back to the Pow Gang, bro. UltraViz Gaming.
इंडिया तो इंग्लैंड में मचा रही है भाई।
आ गया?
हाँ भाई, सेंचुरी हाफ सेंचुरी।
Why is this red? बट ये क्या, ये घर है होटल है क्या सीन भाई?
नाइस ब्रो।
नहीं मैं हम एक्चुअली इसने ना ये कोई तो एक विला में गया है भाड़े का रहने के लिए, इसलिए उसने ये फोटो डाला है।
अबे
खुद का? अरे नहीं खुद का नहीं हो सकता यार। खुद का रहता तो 10-15 मेंबरशिप नहीं गिफ्ट होते।
सही बात है। और मेरे को कम से कम वो 100 रुपए तो दे ही देता।
मेरे भाई जब से तूने अपने साइडों की और ये पीछे के बाल बढ़ाने स्टार्ट करे ना, ये वाले बैक वाले, ये वाले और ये वाले, जब से तूने ये बाल लंबे लंबे करने स्टार्ट किए हैं, तब से मेरे भाई तू एक नंबर का चोर लगता है अपने मोहल्ले का सबसे बड़ा। अपने दोस्तों से पूछ के देख लियो।
करेक्ट।
तेरे दोस्त भी तेरे को चोर समझते हैं और हंसी मजाक उड़ाते हैं। कटवाले मेरे भाई,
एकदम करेक्ट।
छिचोरा और गली का छपरी लगता है तू। नहीं लगता तू अच्छा, छोटे बाल में अच्छा लगता था पहले की जैसे।
सही बात है, एकदम करेक्ट।
ऐसा ऐसा चैट। तनिष भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया, लिखा है हर्ष भाई टी शर्ट एक्सचेंज के लिए रिप्लाई कर दो। अरे तूने कहां भेजा है भाई? तेरा डीएम ही ढूंढ रहा था मैं। तूने मेल किया है वो सपोर्ट मेल पे? क्योंकि मेरे डीएम ढूंढ रहा, तुम्हारा डीएम नहीं मिल रहा है। तनिष भाई थैंक यू फॉर द पार्टी। एस गॉड विद द 1 गिफ्टेड। शायद वो एस गॉड का घर था। अच्छा नहीं, ये एस गॉड को फ्री की मेंबरशिप मिली तो इसने एक मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट किया। डब्ल्यू मेरे भाई,
क्या बात है यार।
यू आर गॉड।
Shut up guys.
अल्ले
What is he doing?
Bro, वो सो रहा था.
उसके मुंह में उसने हाँ
Nah, you don't deserve him.
bro.
That was horrendous. क्या बोल रहा है?
Like nerfs again, once again, towards the end of first map. And I think stamina shouldn't be an issue because we had a 3 days break previously, so I think we will be fine.
I hope so. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, and they.
Wow, beautiful.
इस बे my type करी यार.
ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस, हाँ.
Same मैं हरा आ जाए सच.
Wow.
वापस.
तुमको मालूम आज मैं वो एक गेम खेलता हूँ ना, उसमें मैं ना 6-0 के लीड पे था, ठीक है, 6 गोल मार दिया था मैंने, एंड फिर मैं मस्ती में खेलने लग गया और ऐसा खेलने लग गया कि उसको चांस देने लग गया, क्या जानबूझ के बॉल दे रहा हूँ, जानबूझ के बॉल दे रहा हूँ, तो 5-6 हो गया और फिर +2 हो गया था, 90+2, उसमें का 1 ही मिनट बचा था, मैं बोला क्या ही गोल मारेगा, चलो उसको फेयर करते हैं, उसको बॉल दे देते हैं, मैंने किक ऑफ किया, उसको बॉल दे दिया, उसने 6 ऑल कर दिया 6-0 से, एंड फिर एक्स्ट्रा टाइम गया, एक्स्ट्रा टाइम में 7-7 हुआ और पेनाल्टीज पे वो जीत गया.
Oh my God, bro. क्या थ्रो करते हो?
हाँ, मेरे को डिप्रेशन हो गया, फिर मैंने PS5 अपना बंद कर दिया.
अच्छा.
Little checkpoints to save parts of the map they have, and then being able to call back into that really late. I think a lot of teams.
अच्छा, check email once. Yeah, sure. Discord link invalid! Exclamation Discord डालो, आ जाएगा link.
Same on defense. To me, this feels like a really strong map for Wolves to bounce back.
Overtime, वो इसमें होता है foot champs.
Give themselves, like you said, a lot of these openings. The thing is, though, is that we have seen now a couple times PRX kind of feed the beast one too many times here, and I think with Deadlock and the way
Real
that this
Padu
team can
in
play
all
this
games.
one, Mimi, this could be quite problematic for them if they're not careful and checking their P's and Q's.
For sure, yeah. They have to be on point.
Jinga on Omen?
Calculated risks, but
Oh,
it doesn't
Ascent
pay
है.
off in the first game.
Wait, Ascent पे वो Omen खेलता है?
PRX
वो तो Icebox पे Ascent, Icebox पे Omen खेलता था.
Something, you know, more standard in this case. They've moved away from the Gecko and the Raze. I had a feeling
I didn't know Jing played Ascent पे Omen as well.
They're sticking with this double.
यार ये लोग डबल सेंटिनल खेलते हैं ना Wolves वाले Ascent पे.
I think they've always been strong on defense, especially Device looked great. But this is much more sensible in terms of the rest of the utility. You're going to put a lot into something. I'm looking at what he can do with the AWP, starting on this defensive side, and what protocols Wolves have to deal with that.
Another player that we have to look at is Patman. Very quiet performance in the first map, something that is very, very different from what we've been seeing for the rest of the tournament from him.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot of responsibility.
प्रदीप भाई को कोई रिप्लाई कर दो यार, प्रदीप भाई मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है. I don't think so. अगर वो मुंबई आ रहा है तो वो मुंबई सर्वर ही खेल लेगा. पता नहीं यार.
He's going to have a tall task ahead of him.
It's time for Ella to go back.
See how this one plays out, because really it feels
Isn't
like
double sentinel better for defense, but you have a backhand when attacking, so they are 50-50.
One of the things that PRX have to take
ज़्यादा दिमाग लगा लिया आपने, सोने जाओ अभी.
Number one is YU, because he's going to be most likely the one that is playing outside of the pack.
1-1 या 2-0.
नहीं, जिस हिसाब से डबल सेंटिनल ले लिया है उन लोगों ने, मेरे हिसाब से they are victorifying on this, and PRX is playing this composition for the first time here, I feel, and that's why I feel they are cooked.
Here, casters who very much want a map 3. Here's Pansy and Hypok.
And you really can't blame us after map 1. 14-12, it tipped the way of PRX in OT. But what a wild ride it was to get there. Now on Ascent though, Mike, has this changed any of your expectations?
I mean, you look at this, really, the upset would have come from Lotus for me. If Wolves could close out here, PRX struggled domestically here on Ascent. They obviously have the loss to Genji previously here, sorry.
No Sentinel in PRX, हाँ वही तो Wolves ने ले लिया ना उनके जगह पे.
Series and force a third, because split should be an absolute barn burner if we get there.
Please, look, I
always delivers, man. A split decider always.
पहले भी खेलिए बूम के अगेंस्ट और T1 के अगेंस्ट. अच्छा, ठीक है.
Let's see if they can get there first.
Gotcha.
For PRX though, in their minds, there's always been
all right,
one goal.
boys. PRX is defending.
Right? This team put together
without a Sentinel.
The drawing board to rebuild.
There was a great line from Devi, I think, in one of the interviews, talking about every time he sees the champs LA finisher in game. It haunts him. A couple of them actually just saw them brought up on map 1.
So again, you've got to have been starving to truly understand hunger. And for PRX, they've never really got that first place. Not when it mattered. So for them, probably the best chance they've had in a minute's time. But still, it will be Wolves on the attack, PRX on the defending side. Something.
How did he get there?
Towards middle, but will be warded away.
Back on the Sheriff actually here. QC with a flash. Close and personal. Sean actually Forsaken caught.
Horrendous. How is he peeking like that?
I haven't filled that space yet, but there is still 2 players on this side of the map for PRX. So Patman's still here. Jing's still on this side too. Slow and steady again for Wolves. It looks like PRX wants this back, but it's just going to end up being a brawl, isn't it? They're ahead of the smoke, but what's the... There isn't any. So Jing and Patman do really well. Eventually they traded effectively though. Wolves keep the man to the good, and they get the side for themselves.
Man to the good, something down to 34 HP as well. But 2 Sheriffs on the side of PRX here. Good pack a punch here on the retake. For a spam, actually exchange back and forth. Still got a drone in play here for CUFAT BB.
That is lovely. Gonna have to keep themselves tucked in on this. I think both potentially spotted, and that was huge for this. Something can't get the shot. CUFAT BB off to a great beginning.
Pistol round जीत गए यार attack में वो लोग.
You got to make it work on these attacking sides.
Absolutely do. Talked about that being the main objective on Lotus. He did deliver.
Enemy remaining.
Something.
Nice War Gaming YD channel.
Economy building, as Mimi mentioned, we can get done with the operator potentially on the defensive side. Always a factor on Ascent. Right here. We've always had the tools to really prevent that from happening. Fairly invested here on round 2 as well. Respect being shown. On a Sheriff, Bulldogs across the board.
भाई सब अगले round में चले गए अपन.
Actually, with that round 1, CUFAT BB already halfway to the Hunter's Fury as well. So looking for further progress potentially.
Iko नहीं निकाल पाएगी. ये round 2-0.
Last map 2. These rounds aren't free. When it comes to that second round, even just a Sheriff, even just classics. PRX will make something out of it. For now, though, again, it's a considered approach from Wolves, taking their time around the map, doing their due diligence. And CUFAT BB will be working towards, as said, that, or I imagine probably getting priority on that here. Caution needs to be shown. That deep haunt over towards B, you should have seen on the mini-map. Pretty indicative that no one's there, and the connection of the knife. So they should be pretty locked in for what's happening.
I have the spike.
Considering.
पीछे आ रहे. ये फेक कर रहे. इतना फेक वेक करने की क्या जरूरत है? जाके फाइट ले लो. उनके पास पिस्टल्स है सिर्फ. हार जाएंगे वो लोग. So ये pinch हो रहा है. Oh, he's gonna flash that.
Very deep position. Labored, but why?
जाओ डायरेक्ट यार खाली फुकट क्यों इधर उधर जाने की जरूरत है?
Springboard through this, unless someone wants to smoke. Now you can't. Now you're held back. It feels like the anti-PRX, doesn't it? But they still find a way through. Divide up and over the top, but
now that's horrendous.
It's very difficult to find much surprise, even ahead of maybe that deadlock util. You've got to be cautious. Again, you can afford losing one player, that being Spring. The rest you don't want to lose, and YU took a risk, but he should be fine here. Yes, stability looking good. CUFAT BB going to be building very close to that. Lovely round in the end from Wolves there, Mike.
That was horrendous.
Initially, CUFAT BB did have the spike, but can't coming through elsewhere. Still, fantastic progress made.
I got scared here, though.
Very, very worried, yeah. And the Bulldogs sometimes can be a little hard to tame.
ये round है important. This is a buy round for PRX. यार लेकिन अगर defense ही नहीं जीत रही ना PRX तो sorry attack नहीं sorry defense नहीं जीत रही ना PRX तो attack नहीं जीत पाएगी cause उनके पास double sentinel है.
Doable here for Wolves. Actually 2 light shields on the side of PRX as well for something and for Sagan.
Oh, they're going facking A.
Every front though, PRX here. Pressure down B main, pressure down cap, pressure on towards A main. It's a really risky ploy. I guess it does burn some of that early util for Wolves though, so there is that, and they're really committing the paranoia on that too.
Cover going out.
Spam the spam. Spam the spam though.
If Spring even comes out positive in any of this, it would be incredible for him. In the meantime, Spike's going, Mike.
Spike B पहुंच गया यार.
Show presence or something actually. Forsaken's walked all the way up as well.
They don't know about Forsaken. Oh,
what a shot! That was a nasty shot.
And it might be the green light to go towards B. Still a player to hold
Davai,
his Divide
my
down
goat.
low.
Goated.
Still standing and still breathing on 35. He takes YU out of the equation. Now starting to flounder a bit. You can see it with Wolves. This was only their bonus, but still
35
struggling
seconds.
to find the landing on this up against the 4 remaining for PRX.
By mid se aa rahi hai.
Look at that mid lurk coming into effect too, but that's not going to find the value they want. And
Wow.
yes, something clean within. Lysor still making something of this
aa gaya mid se.
paranoia. If he can get through here, oh my god, it's risky off the back, but still.
15 seconds.
And now the smoke dissipates on. Oh! The smoke
Nah,
going down.
that was a
CT
huge kill.
Chance it, Divide tries to find that second before the paranoia lands, but 8 seconds now. Stop it, Wolves! One by one, they are taking down PRX, and Jing seems unaware of the possibility of Spring being so close. Smokes of his own and a couple of TPs.
They're losing this.
How do you divide and conquer this? I
Huh?
do not know.
Alle?
But all eyes drawn to that potential in the smoke. Jing steps forward, smoke goes down, and Spring finds him.
Bonus हार गए यार बंटाए.
Conversion on the bonus here. Talked about the threat with all those Bulldogs. It looks like PRX initially come out with a win to catch this kill, but not just that, the information that Wolves are descending upon B site for some key pieces of utility, key damage towards Divide in that initial exchange.
You can finally
अबे यार चैट ये बेकार था.
Get themselves the upper hand here to kick off map 2.
And I'm waiting
Weakest map पे PRX का ये. Ah shit, we are cooked.
Because I feel like once you get PRX on the attack, they come into their own, right? Able to control the tempo, kind of do what they please. But if you can stake a good claim for yourselves, the opportunity's yours. Why you? Quick reminder, the PRX are lethal no matter the weaponry. And that is going to be an upgrade for something. Might pass that over depending on the shield situation, but still, good stall.
What a nade, bro. Crazy
Massive.
timing for the nade. Oh shit, did he TP? No, he did not. Now he did.
There's a lot of targets that all could be sent towards.
Oh, 1 HP,
But
nice.
Divide in the meantime, gonna take
This
down
is
Juicy. Hold on,
actually
this is
winnable,
not
chat.
Completely secure by any means. They're in a 3v3, sure, but look at the HP of Lysor. See if that BB does have his ult, but I don't think he can get away from that default plant spot.
Recon है क्या?
So Spring waiting.
Recon है.
Now sees that. Forsaken, are you aware?
अरे 4 second लाला.
Two players on site can focus towards short.
Nah.
Nice from Spring,
Okay.
but he goes down.
2v2.
And now something in Divine needs to
Lysor
come
1
together in
HP.
this. Somehow
Oh,
figure
shit.
it out.
No!
The off angle from Lysor was lovely. Leaving Divine. What a shot! You got one more of those.
They know his hell.
You've done it before. You had the ace before. The man is a monster, but he's got to prove it now. And see if that BB has been ice cold in these. He knows the time. He knows the tempo. Oh, what is that from Divino? A belting shot, and once again,
Bro is online. Bro is online.
The Red Bull
Oh,
clutch here
shit.
from Divide. Continuing to deliver here today in this series.
Just give the man a sheriff.
Oh my god. खाली बस. बावा.
Another
Hey.
piece for him.
Bro, भर रहे हैं.
नीचे. Shit on my down, so fat.
Default
भाई,
plant
देखो,
spot
दवाई
safe
देखो.
initially, but
Crazy भाई.
it's a gamble. You can get a cheeky half defuse in, or
तूने ब्लॉग के टाइटल में SGNP डाला तो मुझे सिंगापुर लगा. अरे SGNP मतलब संजय गांधी नेशनल पार्क. Bro, 3-man push on B-man.
Look at that deep line already adopted by something in that operator.
पीछे गए.
Towards that.
Something ने
Prowling and
डायरेक्ट
clearing.
ऑफ निकाला है.
No one nearby now. My ult is ready. And the ult gathered too. So
आज आपने
nice
जो comp पे
early
carry
step.
किया, मजा आ गया, my god.
Coming out from the Wolves.
potential to backstab this. I think they're reading into maybe some deep presses. Yeah, we'll catch the backside.
Bro, this super chat is 100% real, chat. Oh, come on.
Bravery. Why are you swinging that Forsaken doubling down? It's a mistake and a punish. Is why you will lap that up. And now
Wow.
that B-side looks so vulnerable.
Now they lose like this, chat. Wow.
We'll guarantee the cross. Juicy.
Why you hate Sufat? I don't, bro. I don't.
Yeah, that might just be
I love him, bhai.
the white flag
But
put up from PRX here to
अभी
hold on to
वो
these
सामने वाले को
weapons.
चिढ़ाता है अगर तो does he mean कि
Feeding into this potentially with Juicy.
वो सामने वाले को hate करता है? It's not like that, right? वो भी चिढ़ाता है.
He wants to
Plus,
prevent
मैं thank you for the party,
any
bro.
semblance of safety here for the remaining PRX players. He's going to pick up a deep position in spawn though. It's still maybe a question mark if they're in towards market or in towards spawn.
कम गलत लिया है. Something should have taken Sova and Jing on duelist.
Usually you talk about discipline and that was a lack of respect to something.
CEO, please mail me your CV.
Why you was just so quick to that?
Yeah, they seem really aware. Again, this kind of, it's not necessarily that regional matchup at all, but, you know, scrim partners and the information on this ahead of that swing, it was really well dismantled. Again, for Forsaken's fault as well, just felt it was too late to be going for that. There's no trade.
क्या मारा यार ऑफर को?
I think, yeah, again, once you notice the drone that's come forward, you're not just swinging onto YU there. Again, it's almost an expected response here from PRX. They deal with the trip. They want to post something on a much deeper sight line. Again, the Prowler's sent through as well. So it's actually Wolves that have the upper hand in terms of the information game. It's a question mark for PRX, actually. Who's behind that? And the punish, unfortunately, there for them. Will leave them with a 4 deficit now.
अरे मुंह धो के आएगा क्या? कल से नया नहीं है. इसलिए ऐसा गेम प्ले चल रहा है ब्रो. Please wake up.
Yeah, considering the rifles behind this, maybe want to make a play for an orb here for something to offset that slightly.
बड़ा क्या बोलता है? सोना नहीं है मेरे को.
Is Forsaken going to be?
भाई पैटमैन को उठाओ, सो रहा है शायद. अरे जिमटेक्स भाई रुको रुको, अगले टाइम आउट में पैटमैन को उठाएंगे. ये समथिंग भाई, समथिंग ऑफ लेके हगी कर रहा है यार. देखो ना 2 pounds यार जिमटेक्स भाई.
I would say with the comeback in Gen G, the resilience shown, that takes a lot from
Bull Sky GL विमल का पैकेट क्यों पकड़ा है? हैं?
On their feet on the stage and stuff. Behind closed doors, no doubt.
हर जगह विमल ही दिखता है तुमको. पद्दू?
Absolutely.
वो हैंड वार्मर है उसका.
Necessary to continue here in Toronto.
Yeah, spot on. So for them, it is now just how long can you keep this up? How clean can you keep this game? PRX so far with that 1 round, but of course did have that timeout. Can hear the ults coming through as well for something. YU's kind of had their number on this B side, but it feels like they're getting the right read here. But are you going to go through the pit on this?
Sound दिया बे दवाई ने?
No, brave enough to go for the ult orb, but that's about all she wrote. But that mid cross is dangerous now.
I think I did just hear something pop the knives. It's not necessarily looking like as bad a situation.
गेम के बीच में टोटी लग गई तो पैंट में करना पड़ता है क्या? यड़ा ही गया भाई.
Looks like it, right?
गेम के पहले ही उन लोगों को डाइवर्स दिए जाते हैं.
Juicy to potentially collapse on B side very quickly with YU Spring.
Oh, nah, something.
Can we just like highlight the fact you're doing that to something twice now? He's been outswung. If you don't think these Wolves are gunners, you are absolutely wrong. But now they've manipulated the map well. Now they want to maybe hit that cross back in again, and this is where those stingers are going to start suffering. You're not in the right place for him, but Jing's still going to hold his ground.
Good flash, good flash.
Primed and sent down through. Tries to escape, and he gets out at least for now.
Nice, Batman. अबे पीछे आ गया यार.
Oh, see that BD that's sliding into
Nice.
Batman.
He's back. He's so back.
How's he just gone 4 there?
Puts himself in a deadly position.
भाई साहब.
And delivers here for PRX.
कैसे निकाला?
Watch that one back.
वो कूद के आया शॉट से एक मार के.
It just jumps down.
What the?
Get behind this so quickly.
उसने अपना नाक पोंछा. Mid clutch.
Beautiful stuff from him.
Shit, भाई.
उसने अपना नाक पोंछा mid clutch भाई literally.
No semblance of comfort back in
What the hell?
whatsoever. Operator back in hand now for something. All stacked up in mid now, the smoke.
वरदान भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया है, लिखा है पर तुम इतने काले क्यों हो? Running हो गई.
So Juicy going to try and pave the way. Actually, right.
Oh, he's back as well.
Corner there.
And something seems unafraid at all, and he gets out of danger. Trying to combine it with that Hunter's Fury, but it finds no value really. And now Forsaken just stands his ground.
Oh my god, my team is back.
It feels like it's fallen flat here for Wolves.
वो
PRX getting
कुत्ता
a good
अपने
read,
गांव
a
से
good
आ रहा है भाई
idea.
घर
It's
पे
gonna need
मारने.
a hero to stand
Oh,
tall.
shit.
Spring's done well towards Batman. Doesn't expect to buy so
Crazy,
close.
crazy.
Great trade
Batman
to
को
buy
मेरा
that.
message पहुंच गया शायद. For real, Jim Tax भाई. Thank you for the 2 pounds, bro. Thank you for waking him up. नाविद भाई ने 40 रुपए दे के लिखा है हाइड्रेशन रिमाइंडर. Amigos, love you. Thank you so much. सब लोग पानी पीजिए.
The issue being something is posted up. The operator. Again, not
क्या
many
खेला
tools
यार
left
पिछला
to-
round
Actually,
Batman.
I haven't said that. Recon and Juicy with a full belt almost.
Trying to send it for the fake, I guess.
30 seconds left.
A nice idea. But it's not going to dissuade these players. They don't need to move.
PRX can sit in this formation now, and I think actually
They are
Wolves,
serving. They are serving, bro.
they don't get a bite.
Yeah, it looks like a cancel.
What's up, Bad
I
Fox?
mean, YU 450, Spring 1350, and
10
Lysol
seconds left.
struggling to scrape
पानी
together
नहीं
any
है,
funds
रुको
here.
ब्लिंकेट करता हो.
So PRX will find their third. Keep things honest in the start of Ascent. Let's just see how the ultimates play here. It's only a TP for Spring, and as you can see on PRX now, absolutely nothing and a million miles away from anything, to be honest with you. So a slight advantage in that regard, but it's not much. I mean, Lysol going to be potentially the next key ultimate for the Wolves.
I've got to say as well, for me, good start seeing Patman find a bit of impact too. He's been a really good player for them.
Yeah, a quiet map one as well, so seeing him come online, certainly a positive.
Oh, Forsaken.
Oh,
got the timing so
God.
right. He's so blind. So a good bit of spacing and trading from Juicy just to swing that. But the next layer to this is still something. There's no pressure towards middle, but he's very paranoid about it. They want in on this. Still not noting him. The stall's there. If they try and disrespect it, it's going to be brutal.
What a shot!
And it is.
Nice.
It's way too difficult in the way. And Juicy, what
1
is
HP,
that?
bro, Juicy.
You're 1 HP.
Nice.
You're not meant to be doing this
Bro,
sort of stuff. And now Spring left in a 1v2 as
चोटी को
well.
ऑपरेटर जिसा मारा.
So unwilling to deny
5 kilometer दूर से.
scale towards B was their right idea.
They're wrapping the
एक
spike
HP था
as
वो
well.
एक HP ले जाओ.
That was good, bhai. That was good.
Something.
These guys paranoia, smoke.
भाई
TPs,
Spring
he's got a
निकाल
bit
लेगा
of kit
लेकिन.
here to play with though, Mike.
It's left guessing.
They're fast
Potentially,
for this.
yeah, going to get himself a
निकाल लिया
clean
Spring.
plant.
Thank you so much for the response, Jim Tax. Bhai means a lot,
Smoke
my
CT
G.
kind of
Thank you
implies he's not
so
expecting this wrap.
very much.
Certainly does. TP should
निकाल
be
लिया
limited
Spring.
to that
Well played.
paranoia. What do you
now
do
he's
with
going
it?
to know.
Yeah, a little interested on that, but the corner, slow peaks ain't going to get you past something. And he's going to take a stand on that one. But it felt like Wolves were so headstrong in wanting to
Shit
hit
on
towards
me,
that
down.
big site, but the scaling up just didn't feel right there.
Initially, that first kill was a Forsaken. Yeah, Forsaken gets caught here with the flash.
Revealing area.
Again, you look at the minimap at that moment, and there is a huge gap in the PRX defense. So happens. I mean, Juicy picks up a little momentum, but that kill there, he was down to 1 HP, and the shorty connects from here. Just as the door is about to close. Potentially sealing that post plant for Wolves, to be honest with you.
Yeah, felt like it. And now Wolves starting to run dry, it looks like. Again, when we're talking about these sort of big stage games, it is that level of comfort on here when you're under the gun, because they did lose out to, what was it, Sen earlier?
Hey, Surifat, तेरे को ही कॉल लगा है. उठना मत चेयर से, क्योंकि चेयर के नीचे तेरे कुछ रखा है जिससे तेरी चड्डी फट सकती है.
I want to see how well they do in this. Obviously, they did great against Gen G. That, to me, is the tick in the box of authenticity. Like everything else, is like, okay, maybe people underestimated them. Maybe they...
Yeah, because you have to step up again for playoffs, where it's like, obviously, the stakes get raised, and we're not talking about elimination for Wolves, but certainly the caliber increases, the pressure definitely correlates with that. And then you step into a series versus PRX. Talk about Gen G being an international titan, but
क्या तुम लोग का इंटरनेट लैग कर रहा है क्या?
God, I said it
need no introduction when it comes to the international stage.
Truly not. And again, I think that because of their lack of, you know, let's say international trophy, that there has been that worry about them, how well they do, their expectations, but they are still a grand finalist team, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's just something that doesn't even need to be said half the time. But at this point,
ठीक है चैट थोड़ा महंगा इंटरनेट लो ना यार. स्ट्रीम देखो कैसे देखोगे मेरा?
everything back to where they like it.
अरे भाई केच का लाइन हो.
He knows where the man is.
Yeah, Cam dealt with quickly.
दे इसको दे. क्या बात है लाला. उसके घर पे जाके मारेला है. उसा काला.
Really juicy with a rifle here, and all of that if you made.
feels very classically PRX as well, but a dangerous position for Forsaken. He could get outswung here, and he is on his own because you saw the rotation route coming out from something, so times it well to back away, and that sees obviously giving it a couple of seconds and actually plays back in something. You don't often see fights this deep.
He got
on the map
team
PRX, I guess.
Yeah, PRX just don't want Wolves to sit back and set up.
इकोनॉमिकल राउंड है वैसे वुल्व्स का और ये राउंड अपने को एक एडवांटेज दे देगा क्रेजी नाइफ ब्रो जस्ट डू इट
Probably still knowing.
देखा इसलिए दो बार कोई चीजों के लिए नहीं सोचने का
Snake bite and the fragment.
Oh, this is an awful sight to have to try and
अगर तुम लोग को मन कर रहा है मुझे सुपर चैट करने का कर लेने का
still going to get Jing down, but we're okay,
Wait,
guys,
what is happening?
You were planned for this. And
Crazy.
Divine looks like he's trying to do everything himself. What on earth is going on here? Something that's unfair.
Shit on him, bro.
That's a bit of
Shit on
bullying,
him.
but I like it. 5-4 now.
Snake bite, thank you for the 100 rupees on super chat. Oh shit, उसने पीछे ले लिया वापस.
Yeah,
but thank you, bro. Thank you so much for the 100.
I don't want to say lost for answers, but unable to really troubleshoot with some of these approaches that PRX are displaying here on the Ascent.
Crazy freaking round.
A moment where Divine can't ping down Spring.
PRX watch party loving that one, but 5-4 we go back through. Buyback in play. And it looks simplistic in approach, it looks direct, and something looks to turn this operator into a shotgun. I mean, he's feeling himself here. It's a really risky play. It's now
up. Oh, I god, Deva. अरे अड़कला रे बेचारा.
The Owl drone.
He's alive.
He's still standing. He looks like he wants to pop off.
No, nice.
Something goes back here. Only GG. 2-0.
Can he find that final man as well?
Call किसने दिया?
Why are you looking to try and take towards the site?
अरे क्लच में एक्चुअली वो नया नहीं था 2 दिन से उसको मैं बोला मुंह धो के आया मचाने लग गया
Position noted. Something's going on.
गेमर
दे रहा है ना वो
गेमर
For his 4-3 already in the round.
ये लोग खड़े हुए हैं ना समथिंग के ईगो पे
done for YU here, Mike.
वो हेवी ले रहा है
I am Smasher. Thank you so much for the taunty.
Solid idea of where he's at. PRX just want to decisively.
दे उड़ के दे.
अरे shit. No escape.
दे.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Something gets his fourth, and he is just getting scarier and scarier as the game goes on.
उड़ जाओ भाई.
Putting up now 5 rounds unanswered for PRX. Oh. Did start a 4-1 scoreline here. The tides certainly have turned. We'll actually draw out a second timeout here for Wolves.
अरे दूसरा टाइम आउट आ गया.
Of Ascent.
क्या सीन?
Desperate. I guess
भाई वो क्या बात कर रहा है मेरे को सुनना है अभी.
Hope for a
भाई यू को देखो ना VT में चल दिया है
chat. Really lead this dialogue.
Yeah, it's not Fade. This is the captain checking in with the boys.
भाई देखो इसको.
See that?
अरे भाई घर पे नहीं जाएगा तू एक और चांस है.
Because I guess this is the uncharted territory for this team, right? Is being on international stage and coming up against opponents that you just can't crack through that first sort of line of defense. Again, this is where these guys really earn their money, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
He's coming up with the goods here.
It's all good and well to have those Cinderella runs, right? And it's why we love them. They're such fun to witness. But the reality is normally that fairy tale falls short. There's been very few occasions where it's gone the whole distance. You could argue EG and Champs are the only ones that ever made it.
The outlier, yeah.
That is it.
PRX have been that
fairy tale run in the past. They never quite made it themselves. For Wolves, they have to face that reality now. How bad do you want it? Do you have really what it takes to push someone like PRX away from something they are singularly focused on? That grand final is what they want. Jing! Gonna draw blood. It's beautiful and juicy. Not getting what he needs there.
And a tag or two, but Forsaken happy with that. Something will follow.
Crazy something. Oh shit. No, nice. Easy. 7-4, baby.
Will correct.
Yeah,
just see fat BB now.
Look at him.
Making it hurt, Mike.
Now, but the thing is,
this is when
उनका डिफेंस आएगा ना तब विषय हो सकता है.
Know when to keep on pressuring. Don't allow you any say in the round.
What the hell?
When you're saying that half.
Jimtex Gaming, what he channel with the huge 5 gifted.
Beautiful.
Didn't even look like that was going to land as well.
W Jimtex in the chat. Thank you so much, Jimtex, bhai, for the 5 freaking gifted, mere bhai.
As I said, the pressure starts weighing on the chest for
Batman
Wolves. It's still a manageable scoreline.
Absolutely,
Still smiles.
Chaddi
We can
badi
see
hai bhai
these
ki.
rounds and they're feeling these rounds and there's aggression again.
Shivang, thank you for the responsor. Look at something. Oh, this round will be huge if they win, bro.
They get themselves ahead.
ये round जीत गए ना तो crazy cushion मिलेगा.
They know to not let up. Wolves can, I mean, potentially find a 7-5 here. It will be. Big tick in the box.
Oh, bang on.
Oh, he's so aware.
But that wherewithal, that discipline, that capability in the high pressure games now is the biggest test for them. Looking a little fraught here so far. Last couple of rounds just not quite been in the wheelhouse. And again, the timing on these knives, rather good.
Fragment to prevent anybody slipping the smoke, even though Devi on watchful guard here.
Spring का ult है उनके.
I mean, PRX can sit in this formation.
Oh, TP'd on it? Bro, something got... Oh, he cancelled.
Devi's just... He does get caught playing ahead there. That is one thing that's worked in their favor.
दो जन मर
Tried
गए?
to lean a little forward, gets punished.
Nice.
But Forsaken, the Guardian in this one, keeping them at bay. And look at who slipped towards the site in the meantime. Jing still here, doing the dunk, does it well. Takes
Wow.
down Forsaken.
Amazing.
20 seconds. The leader for the Wolves side has to stand and he can't.
Huge freaking round. Let's go, bhai.
Such a commanding scoreline.
Really is. Wolves' resilience will be tested once more.
अगर PRX हारी तो क्लच भाई आपको चिढ़ाएंगे.
Said 7-5, doable 8-4. I mean, it's a pistol round 2 potentially that makes this.
Thank you, yaar, silly bhai, for the 1 month support. But you are silly. What is this question? Shiron, thank you for the 2 month support. Fnatic or G2?
This is a tough scenario.
Fnatic और G2 किसको support? What is he doing? Fnatic और G2 में मैं support किसी को नहीं कर रहा हूँ. मेरे को तो लग रहा है Fnatic जीत रही है.
And it seems like we're about to send it over.
ना sorry मेरे को लग रहा है G2 जीत रही है 2-1.
Thank you so much, Pansy and Hypog. We have a hell of a game so far, but I'm joined on the floor right now by Sid City. Toronto, give it up to Sid City.
कौन है chatty है?
Sid City, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. The energy in the stadium is insane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last time we had a chance to speak with each other, it was during an Americas matchup in LA. What's the vibes like here in Toronto with a sold-out Masters Toronto?
Yeah, I think it's insane because the East Coast and Canada hasn't had an event like this in a long time. And Los Angeles always has events like this. So the crowd, I feel like you guys are like super excited to finally be here in person and watching the games. Like, you guys are insane.
Toronto, you're excited? Hell yeah. And now you have some experience playing in Game Changers before, so you have an eye for skill. In this matchup so far between PRX and Wolves, who do you have your eye on so far?
Okay, honestly, at first I wasn't gonna say this, but after that ace,
what is that T-shirt?
On that diffuse round, Devi.
So does that mean Devi and PRX are taking a series?
Yeah, I mean, I got PRX rocking on my sleeve right now, so I think they're gonna scare us a little, make it a close match, but I think PRX is gonna like close it out. I'm sorry, Wolves. I'm sorry. You've been great though.
Well, Wolves, you know what to do. It's time to Thank you so much one more time, Sid City. Let's bring it back to the game.
Silly sending it on that. He's such a bold man. You know
I think
what I mean?
he's actually been rehearsing that for the last few days.
That's what I've been hearing in the hotel.
A few howls, yeah.
Yeah, fair play. And they're going to need a couple because 4 rounds isn't.
Wolves team वाले खुद आओ नहीं करेंगे भाई.
On the Coinbase econ.
Thank you so much, Shivang bhai, for the sponsor and Jimtex Gaming for the 5 gift.
He has elevated. I was worried after that first round with the operator. It didn't seem to phase him. He was right back into business.
Yeah, and I think the issue being now coming into the second half, you see the string of rounds. It's been collected by PRX. Wolves haven't had
स्विफाइट के लिए बुरा लगेगा. अरे एक और चांस है उसको. और कितना ब्लूश करोगे हर्ष भाई? ब्रश तो भाई कर लिया मैं. Thank you for the 2 pounds, मेरे भाई Jimtax.
PaperX's way. Like I said, we started at a 4-1
Thank you so much. भाई Jimtax ने 2 pounds करते है ना 100 pounds दे दिया आज.
Can often seal the fate of the team.
Juicy on the line here. First contact made. That's 2 players.
ये राउंड अगर PaperX जीत गई ना भाई मैं ना PaperX को पप्पी दे दूंगा.
But he's been revealed. He's been just about everything, but they've weathered the storm.
Yeah, I think initially there, the further investment of utility implied that PaperX were going to follow through, but maybe the Prowler catching on CUFAB BB made them think there's potentially a little bit of a stack.
Oh, the timing on this.
Bro, what a net! Nah, let's go. What a trade!
The spring's already down low, now even lower. Cleared, Forsaken, Divide, trailblazing their way forward. The A site is their goal, and the plant's going to be in.
YU and CUFAB BB, a 2v4. A couple of members of PaperX tagged up, but certainly doesn't swing this in WOL's favour. Have to overcome the odds here. PaperX just poised for anybody to step out.
Wow! Wow! He's insane!
Yeah, but YU's going to come into this as well. Jing's quieted him down, but CUFAB BB's going to see both players basically. He's got to know where they are, but he can't do it.
Bro, that guy is something, Chad. That guy is crazy.
Back here, but PaperX take another
Tifa
step in
with
the
the
right
5
direction.
gifted by sub! Bro, thank you so much.
Again, soon as
Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, भाई. PaperX के साथ में खेल रही मजा आ रहा है. WT in the chat, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. जिसको भी membership मिली है, please thank Tifa भाई.
Well invested.
Anti मेरे भाई तू खेल रहा है, danger खेल रहा है यार, Suifat.
Don't want to leave anything up to chance.
4 man on A, 4 man on B.
Rifles except for Patman.
3 Phantom ले लिए ये लोग. Now they want to win this round so bad.
Flash in's only going to slow down the inevitable, it feels. Maybe toying with the idea of contesting that orb, but doesn't happen.
Exclamation claim से कुछ नहीं होगा दोस्तों. Exclamation इंस्टा पे जब फॉलो करोगे ना तो आपको मिल सकता है, और Exclamation न्यू चैनल पे अगर आप सब्सक्राइब करोगे तो आपको मिल सकता है, और हर्ष घुमराई करके एक चैनल है उस पे भी आपको मिल सकता है. मतलब ऐसे चांसेस बढ़ते हैं, और अगर तुम सुपर चैट करते हो 10,000 वगैरह की तो 100% तुम लोगों को सुपर चैट ये मेंबरशिप मिल जाएगी.
That's one. There's more.
Crazy.
And it's cleared systematically.
2 जने और.
One by one. The flash through smoke is nice.
Crazy.
CUFAB is already noted as well. Can't
Insane.
really pull away from the stairs.
Beautiful. Amazing. Wonderful. 10-4.
They are pulling no
लर्ज भाई.
Again, showing Dylan.
एक और पैसिफिक टीम थी जिसका जिसका स्कोर यही था. जी.
पर उसके सामने अमेरिका की नंबर 1 टीम थी.
The second guess themselves, but
Bish bhai, thank you for the 40 rupees. You are the stress buster. Love you, dil se PaperX. यार thank you यार Bish bhai. Thank you for the party, bro.
It's huge.
मेरे को नहीं लगता कि वुल्स एक बेस्ट ऑफ 5 वाली टीम होगी.
Even bigger for PaperX if they can find it.
वुल्स एक बेस्ट ऑफ 5 वाली टीम तो
Only the one casualty.
अभी Fnatic G2 में जो भी जीतेगा वो सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल ही जाएगा.
ये कुछ तो बोला, कुछ देखो ना कराए कुछ.
Flushed out in terms of the inventory. Patman actually just going to ride a sheriff through here.
11-4 नहीं था. हाँ 11-4 ही था उनका. तो वही ना, अभी PaperX एक और राउंड जीती तो 11-4 हो जाएगा ना.
Nothing of note for Wolves, but potentially a pace change.
Wolves का buy round है.
Just initially, Forsaken going to retrieve one orb. Trying to retrieve one orb.
Yeah. Couple times of asking. All good.
But don't have control over towards A main, so.
A little bit cagey as a start, isn't it? You can see the
PaperX versus Fnatic के फाइनल में. भाई लोग तुम लोग G2 को भूल रहे हो. G2 डेंजर टीम है. तुम लोग ने Genji के अगेंस्ट 11-4 कमबैक किया है. Which is not cow.
Now they've cleared B main. If you're looking at Wolves' side, they cleared B main. So they might leave YU here, but you can already see that rotation coming in from Juicy. He's going to try and pop himself over towards A.
PRX aren't dead set just yet. I think maybe going to prioritize towards short here to catch somebody out. They don't want to walk into this choke point.
No, and that's going to encourage to play forward, but denied Forsaken with the first blow.
Team stun ho gaya.
A lethal one of that Juicy.
Bichara yaar.
But job done, and
Wait, but never mind. They are still winning the fights.
He tracks down another with him. The Wolves aren't done yet, but Forsaken captured and held in place. The spike now left loose. With 20 seconds, he's got to make a miracle out of this.
Your confidence hai bhai.
3 players. Forsaken. I have the spike. Not gonna get it. A lifeline for Wolves.
वो डेडलॉक के स्टन में भी स्टन हुआ अपने वाला
shield to repurchase here for Juicy.
लकी था ना
G2 is good, but GNC is just better.
So PRX is going to come back in, and because Pac-Man only brought a sheriff.
You mean G? Yeah, G is better than G2 any day, bro. Thank you for the 2 pounds, mere bhai.
Repeat here, not out of the woods just yet.
Welcome back.
Cannot
Welcome
get the ball rolling in terms of the comeback.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है भाई.
Again though, this was something that was said about.
Comeback कर सकते हैं. Comeback कर
building up
सकते
his players, right? Keeping
Even Fnatic. Oh, Fnatic. Oh, yeah.
He's gonna have to keep doing that.
G2 is good, but Fnatic is just better.
Stop. Even in their losses, they will still.
I don't know.
Play confident games. And something taking space. Solo Endeavor. 2 players on the other side. CUFAT, BB, and Lysor playing top mid off the back of that trip placed in as well. So they've got a lot to play off of here. A very difficult scenario. Pac-Man on that deeper line in case someone does swing. And it's got to be those early protocols being cleared.
I mean, it is a duelist's nightmare to play into this composition. But Lysor.
Oh, never mind. Sen versus Fnatic हुआ था. Oh, अच्छा, वो गेम इतना रात भर चला कि मेरे को याद ही नहीं कि वो मैच हुआ था.
Fade pressure on towards B main, but we know where it's heading. PRX are once again eyeing up this A site. This is brutal.
Horrendous match था भाई वो तो.
You got Spring still here, but PRX are right at the door now. And away they go. Something looks the wrong way and gets punished.
Spring come back here. ये comeback है. लग गए बनता है.
Buy time for these rotations. Pressure from
30 seconds है, कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे.
But Divide gonna lean forward. Lurch closer. Juicy play in the corner. Gets denied. Looks for the follow-up. No. Spring barely alive on 2, but he's still breathing until then. Down to a 3v2.
3v2 आ गया.
That's good for PRX, and now Plant on their side.
नहीं लेकिन सुइफाइड जिंदा है ना, वो अकेला कभी नहीं एक बंदा नहीं मारता, वो 2 मारता है एक साथ. कसम खाई है उसने.
Nobody from PRX overstepping. They're tucked in right now.
Got to see discipline. That's a shoulder shown. Some damage made. So they could know 2 players off of this. That third is a problem. That third being Forsaken, but they're losing out on the site. Couldn't quite get the follow-up. And PRX striding closer now. 11 rounds to their name.
अच्छा राउंड था. Can do better.
A tough loss here for Wolves. Like I said, with the bonus being as well invested as it was.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, now seems daunting to approach this round 17.
God, you get that sinking feeling in your stomach,
yes,
don't
for
you?
sure, yeah.
Your money's rotten. You haven't really found a way to handle PRX. Maybe your chances existed and died on that first map, but they're not out yet. At 11-5 though, you can start hearing that music play, can't you?
No.
That 12th round looking likely. But in its way, good couple of sheriffs, Ghost.
ये राउंड हार सकते हैं भाई PRX. तुम लोग को लग रहा रहेगा कि ये GG है.
And that's a big investment and a big shot. Lysor lands it, so Jing's gone down. That's a weapon recoverable if they want it.
Yeah, and PRX actually.
उसने dodge ranger किया था वो.
Elsewhere, they're spread so thin.
मैं बोला ये भी राउंड निकाल सकते वो लोग. पिस्टल है भाई, पिस्टल है तो क्या हुआ? 2 हेडशॉट सामने वाला खल्लास. 2 हेडशॉट तो इजी है मारने के लिए मेरे लिए.
Nice from Pac-Man, big kill there on towards Juicy. And that knife should reveal at least 1 more, so do they need to turn away from this? Or do they just keep stepping forward? It feels a little headstrong for my taste, but it's PRX, you kind of know what you're in for here. Lysor was the one to do the damage. It looks like they're trying to trail up towards heaven. Something bulldozes forward. YU, great shot. 25 seconds, and Lysor's still standing.
2v2, Pac-Man is 1 HP, this is so winnable to him.
1 down.
What? Are you? भाई एक HP था ये बंदा.
Sufat BB was so far away.
गेम खेल रहा है, नाच रहा भाई ये. क्या कर रहा है?
Forsaken is not. I know. Oh, Hail Mary! Oh,
Bro, imagine.
for a second, I thought it was possible. But 12.
Nah, bro got humbled.
And the final stand.
Nah, but वो अच्छा बंदा है भाई, वो अच्छा बंदा.
This time, PRX able to wait out, navigate their way into this defense.
Batman को क्या हुआ है?
Everything they need. It comes down to a fine margin once again. The PRX undeterred in terms of the finances here. A couple of ultimates.
मुंह उतर गया उसका. हाँ बे. जितना बच लिया था ना सब उसको याद आ रहा है. जायला ऐसा हिस्सा करके बुलाया था रे सामने वालों को. उसको क्या पता था सही में आ जाएंगे उसकी चड्डी निकालने.
Juicy, Sufat BB. No command here from Patman.
Okay. Anti-setup though, which is nice. So they're still going to get a bit of a reward from this, right? It starts feeling very, very likely.
कोई वो ट्रिप का फायदा नहीं उठाया उनके टीम का. ये देखो खुले में खोल रहा है भाई.
Sufat BB trying to get on site.
ये भावा है.
Unchecked, and he's running. Great kills on 2. Finding more would be
Bro, ये पे लर्क मर गया.
But for PRX, they are left intact.
Okay, not this round, not this round.
I don't know if they could do it. Just these two players. Desperation play from Patman.
10 HP पे मार रहा है.
Nah. Wolves stave off what feels like the inevitable with 3 still alive.
Clinging to life here, the new all theft being the catalyst for PRX. They know they have to fight for sight then. I mean, Patman what down to just a lick of
चड्डी
HP.
फटे. नवाबी ना घटे.
Chance for them to sit back and try and defend that, but Juicy really the one to stop this from spiraling out of control.
One enemy remaining.
Second ping paying off there.
Breaks the money.
Yeah, it does.
Still got ults though. I say ult. And it's a scary one with something. He's had a really good map here. Can they deny him now? Can they stop it now? Spring forced away, looking a little shaky, but something's fallen.
He's caught on the trip. Nobody broke it for him.
Which is a little bit worrying. That could be a tilter for him there, because that was meant to be their
दो बार वो same trip में फंसे भाई. तो that's horrendous. They are not talking, or maybe PRX अभी lazy हो रही है.
That second or third man in line.
Because they're thinking this is very easy.
Deals with Jing handily.
A bit worried there that he'd found like the dream gap to try and punish, but not to be.
Shaurya Raj can say thank you for the 20 रुपए भाऊ. Thank you Shaurya Raj. खूब छान नाम है.
Sufat BB still on the
Shaurya
back line.
Raj.
Doesn't need to overextend himself. Waits for the swing. Wolves control this well, Mike.
नहीं.
Double digits.
They were closing it.
That's where I'll start
That's when we
believing.
start. Yeah. So it takes 1 round. PRX up to 12 here. And that is a frustrating one for something.
Yeah, again, just looking at the minimap, there's 2 members here down in Arch. The time that happened, and again, I'm not saying dealing with a trip and something goes wild there, but Bladestorm invested in that sort of round in particular. You never want to see a Jet having to invest a knife to deal with a trip, especially with 2 people in close proximity.
Find you.
But necessarily a big deal, all things considered.
Back to work though.
Looking for revenge
Bro,
up here.
PRX grand finals में जा रहा है Masters का.
Sufat BB playing top mid.
जब से मैं VCT seriously देखना वापस मतलब seriously देखना शुरू किया हो ना. भाई
Jing's got to be cautious as well.
हमेशा चाहता था PRX competition में आगे जाए.
And this is a creep towards A though. Look at
This is such a
potential trouble. Does have his paranoia.
Wholesale moment for me.
Investment of the ult going to come down on the other side of the map though. Juicy's going to clear and give away.
What is this wall?
They don't know about Jing. He's been able to slip ahead early. They don't know about Jing.
Crazy.
And now you do. Like a knife to the heart, but Spring answers back. Trying to. What? Oh, Spring!
What did he do? What did he do? मैंने देखा ही नहीं.
Absolutely beyond all expectation, but it is a 2v2. Don't think it's over yet. Spike is there. It's picked up. Sent back away. Plants coming in.
Look at the pit as well.
Oh my god. This is going to be down to the wire, isn't it? Divide disconnected towards A main. You have Jing tucked towards sight. Spring.
भाई ये पागल है क्या Spring?
Just missed him.
The timing. Unbelievable. Spring trying to play the game, and Jing now going to be doing the around the world here, but they've given up position. this could be a mistake here, but they don't know about it. Obviously, they don't know about it. The pit's gonna fall. And now you're looking at Jing. Devi strikes first. YU holds on again. Can he take down Devi? He absolutely can! Out of nowhere! Wolves digging deeper.
भाई वो क्या प्लेस बनाता है ना?
Spring tees it up.
यथार्थ भाई दिखे. बोला था यथार्थ भाई दिखेंगे.
Closes out with a Red Bull clutch here.
यार मैंने देखा ही नहीं टीपी.
Wolves alive.
I can't believe that. Look at this round. This from Spring.
Oh my God, that was horrendous.
Play when even Paper X don't expect it. You know that's a mad one.
Don't interrupt. 3 bullets left for YU.
That's the killer instinct I want to see, though. To be able to do that against 12?
Oof. And I gotta say, frustration, rightfully so. They give up
अबे सिंगर बाय पेपर
they
इसका.
play themselves
Crazy.
out of line of sight of the spike. Yes, it needs a miracle, but it's Wolves you're talking about here.
It's still only 8 rounds. We said we start paying attention at 10. They've broken the bye, but it's still Paper X. They can do it with classics. But something seems so unwilling to let go of this mid-pressure. He wants it so badly. So Juicy's got to be careful. There is a world where he could get timed on this one. Those stingers, very, very deadly. We're going to go down. Camera here. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome. Could do with some support on CT, though. They do have an open path straight across. Devi going to deny that. No one's going to be able to help out YU here. Does get to at least evade the C's, but they are right knocking at the door. Paper X have a way forward.
No damage done just yet towards the side. But actually now, why are you going to have his hands full?
Oh,
crazy!
Paper X making something out of nothing, and maybe a mistake made by the Wolves. Plans looking like
Admin का ult आ जाएगा एक kill में.
Mid lurk as well coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the numbers are still good. Paper X hold the advantage here. Divide could be timed in this. And of course, this is the round to do it. Lysor asked so much of.
Freaking G 2-0 Godi Gamers. Paper X going grand finals.
That final stop fight, that final destination is now locked in for Paper X.
Let's go, bhai. Let's go. Thank you so much, Nan wale uncle.
Elevation on the side of Paper X today, overcoming. It's quickly become a fan favorite here in Toronto. Still, got to come away from this series with their heads held
Bro, just kiss each other already.
But Paper X deliver an absolute banger here.
What a game! Let's freaking go, by Paper X into the grand finals!
Again, calling the uncrowned
Pacific on top.
What you want? Paper X have another shot at this now. It was never about just
Shuri Raj, thank you for the 20 on Google Pay. Shiron, thank you for the 40. Both Paper X and Wolves was in my eliminations of Pick'ems. Let's go, Paper X. Let's go, Nikhil bhai. Thank you for the 27 months. Nikhil bhai.
They've got to be happy.
Same Shiron bhai, मेरे को भी लगा था यही.
The Patman and Devi being two key stakeholders here for Paper X.
Devi for me was absolutely on the money.
How many even said this is a guy that's been under
अरे देख लिया था मैंने पद्दूराम. देख लिया था मैंने उनका ये.
Same sort of ethos and the visual
music video.
It's
Thank you for the huge 100, Lala. Thank you, Padduram Gaming Wadi channel for the huge 100.
Shining bright.
Yeah, I said making those big plays is his value alone in some of these maps. It's exceptional.
I mean, how do you look flashy alongside some of these teammates along the way? So, yeah, beautiful stuff.
Really, really good stuff. And I just want to see how far this goes for them. As I said, as soon as it's ready, we will head down to that Verizon post-match interview. I'm sure we'll be jumping down there in a moment. Yeah, it does seem as though we are ready. So let's hear from the players themselves. Down with Yinsu.
It's been 2 years in the making, but Paper X are finally back in another grand final. I know, Jing, you're a man of few words, but I gotta get your reaction on this because, JJ, this is your 3rd grand final on the global stage. How does this compare to LA and Copenhagen?
I think now we have like more experience, so hopefully the time's the charm, hopefully.
And speaking of that experience, you know, your very good friend Forsaken and you've been through a lot. What's Jason like as a leader these days on stage?
I think he's doing a really great job as being a leader. He's like keeping the whole team hype and keeping all our energy good, and I think he makes everyone really excited as well and really hyped. So yeah, I think mood is really great now, and hopefully we carry on the momentum to grand finals.
Okay, I have one very important question. The crop top. We have been promised the crop top in Pacific. We haven't seen it. Now you're in a grand final. Are we bringing out the crop top finally?
What in the world is a crop top, chat? I said in the press con, if we win grand finals and my team wears the crop top with me, I'll do it.
All right, okay, we need to get PRX behind this crop top. I know one person that might be down for this, of course. I'm going to get told off if I don't get David here on your thoughts. First of all, the first ace on the global stage. Was that fun?
To be fair, I just want to win the round. So, but now I got an
ace.
Thanks to you guys. I'm very happy.
Anyone you want to dedicate that ace to? You know, it's your first one. It's a special one.
I mean, I got to dedicate to my bro Pujan. I think he's here now, right?
I'm glad you mentioned him because I think, of course, you have a lot of fans. You know, they're all here very keen to get your pictures and signatures. But I do think you can probably flex a little bit about just your fan base because it's not just these guys out here. It's FNS. I saw Tens and Khelraay wearing a PRX jersey as well. So how grateful are you that all these people in the community want you to win?
Yeah, I mean, we are very thankful that we have so many fans across the world. And even yesterday, Tens and Khelraay and Mel came to our place. So it's nice meeting them. Probably it's Tens buff, you know? So yeah, hopefully we do well in grand final and hopefully not second place again.
Oh, I hope so for you as well. Everyone
actually,
in Toronto,
I don't hope the same
because let him sign a few more things one more time for your first
G2's gonna win.
finalist, PRX.
G2's gonna win against them. All this to lose to G2. Bro, they're doing all this just to lose to G2, Clutch, bhai.
Shut up, bro. Gotta stay humble. Shut up, bro. Don't talk too much. खाली दिमाग ही बचता है.
भाई मैं तो अभी है ना वेट कर रहा हूँ भाई कि मतलब वुल्स को G2 क्या यड़ भगा देगी.
भाई वुल्स अबे वुल्स हर्ष भाई मेरे को तो बहुत ही स्ट्रांग टीम लग रही थी यार.
मेरे को तो लगता है ना क्लच भाई G2 वर्सेस वुल्स होएगा ना 2-0 में ही 2-0 होते साथ वुल्स वाले बोलेंगे सरेंडर.
नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं बोलते.
अरे नहीं 13-0 मार देंगे ना G2 वाले तो.
ऐसा नहीं बोलते. अभी G2 फनाटिक का मैच है वो इम्पोर्टेंट मैच है.
और शिट में तो भूल ही गया भाई उस बारे में. वो कौन कंसीडर कर रहा है भाई फनाटिक के अगेंस्ट G2 हारेगी.
भाई shut up bro, stay humble. Shut up, stay humble. Don't talk too much.
Bro, let's freaking go W PRX in the chat. Woo! My God, Anish bhai, thank you for the huge 100, Anish bhai. Thank you so much for the huge 100 rupees in the super chat of Google Pay. PRX for the win. Let's freaking go, bhai. मजा आ गया भाई, मजा आ गया.
PRX अपना तीसरा फाइनल पहुंची है.
Yeah. I know. But actually, अगर तुमको नहीं पता,
उधर ही बोलो.
जब से मैं VCT देखने लग गया हूँ, तब से PRX कभी नहीं पहुंची थी फाइनल्स में. So this one is special for me. मुझे पता ही नहीं पिछले कप्स क्या हुआ है 3 बार जब फाइनल में पहुंचे. I don't care about it. मैं देखना
FPS के अगेंस्ट हारी है, जिसमें सुगेत्सु भर दिया था. सुगेत्सु एंजल 1 आर्टिस्ट वाली टीम, उन लोग ने भर दिया था जब बेन का IGL था उनका. ब्रीज में लास्ट किल मारा था मिड से सुगेत्सु ने, 1v3 कर दिया था, फुल हेड भगा दिया था PRX, फिर EG से हार गई थी.
Bro, Clutch bhai, you are like 30-year-old, bro.
What do you mean, man?
Crazy.
Wired to the game.
मैं तो तभी भाई गेम खेलता था सिर्फ. मैं तभी देखता नहीं था ये सब.
नहीं भाई, मैं तो बहुत पहले से देख रहा हूँ.
2022 की बात है ये. 2022 में मैं क्या कर रहा था? 2022 आज से 3 साल पहले था बराबर.
हाँ, आज से 3 साल पहले.
आज से 3 साल पहले मैं रेडियंट पहुंचा था शायद.
हाँ. डैम.
नहीं, आज से 3 साल पहले मैं फेमस होना शुरू हुआ था क्लच भाई.
ओह.
क्या कर रहा था मैं? वैक्सीन लेने गया था. थंबनेल बना रहा था. ओ भाई, लेजेंडरी वीडियो बना रहा था ना तभी मैं. तभी लेजेंडरी वीडियोस बना रहा था ना मैं. Bro, 3 years to that? Nah, a banger dropping someday. Because the idea is brewing. जिम टैक्स भाई ने 5 पाउंड दिया, लिखा है बूस्टर मिला था लंदन में, बोला था G2 की यड़ भगा देगा। इज दैट रियल क्लच भाई?
अगर बूस्टर उसको लंदन में मिला था तो उसको कैसे पता था कि उसके सामने G2 आएगी?
Well, that's a valid question. But thank you so much, Jim Tax Bhai, for the 5 pounds. And I would like to know ये क्लच भाई ने जो बोला उसका answer again from you. Thank you so much for the 5 pounds.
और वो मेरी
Love
चैट में
you.
दे सकते हैं आप, लव यू।
आधा यहाँ पे लिख दो, आधा क्लच भाई के चैट में, ऐसा आधा का आधा करके फिर हम लोग जोड़ेंगे और फिर पूरा बोल देंगे तो कैसा मस्त कंटेंट निकलेगा ना, क्रेजी।
नाइस आइडिया ब्रो।
Oh my god, love you. आर्यन thank you for the tanti. अर्का thank you for the sponsor. Fnatic जीतेगी, आप स्ट्रीम बंद कर दो। लेकिन शिव भाई के लिए बुरा लग रहा है, बात तो सही है, शिव भाई के लिए मेरे को भी बुरा लग रहा है, बुरा लग रहा है। सौरिश मैंने 3 महीने का सपोर्ट किया, लिखा है हर्ष भाई जीतेगे तो Fnatic ही, एंटी क्लच भाई। Bro, everyone out here is saying Fnatic is winning.
Everyone out that day was saying Genji will win.
भाई साहब
In 1979, a team
मैं नहीं देख रहा।
हटा दो भाई।
My girlfriend said she had plans the plan. अरे ये देखा हमने, मेरा मेंबरशिप माइलस्टोन 1 year of almost coming every day. Love you so much. Thank you Yash for the 1 month support, my friend. Thank you so much for the 1 year support. Thank you so much. Mid gaming chat, W wallpaper. What is W in this? Freaking idiot. Wow. Fnatic सपोर्ट वाले रोएंगे, याद रखना, जतिन भाई ने लिखा है। Is it real?
वॉर चालू हो चुकी है हर्ष भाई, फिर इसी के साथ साथ वर्ल्ड वॉर 3 की तरफ हम बढ़ते हुए आज हो जाएगा भाई।
किश हाँ? अफ्रीकी का हमेशा आवाज अलग कैसे रहता है भाई? अलग इंसान का रहता है।
आज क्या सीन है?
4 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ तेरे साथ, अभी तक आवाज नहीं पहचान रहा तू।
अरे हर बार आवाज अलग हो रही है भाई। ये देखो ये गणपति बप्पा की मूर्ति रखी है भाई, डेंजर।
राम, और उसके सामने देखो क्या रखा है।
1 सेकेंड, ये वो वाला चाहे पबजी, हाँ वो वाला।
अबे एयरड्रॉप
ये क्या केला खा रहा है?
और वो देखो उसने एलेक्सा को किस पे रखा है
भाई साहब, क्रेजी भाई। गोकू हाथ से पाद मारता, सॉरी
अच्छा सेटअप है भाई, अच्छा सेटअप है।
या W शॉर्टकट टू डॉज मदर इंडिया स्मार।
तुझी स्ट्रीम पाहता पाहता मी प्रॅक्टिकल लिहित आहे, पण जर का मदर इंडिया आली तर म्हणायचं की गाणं बघत आहे, म्हणजे ऐकत आहे।
वाह 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 वाह। क्यों मम्मी को पसंद नहीं आ रहा है कि तू मुझे देख रहा है?
मम्मी को पसंद नहीं आ रहा है, तुम गेम देख रहे हो।
अच्छा। और आप माउस से गेम में हकते हो शी।
नाइस ब्रो।
हर्ष भाई क्या
ओडोनिल रखा है?
हर्ष भाई क्या आपको कभी 10,000 रुपए सुपर चैट मिला? मुझे 1,000 भी नहीं मिला आज तक, मजाक सेट के।
यार ये लड़का बहुत ही ज्यादा मेहनत करता है
भाई। अभी हर्ष भाई तुमको पता है क्या, फ्रीकी भाई हर्ष भाई और मैं अभी सामने मेंदुवड़ा खाते हैं 30 रुपए का 2 बार दिन में पेट भरने के लिए। लाइफ इज हार्ड ब्रो।
दिस इज क्रेजी सेटअप।
नाइस ब्रो, देखो ना उसने रूम फ्रेशनर डाल के रखा बाजू।
क्रेजी। करंट रैंक असेंडेंट 2, पीक असेंडेंट 3। वाओ नाइस गेमर।
कीबोर्ड
क्या हुआ लास्ट मैच? हार गई। कैन आई ऑर्डर योर टी शर्ट फ्रॉम बीडी? बीडी जले बांग्लादेश से नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक सो ब्रो। इंटरनेशनल डिलीवरीज आर नॉट येट हियर।
आजकल लोग वोट उसने माउस को ये बनाया हर्ष भाई।
अरे वो हेड स्टैंड करके खेलता है
क्या? वाह कसम भाई, दिमाग तो एक से बढ़कर एक लगाते हैं बंदे।
अरे दो है
लैंड सेटअप, अरे नहीं वो मिरर है
भाई आजकल, लेकिन अरे नहीं ये देखो,
अरे
एक्चुअली मिरर है भाई। हाँ
भेवड़े से हो क्या थोड़े से?
मिरर है
दोनों में सेम वो दिखा रहा है
भाई। एक्चुअली आजकल है ना बहुत ट्रेंड ये बढ़ रहा है कि लोग दो पीसीज लगा रहे घर पे। मेरे एक रील में भी आया था, मेरे को एक ऐसी रील आई थी जिसमें उसकी मम्मी उनके बच्चों को दो अलग अलग सेटअप पे बैठे वो बच्चे उनको चिल्ला रहे
जो खेलते रहते हैं वही ना।
नहीं मैं बताता हूँ भाई, उसका नाम सर्टिफाइड मानव है। उसकी मम्मी पूछती है सर्टिफाइड मानव ने आज वीडियो नहीं डाली, क्या हो गया सर्टिफाइड मानव?
हाँ। चलो गेम बंद करो, वीडियो एडिट करिए, चलो वीडियो एडिट करो, जल्दी गेम रिकॉर्ड करो। चलो ब्रो दैट वाज
रिकॉर्ड नहीं किया कंटेंट भाई। क्रेजी सपोर्ट ना, क्रेजी सपोर्ट।
जिमटैक्स भाई ने 2 पाउंड्स भेजे हैं और लिखा है क्लच भाई को सुपर चैट नहीं जा रही। आई कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है जिमटैक्स भाई, इधर भेज दो, क्लच भाई को मैं कभी नहीं दूंगा। थैंक यू फॉर द 2 पाउंड्स, थैंक यू सो मच, लव यू। यश भाई ने 10 रुपए दिया है और लिखा है दिस बिग एंग लोगो लुकिंग सो गुड, इट्स द ओजी। वाओ रैंगिस
आईएम्स लगा के खेलता है, मतलब ट्राई हार्ड तो कर रहा है, डायमंड।
अल्ले नहीं ये आईएम्स वो यूज करते हैं जो प्लैट में होते हैं। अल्ले
देखो असेंडेंट ऑन, नाइस यार।
वाओ कहाँ गया अभी
यार? ये तो वो है ना, उत्तराखंड है ना?
नहीं
क्यों कॉल कर रहे हो?
हो सकता।
बधाई हो।
क्या बधाई हो? स्पीकर पे
बधाई हो।
क्या बधाई?
मैंने सुना आप प्रेग्नेंट हो, बधाई हो।
वाओ लेट्स गो, क्या बात है, कांग्रेचुलेशंस मैन।
क्या
मैंने सुना है आपको ट्विंस होने वाले हैं।
मैं और हैदराबाद थे।
थैंक यू।
आपका जो पेट निकला हुआ है उसे देख के तो लग रहा है मुझे कि ट्रिपलेट्स होंगे।
शट अप।
आपकी जो
I got abs. I got abs.
You got abs?
Yeah.
Bro, you got like 4 kids in that tummy.
4 kids?
Children. बच्चे।
सड़ाओ मत ना फिर अभी, कॉल के लिए क्यों?
बस ऐसे सोच रही थी कि बोर हो रहा है तो क्या करूं।
तो बोर हो गया है तो मैं बोर होने के बाद फोन लगाने के लिए बैठा हूँ क्या इधर? इतना भूकट नहीं हूँ मैं।
हाँ ऐसा मतलब टाइम पास अभी ऐसा करने का होता है तो पता है कि एक ही नवरा है पूरी दुनिया में जो 12 बजे बैठ के ऐसा वॉच पार्टी करके ऐसा नवरागिरी कर रहा होगा।
नवरा क्या होता है?
गुजराती
नवरा मतलब खाली फोकट बैठे रहने का।
नवरा मराठी मतलब मराठी में नवरा म्हणजे हे असतं
ग्रूम
काय असतं नवरा? अरे का नवरा आणि बायको, नवरा बायको। अरे तुम लोग को नवरा बायको बोलता हूँ ना मैं वैसा।
मतलब हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ।
हाँ।
अबे गुजराती में नवरा मतलब जो फोकट में बैठा रहता है।
अच्छा तो ठीक है, आज से तुम्हारा नाम नवरा। हैदराबाद बायको। चलो ना फिर डिस्कॉर्ड पे आओ ना, सड़ाओ मत ना।
क्या करूं?
डिस्कॉर्ड पे आओ ना, सड़ाओ मत।
चल भाई यार
आओ ना।
अब पकाता है तू यार।
अबे यार
तू व्लॉग में बंदर बोल रहा था, खुद गधा है एक नंबर का, गधे जैसी शक्ल है तेरी। हाँ तू मेरे को बंदर बोलता है, गधा कुत्ते जैसा हंसता।
आओगे डिस्कॉर्ड पे या नहीं? जल्दी बताओ, चैट में सड़ रहे सब लोग, बोल रहे किसका आवाज आ रहा है, ये बंद कर दे। हाँ ठीक है भाई, ठीक है भाई, चल। कितना सड़ाती है मैडम ये। Twitch, thank you so much for the sponsor, Twitch. I'm sorry I missed it because of this horrendous ladies. Alright, we move forward. Someone help, not able to link YT. What is this? Failed to connect. Your YouTube is hacked.
Hello.
Bro, oh no way, someone leaked this picture.
Hello.
अरे पोटैटो था, ये फोटो तो मैंने कहीं पे डाली नहीं थी।
तुम्हारी आवाज नहीं आ रही हर्ष भाई।
यार पोटैटो था, ये फोटो तो मैंने कहीं पे डाली नहीं थी। देखो जल्दी देखो, ये कैसे आ गई यहाँ पे।
स्ट्रीम पे आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही है मुझे? अच्छा यूजर वॉल्यूम ही 0 कर रखा है मैंने।
ओ माय, अबे ये देखो ना फोटो।
देख ही रही हो दयाली। ये मेरे को इतना छोटा क्यों बना के रखा है भाई?
छोटा मतलब
कैंडल्स भी बनाए भाई।
रियल
The
तो है।
hell?
अरे
इतनी छोटी नहीं हूँ मैं।
यू आर, ऐसा
लो
देखना
कम
पड़ता है।
ऑन।
अरे कैसी हो पोटैटो ताई।
अरे बौने तू तो बोल ही मत।
कुछ भी।
5 पहुंचा नहीं है, मेरे को बोल रहा है।
आपके बच्चों के लिए
मैंने
सेरेलैक
अभी
ले
देखा
लेना
था,
ये
कुछ
पैसों से।
रील एक आई थी।
थैंक यू यार
5 वाले
चिमटैक्स भाई।
नीचे वाले आदमी लोग की हरकतें बता रहे थे उस रील में, तुम मैच कर रहे थे एकदम। बौना।
चिमटैक्स थैंक यू फॉर द 2 पाउंड्स।
ये सिखाते हो तुम फोटोशॉप में तुम्हारे व्यूअर्स को? ऐसा फोटोशॉप आता है उनको सिर्फ? हाँ, तुम जैसे पदौड़े यूट्यूबर का फोटोशॉप देख के यही आएगा ना उनको।
फोटोशॉप नहीं है ये, रियल फोटो है, रियल।
हाँ, ये तुमने ही सिखाया है, गंदा एकदम। बंद कर दो चैनल दूसरा तुम्हारा।
अले ओ नर्फ गन।
This lady here.
What now you want? You also annoying. Too annoying. People have made my friends in life, bro. Oh my god. I'm suffering from both of you.
बंदर को लगता है सामने वाला बंदा बंदर है।
तू तो गधा है। बंदर भी नहीं लगता मुझे।
क्या?
हेल ना ब्रो।
जानवर एक दूसरे के बीच में बात कर रहे हैं।
लक्कड़ बग्गा है हर्ष तो। लक्कड़ बग्गा।
क्लर्च लोमड़ी है।
क्लर्च तो लोमड़ी नहीं है भाई। क्लर्च उसको क्या बोलते हैं जो एक स्टिंकी एनिमल नहीं होता है जो बहुत बास मारता है?
हाँ?
क्या
बास
बोलते
मैं
हैं?
मारता हूँ या हर्ष भाई मारते
क्या?
हैं?
डिराक्सो थैंक यू फॉर द 3 मंथ्स ब्रो।
नहीं, कोई
कांग्रेट्स
कुछ
हर्ष
और
भाऊ,
नाम
बहुत
होता
अच्छा
है
लगा
उसका
खुशखबरी
भाई।
सुन के।
वो एक बासी जानवर होता है ना जो
बासी जानवर?
स्कंक होता है,
डुक्कर।
स्कंक ही होता है।
कंक होता है। वाह हाइड्रा, जी के तो
ब्रो
अच्छी है तेरी। मेरे बच्चों का बाप तू ही बनेगा।
A lot on the shoulders of that veteran chronicle.
है बदमाश।
हाँ।
कंक है तू, कंक एक नंबर का।
Thank you man.
According to me 2022 EG is the best team of all time. What do you think? Yeah, I feel the same actually. Actually.
कंक का हिंदी में
हाइड्रा
मतलब
को हिंदी पढ़नी नहीं आती।
अबे हिंदी में स्कंक का मतलब स्कंक ही होता है जो एक प्रकार के जानवर का नाम है। यह एक ऐसा जानवर है जो अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए एक
छेड़ा भी सड़ा रही है ये
तीखी
मैडम।
गंध छोड़ता है।
हाँ, कहाँ से?
कहाँ से छोड़ता है गंद पर?
अपनी
What is
सुरक्षा
the
के लिए एक तीखी गंध छोड़ता है। ऐसा लिखा है एआई ने। अंग्रेजी में ऐसे स्कंक कहते हैं। कभी-कभी स्कंक शब्द का उपयोग किसी व्यक्ति को अ, अपमानित करने के लिए भी किया जाता है, जैसे
Oh hell no.
Nice bro, nice. Such a W move. Such a W move.
अभी
क्या हुआ? तुम डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए थे। हेलो
क्या
अरे
किया
हर्ष
तूने?
भाई, हर्ष भाई, तान्या दीदी के नाम पर राइट क्लिक करो, देखो ब्लॉक के ऊपर इग्नोर आता है। मैं इग्नोर कर दिया।
Hell no.
क्यों भाई ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो?
इग्नोर कर दिया मैंने।
भाई आपका न्यू व्लॉग कहाँ देखूं? मेरा एक दूसरा चैनल है
म्यूट हो गई
ये।
थी भाई।
क्यों
ये मेरा चैनल
बुलाया
है।
मेरे को वीसी जब मेरे को ये सब म्यूट ब्लॉक करना
देखो यहाँ
इग्नोर
पे।
करना है।
नहीं यार कौन किया? मैं तो नहीं किया।
कौन कर सकता है आपको?
द मोस्ट मैस्ड अप पीसी। भाई साहब
यार
बे
चलो
यार
घूमने जाते कहीं
चलो कल निकलते। चलो जाती किधर
भाई
तो
मेरा
बाहर गाँव।
बैकपैक है, वो दिन के बाद ही बैकपैक है।
चलो बाहर गाँव जाती किधर तो किधर का फ्लाइट बताओ बस। चलो चलो चलो
टोरंटो फाइनल्स, टोरंटो
चलो
फाइनल्स।
हाँ चलो इन
ठीक है।
एक दिन के लिए चले जाते हैं।
एक दिन
दो
वन डे
दिन
रिटर्न।
के 2
हाँ,
दिन
one day return,
गोवा
one day return।
जाने का है नहीं तुम लोग का और
गोवा व्यू
बारगांव
कौन जाता है? गोवा व्यू अच्छी टोरंटो
हाँ सीधा टोरंटो, इंडिया
बड़ी
के
बात
बाहर।
करो।
इंडिया में काय को घूम रहे हो भाई? अभी
भाई
अब काय को इंडिया में?
हर्ष भाई टोरंटो किधर पड़ता?
ए इतना क्या चौथी फेल नहीं हूँ मैं, कनाडा में पड़ता है। मेरे व्यूअर्स है कनाडा से, समझे ना?
वाह
Let's try it again. I asked you, are you ready for the quarterfinals?
हाँ?
ये अपना फेमस हो गया अभी डायलॉग।
कौन सा?
चौथी में।
पोटैटो ताइको
हर्ष भाई
नंबर 1
लंदन किधर है?
इंग्लैंड में।
इंग्लैंड क्या होता है? दूसरा वर्ड उसका क्या होता है?
यूनाइटेड किंगडम। अरे मैं क्या चौथी में हूँ क्या मैडम? Fucking idiot. Oh, I paused.
No, stop कर दिया।
Oh, the freaking big game. It's a G2 versus Fantastic Gaming. Thank you so much for the 2 pounds, Jim Tax भाई। पोटैटो ताइको नंबर 1 यहाँ पर का टाइटल दे दो। चमन झिंगा नाम का एक टाइटल आना चाहिए, वो पोटैटो ताइको देंगे। सुन रहे नहीं है शायद।
हर्ष भाई मेरे बाजू में एक जो बंदा है मेरे सर के ऊपर।
क्या होता है?
मेरे बाजू में ना सर के ऊपर एक बंदा रहता है, ठीक है?
हाँ।
सारा दिन वो बस AI जनरेटेड वीडियो सुनता रहता है और रील स्वाइप करता रहता है। इसका क्या इलाज हो सकता है?
फोन फेंक दो।
ला भाई फोन
भाई हर्ष भाई, एक बंदा उधर कार्ड में लिखा था आई एम गेटिंग मैरिड टुमारो बट आई एम एट VCT।
म्याओ 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 म्याओ। भाई वो वाले रील्स देखे तुम लोग ने? म्याओ 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 म्याओ।
वो मोटा ऑरेंज कैट होता है वही ना?
स्टोरी बनती है ना AI वाली स्टोरी। उसमें ऐसा होता है कि मतलब वो उसकी बीवी प्रेग्नेंट हो जाती है तो छोड़ के चला जाता है बिल्ला उसको। फिर बिल्ली है ना ऐसा जिम जाती है, फिर ऐसा बफ वफ होके आती है एकदम। फिर ऐसा मतलब स्टोरी पूरा लोर बनता है उस चीज का।
बहुत क्रेजी रील्स है भाई, बहुत। अरे बूस्टर नाचने लग गया।
मैं ऐसा बफ हो जाऊं तो कितना मजा आएगा।
सो जाओ तुम।
Unlike G2, they haven't had to change up a whole ton. They've been playing these same comps for so long. Yeah, I really hope that we get to that last map, to that
मैंने ना उस
haven,
दिन
because both
हर्ष को
PRX and
पूछा
WOL
कि ऐसा सब ऐसा प्लशी लेके जाते हैं अपने साथ सारे स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर, तो तुम क्या लेके जाओगे करके।
मैं क्या बोला
तो
था?
बोलता है पॉटी इमोजी आता है ना, पॉटी इमोजी, उसका प्लशी लेके जाऊंगा। इसको उधर भी मतलब यही करना है, पॉटी टॉक्स करना है सिर्फ।
अरे सामने वाले को दिखाऊंगा ना, ये ले टट्टी खा, ऐसा चिढ़ाने के लिए।
हाँ, तो बोलता है कि मैं राउंड जीतूंगा तो सामने वाली टीम को दिखाऊंगा, ये ले टट्टी खा, ऐसा करेगा। ये सब सही लगता है तुझे इसकी थिंकिंग?
नहीं, अच्छा प्लान है।
Yep, exactly.
यार
W, my goat.
we've been seeing for such a long time. You could watch
Legend.
VOD from 3 years ago, and it would be the same challenge.
Legend Heart of League Gaming YD channel.
Because they've always just been.
But that's crazy though that you can do that, but they're still so damn good.
आज भी मोड
Even when
करेगा
you
क्या
know what
ये?
they're gonna do.
हाँ भाई, ये नाचने के लिए आता है। ये सीख के आया रहेगा घर से कि आज क्या करूंगा।
Wait, Fnatic versus कौन है? G2.
या
गई G2 आज तो।
It is all about just perfecting.
अच्छा भाई, मेरे हिसाब से 2-1 होने वाला है, फनाटिक जीतने वाली है।
Yes, I agree, but slightly 2-0.
ओ शिट, नहीं फनाटिक नहीं, सॉरी हैडर भाई, आई डोंट एग्री दैट। 2-1 होने वाला है, G2 जीतने वाली है।
I disagree.
ना इतने सारे विंगमैन।
Onesies out. You'll love to see
G2
that.
को P2
That's cool. Get me one of those.
G2 choke करती है भाई।
They're pretty cool.
What are you saying? They just did a comeback.
Hey yo, what is that?
Okay.
Drawing.
All right, I had to question a lot of things there for a brief moment, but all right.
Hey.
In any case, though, as we get ready for this one, Mimi, you can tell, man, the crowd, the energy is electric in this room.
Yeah, Fnatic, they
Hey, you wanna
become
mahol.
crowd favorites. You see Boaster playing up to them. I think he's trying to do his jinx on them that you've seen in some of the little videos. Always trying to do something fun. make the pressure.
वुल्स बाहर नहीं गई दोस्तों, वो लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स में गई है। BO5 होगा लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल एंड वहां से वो लोग ग्रैंड फाइनल में एंट्री मार सकते हैं। ये गेम जो हारेगा वो घर पे जाएगा और जो जीतेगा वो लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स में जाएगा।
कमेंटेटरी कर जरा
in Los Angeles, but with that
क्या बोलते हैं?
subbed in for the breach. I'm really looking
भी आ रहा है अपने पीछे से।
Let's go double use.
again control the tree with the old and very old stuff, but especially with this Deco, I think the G2 is going to be one of the first things that they target. As I said, Kayak on the operator. If they start snowballing rounds, this could get too easy for Fnatic. But right now, they should be like, hold on. They picked Lotus. Are we this obvious? Because we've been having such good results in the match.
हर्ष भाई प्लेयर ईयरफोन एंड हेडफोन दोनों यूज क्यों करते हैं? हेडफोन्स जो है वो उनका साउंड आइसोलेट करता है, क्राउड का आवाज वगैरह आने से रुकाता है एंड उसका माइक यूज करते हैं। और जो IEMs है वो गेम के लिए रहते हैं।
ये बताओ ना तानिया दीदी, ये करो ना। हाँ सालो
कौन हो भाई तुम? कौन हो भाई?
I don't know you, bro.
ठीक है भाई।
कौन हो भाई? चबाड़ 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 चबाड़। कौन हो भाई?
तो खुश होती हूँ जिनके साथ उनके सामने ही चबड़ चबड़ करते हैं ना भाई इंसान।
अरे अभी सैड क्यों हो रहे हो भाई? मजाक कर रहे हैं यार। अरे भाई ये क्या है?
Alternatively, Fnatic can end America's
ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं chat?
here and now.
Listen, we can have the best of both worlds. How about Fnatic wins, and since we have crashies, you're still making it onto the lower final.
खिचड़ी बन रही है क्या chat?
That, but I don't know. I'm a bit of a G2 stan, so you never know.
Sorry.
I wonder what they think.
You know what? Great call there. How about this, Toronto? Who you think's gonna win? Let me know right now.
I'm gonna win.
We got a little bit of all over the place. All right, is it Fnatic? Is Fnatic gonna win? What about G2? Oh, that is a reaction
Spike plant करने जा रहे हैं।
for G2 Esports. As they get ready for this matchup, players setting up on that stage, and now
G2's gonna win.
it's time. Toronto, let's make some noise as we get ready.
कर्ष भाई ये बंदा तुम्हारे को ये दे रहा है, कंपटीशन दे रहा है।
Here are your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Hi, did you miss me?
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get back into this one here. We have two Titan teams, Josh, that are facing up on the stage in Toronto. Both looking to carve out their own spot in the history books for VCT.
भाई लोग ड्रिप बॉट डेंजर करते हैं।
That ended up in the lower bracket right at the beginning of our playoffs, and both of them trying to pull off the improbable, the impossible, but not for them. These are two teams with the most.
Was incoming.
And two teams that you've seen make historic comebacks within maps. You only have to look to recent history for G2. You're thinking about comebacks on Xbox. Well, the team on the other side has pulled off legendary stuff themselves.
क्या करूँ?
This is NA versus EU. EMEA, they have
मेरे को इतनी पूछ नहीं आती बनता है।
themselves won those back-to-back tournaments in 2023, and that's what the region is hunting for. These are two teams with similar styles as well. The lower bracket with players such as Chronicle looking to continue being the winningest player of all time.
पूरी अमेरिकाज बाहर हो गई। माँ कसम पूरी दुनिया G2 को सपोर्ट कर रही है उनकी उधर। इसके पहले सब लोग नफरत कर रहे थे।
कौन नफरत कर रहा था? कोई नहीं नफरत कर रहा था यार।
कोई चिल्लाता ही नहीं था भाई, कोई चिल्लाता ही नहीं था G2 के राउंड विन पे। जैसे सेंड मारो सब G2 के साइड।
Surely here for our opening pistol round between these two.
All right, boys, it is the second game of the day. Fnatic versus G2. The winner goes lower bracket finals, and the loser goes home. तो आज किसके जमापुर की टिकट निकलेगी? जल्दी से जल्दी चैट में बताओ। बम।
Which I would consider to be essentially home ground territory for
Two toxic teams? Nah, bro. They just have fun.
Get ready for a trap play at front B.
They're just having fun.
Slow is going to be the name of the game for both of these squads on their attack sides, feeling out what the defense has got going. Because they're both pretty happy to retake trap styles.
Excuse me, Booster.
The opening kill.
And blood's going to be drawn out as G2 bodies are dropping. Not relenting though, G2 looking eager to try and take site control, but they've got a crossfire set to try and contest.
What a shot! What?
You're doing that, Jonah P. Drive by, swings by. And just like that in a blink of an eye, it's Fnatic now that are on the back foot.
What a plant as well. They're planting so that they can take heaven control. They know that at least one of these players is on the flank.
Alpha is going to try and deliver shoulder to shoulder. Him and the IGL, Boaster
what a shot, Alpha.
To connect. Not anticipating it. Boaster delivering. And Alpha.
Crazy round, bhai. भाई अरे अरे अरे
Boaster's on his feet already, round one. You'll be seeing a lot more of that. G2 almost
भाई पहले ही राउंड में क्या हो गया?
But they just couldn't quite get it done.
ये कैसे मारा है मुझे भागते-भागते देखना है.
Bit of a freebie there as well. That's a
वही भाई चलते-चलते. पता है नहीं गेम प्ले.
Untradeable. And then cleans things
अभी
up.
शॉट पेन के लिए यही पेन करने के लिए पेन आता है.
चड्डी गेम प्ले.
So close at this event has just
बोस्टर का नाम आज से चड्डी गेमर.
Showmanship heights. Absolutely. He does love it. He's talked in interviews as well, Boaster, about trying to just get the best possible results before he thinks about retirement.
Wow.
Which is mad.
Smart.
But he has been in the scene for such a long time. And his teams have been astoundingly successful.
Chill uncle, it's first round.
He's talked in this tournament actually about becoming the greatest leader of all time. I think if you made the list right now, it would have to be Boaster at the top. But he'd like another tournament here, just to properly seal the deal.
Set it in stone.
It was going home by चला swimming के लिए. By चला swimming के लिए. Swimming के लिए जा रहे हो अभी?
Like a bit of a whiplash after come off PRX.
अरे नहीं वो pounds दे रहे भाई.
Both of these teams, they do have similar styles. Fnatic, G2, they're
but
going
the
to be
2
playing
pounds,
to
bro.
allow their opponents to plan
G2 is not going home though.
and make them bleed as they get into the sights.
भाई बात तो सही है. तुम भी चड्डी लॉन्च करो भाई.
Towards the ledge as Chronicle holding close. Catches the contact, going for the re-swing. He's going to be traded, but Alpha towards the back. The ghost in hand, and he's going to be buying time for the rest of the team to start to get in and get active. Kayak tearing them apart. Leafs is going to try.
So
to
imagine if they throw this.
From this spot.
नहीं throw तो नहीं होगा ये.
Has the spike in his back pocket, but no time really to work with. And Fnatic, ever the disciplined team, happy to wait it out.
Nah, this is not a throw.
Kayak would go down in
क्या
one shot here.
patient लोगे भाई Fnatic वाले ना. Patient लोगे, patient लोगे.
He's posted up towards spawn.
Meow,
So fairly clean
meow,
at the end of the day.
meow,
Fnatic managed
Force
to
नहीं था ये.
keep 3 decent bits of weaponry heading into their bonus round. And I think a lot of it's about figuring out what these setups look like. You can see little bait and switch setups. On the pistol round, we saw that B trap play, where if a lurker starts walking towards
G2 ने buy किया था क्या चैट?
pounced upon.
वो लोग लोटस पे नहीं करते शायद. लोटस और हेवन पे नहीं करते क्या पता.
Figure out what kind of game Fnatic are playing. Where does Boaster want to give a little bit of space? Where does Boaster want to tell his team to fight? And this round, potential for a bit of a collapse onto Leaf if he does take that aggressive lurk timing.
Save था G2 का.
Chilling for now though. Pressure from G2 up towards B. Door's going to be opened up. That should be a bit of fear into the back of your mind.
What a shot! बिठा दिए ला भाई बाय राउंड में.
Swift dismissal. Leaf needs
G2 का pick है by the way chat.
getting tagged up. Bullet tagged. Still alive though, and now reinforcements arriving. G2 looking to clear this all the way out entirely. Crashy's been dropped. Jonah P, even a watchful eye. Exploration of Fnatic is going to be punished here.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird push actually from Kayak.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा
I think
किसी का.
both players that died towards B there, Kayak and Jorgamo, probably could have played that situation better. But G2 end up slowing down the pace, hitting the brakes in a 4v3. And this allows Valen to just test out the map again. Trent still has both of these salvos to work with too. So they could play a really powerful post plan. They are set up though to split into B, and that's exactly where Boaster's waiting with the Stinger. They don't realize A is empty.
Oh
Boaster
my
is here with a Stinger in hand.
Bosta bhai.
Fortunate with the timing.
30 seconds.
We're going to run all over these players here. Fnatic.
It's a nice
in the hands of Chronicle. It's not exactly set up for success.
It's a nice use there from Trent of just a solo salvo into that B connector, the waterfall, in order to push back the players. And he's still got a salvo to play afterwards. G2 want to keep this clean.
ये नहीं निकल पाएगा राउंड, बट अगर पिक्स मिले तो काफी अच्छा हो सकता है. Never mind. Never mind. अगर अल्फायर निकालता वो किल तो राउंड निकल सकता था भाई. I know.
Couple of players getting fairly close to some ultimates.
I don't know.
Jonah P and Trent winding their way up to double initiator ults. It won't probably be online here, or if they are, it'll be in the post plant. But we've got a pretty important eco swing round coming up in round 4. Fnatic are going to go for an Odin purchase as well. Crashy's picking that one up to play it from tree.
Love from Malar. Thank you, Malar.
Aiming to do chip damage early on to these G2 players contesting rubble.
Potato G.
A hail of bullets and lead. Sways him for a moment.
Hello.
Still
AFK
propped up onto rubble.
I like it though. All of these sound cues are making it feel like Fnatic need to defend rubble, and instead G2 are creeping up towards B, and Kayak, he's got to defend.
Salvas pop up into the walls of door there, you blinds it.
Wow.
Back, still
Wow.
G2.
Wow.
Oh, you can't stand up to it. Chronicle obliterates 3.
Crazy buy round.
Perfect timing, even though Fnatic weren't 100% sure how that B exec was coming through. Does Crashes get caught just jiggle in the corner? If he did, it would open up the
Gaming
side,
Buddy
make
channel.
the 2v4 possible.
Missed the timing on it. Backs away anyway.
It's going to be very difficult for Valen and Leaf to dig themselves out of this spot. Fnatic are giving them room though, giving them respect, allowing them even to get a plant
G2's
off.
Kryptonite is Chronicle. Kryptonite
मतलब the
मतलब
retake with bodies and with the paranoia, with the
जगमों
Cs,
को क्या
with
हो
the
रहा
horde
है?
tools that they still have to be able to work with.
Should be a clean retake indeed. Discipline still there from Fnatic. Wing it out. Jump spot of Crashies. He's missed the potential timing here. Just swinging wide. Trying to take that fight towards him, but smoke into your face, Valen. Has to really just try and get a move on. Now he's onto the side. It's an off-angle play from him, but still player advantage. And the paranoia is beautiful. Splits them up with just the right amount of time. But no way! Valen!
What a beast! What a play there! But what a fumble! Too cautious from Fnatic.
Bro, what was this?
That they love playing to give their opponents respect and play the advantage in the retake. But the paranoia pushed Valen off onto an off angle and they just weren't there ready for the trade. It was only Chronicle that swung through off Alpha's contact and he only had about 6 health to work with.
अरे भाई तुम लोग को डिफ्यूज नहीं करना है, तुम लोग अटैक करो, रुको जरा.
Now the ult cycle is going to start to get online for G2. Assuming
What the
they
hell?
can clean up an anti-eco, Fnatic might have just lost control of this defense half early on.
Then to the swinging.
Potato G.
Just off the back of the heroics of the captain of G2.
This is going to third map on God.
Minds in the game facing off against each other.
Feels like a battle of the generations when it comes to the IGLs as well. Valen, bit of a new kid on the block compared to the experience of Boaster, but he's been fantastic, and Boaster caught out in the open again. That's twice already in the very first quarter of this map.
It's not full
Yes,
speed ahead
Mahesh,
from G2. There's still a level of caution.
4v4 on site. Fnatic का eco है लेकिन.
Bodies. It is the eco round.
Yeah, I think the read here from Valen is perfect.
Be careful here with a monster in the hands of Alpha.
What?
That's snappy. Quick scope straight to the head. He is taken care of though. Chronicle still trying to at least square up, take a fight, posturing ever so slightly. Taking it with the off-angle play. Crashies is highlighted, lit up.
Good eco by them. दो kill लिए ले.
Taking the lead early on here in Lotus.
Why no one is picking up Beast? क्योंकि वो map pool में नहीं है अभी.
With the Marshal, it looks like Fnatic are going to need some more moments like that. What Alpha's been able to do recently in their games has been spectacular. And those are the danger moments that you need to be able to add in there. But otherwise, G2 dealt with that really quite cleanly, even though they went into the stack in the end. And here's the ult that we were talking about. Fnatic, by saving, have managed to get Kayak an operator in his hands. Looking to try to get him posted up over towards A. That's where the Odin is as well. And only Alpha defending here on C. Pushed off immediately.
Salvos had to push off the early line.
ये बूस्टर अभी भी मरेगा क्या? Free fund नहीं मरा.
Might get an early fight sooner than he potentially anticipates. He's going to play his life, try and back the hell out of there. Trent over the shoulder, that bait and switch.
Crashies, I think, made the call to
वो
fight.
expect नहीं किया कि और भी जन रहेगा क्योंकि सिर्फ बूस्टर रिवील हुआ था. नहीं sorry, Leaf रिवील हुआ था.
Having a rough go of things here.
Horrendous gameplay by Booster.
They still have the lockdown to try to play retake in one of these areas, and Chronicle could actually pit off some level of contact. But it's difficult to get value out of the pit here in the mid-round when Jorgamo still has his dimensional drift to clear everything. But here it goes.
Yeah, using it nice and early. Just trying to spot out the most of these players. Don't know if he spotted it off. Yes,
oh, Kaju Gamer is alive.
Well,
crazy.
It's instinctual.
Jugumbo inside. 3v4.
G2's positioning.
They'll get the side plant. Jonabi का ult आ जाएगा plant पे.
Dropped on the side of G2. They can no longer set up a pit of their own in the post plant. So if G2 want to win this round, it's got to be proactive. I think Fnatic, they know it. Crashies and Kayak are waiting for this push.
Alice sees it. Jogmo's going to be backing away. Reclaiming the space now. There's an I4. Trying to lay claim to a lot of this towards it, but there's that up angle. A rare whiff from Kayak with how he's been playing.
Good nade.
K damage kicking in. Gonna TP. Valen's barely out of there. Trying to play the crossfire setup. Chronicle wins this fight out, and that's going to be locked down to secure. Fnatic have all the advantages here. Everything in the world going their way.
And an investment of the ultimate just to make sure, just to absolutely guarantee
G2 का IGL valid
Fnatic were able to tie things up. It's a big recovery in this round from Fnatic. If they'd lost here in the 4v5, would have been a disaster.
ये देखो ये हुआ है उसके साथ क्योंकि वो एक ही रिवील हुआ ना वो उसको ट्रैक करने गया और ट्रेंट ने आगे चापटी दे दिया भाई बूस्टर मुंह पे पानी मार के आजा भाई विषय हो रहा है बूस्टर के साथ बूस्टर इज हैपनिंग बूस्टर टाइम आउट डायरेक्ट बूस्टर गेमिंग
players of all time. You look at accomplishments.
The accolades, man.
He's already got 3 trophies. If Fnatic can somehow pull off this lower bracket run, he will just be out miles ahead of everybody else.
Making a serious
G2 round जीती भी है फिर भी क्लच भाई का बीपी हाई हो जाता है कौन सी टीम सपोर्ट कर रहे हो तुम मैं जी Ult wasn't needed though. उसको क्या हो सकते हैं अल्ट के टाइम पे ही वो दूसरा एक बंदा मरा तो 3v2 था तब तक कॉम्स प्लीज अभी क्या कॉम्स दूं अभी 3-3 चल रहा है अभी कुछ जरूरत नहीं लग रही है It is 100% real वरद भाई
but they're just trying to grab one G2 player and then back it up.
चैट मैं चॉफी बना के लेके आता हूँ भाई चॉफी बनाने रहता हूँ 2 मिनट में 2 मिनट
Take a look and see what the adjustments are coming out of this tag timeout. Kayak earned his showstopper in the previous, so he can take more aggressive positions with the op, because if you get caught, pull out the ult, and you can often stop yourself from getting punished. So he's actually going to go maybe for a solo peek over towards B, which
looks like it.
Properly aggressive. Oh no, backs it up early on. Just listening for audio cues.
A lot of presence though from G2. Prowler and a flash through the front of B, and that's triggered at least the ult, and it's a bait and switch setup. Jogamo at the gate crash could exit.
That's beautiful. Ult baited out immediately. Perfect value there coming from the Yoru. And now Valen's got an opportunity to reset the troops and figure out in which direction G2 would like to end. Another single salvo to try to push Alpha away. They know that Alpha loves to play this angle. We've seen people even pick up attack side ops to try to punish that.
Alpha feeling the heat, and he might be tested soon, but instead G2 go in a different direction. Doors opened up. B is called for. There's lots of ults to try and help supplement this one here. We'll see how to get used to the util. Sees is excellent. Crashies. He's locked G2 down.
Jog teleported into it.
TP past. Poster is here, laying in wait with the Odin up through the high ground. The attempt there made. Chronicle just the one before the trade is in sight. Now with that pit, he's going to be laying down towards it. Armageddon on top of it. Clearing out a lot of the extremities. G2 trying to hold on.
Alpha on the flank could be pivotal here. Trent, he knows that he's going to try to take the timing, calls for backup, and now realizes Alpha hasn't committed.
P, just gone down there. I'm not sure if these are just stray shots coming through. Alpha.
Perfect trade.
Gets the one traded instantly. Now the drone and a connection spots him out, highlighting across the board. Leaf is going to back away, trying to play his life. Sliders a corner, snaps towards it. Leaf! Ridiculous!
Perfect reads inside the pit there for a player who's well within the race for tournament MVP. Look at how
What the hell happened there, bro? Chat कौन मरा उधर? World में?
Absolutely no damage done.
What?
Crazy kill on Jonah P there too. But what I like from
साला जो round देखते नहीं है उसमें कुछ तो कांडी हो
on the flank.
Bro, what?
He's going to be playing C aggressively, and when he opens that door,
साला एक round नहीं जीता उसमें 1000 चीजें हो गई.
On Alpha at all times, and even then,
Leaf 3K jog baited result.
Yeah. Alpha perfectly capable of taking over. We've seen it, especially in their prior game.
Oh, Jogging उसके मुंह पे जाके ये किया.
Risky setup here, but necessary. It's a half by round for them. That is sharp. Over towards the mound, though. This is about to be a bloodbath that's occurring.
Oh, crazy, bhai.
Into a 2v2.
Danger gameplay by Alpha. Still 2v1, and look at Kaju.
Now it's all on Kayak with only a Bucky.
Oh, I expect कर रहा है Valin.
He's just begging Valin to walk into him. If he doesn't, how is he going to take the kill?
Scurry of the footsteps. Valin is hyper aware.
Smooth.
And at that kind of range, Kayak, unfortunately, as good as he is,
आपका वेट करते करते 30-40 मिनट हो गया वेटिंग में. अब तो ट्रैक कर दो डिस्कॉर्ड में. नहीं करूंगा भाई मेरे.
That setup over towards Mound almost found.
हेड वॉच कर रहे हो क्या भाई? नहीं. All love to G2.
The shots were good, but the weaponry, I don't think was quite up to scratch.
भाई crazy खेल लिए यार Fnatic ये राउंड. इको था उनका शायद.
And Boaster's kind of, you know, inside his smoke again, getting caught.
Boaster's throwing a smoke in the middle.
For real, भाई.
That is actually a bit of a recurring problem.
टाइम आउट के बाद गया था, आया एक सबसे बेस्ट मैप खत्म हो गया, फिर टाइम आउट हो गया. देखने दोगे मुझे? ओ बोस्टर भाई.
Getting caught out by unexpected timings. And I think that's going to have to tighten up if Fnatic want a chance of being able to.
भाई G2 एक गेम जीतेगी और फिर कंफर्टेबल होके बॉट ले करेगी. भाई मतलब तुम लोग कैसे बोल सकते हो ये मुझे नहीं समझ रहा क्योंकि G2 ने लिटरली एक कॉमबैक किया है हॉरेंडस वाला.
See if they can dig deep. It's only a 2-round lead so far for G2.
दूसरी बार ओपन में स्मोक देते हुए मरा है. वो हॉरेंडस मर रहा है भाई ये गेम में. 2 किल पे बनता है.
Chronicle 10. When rifles have started getting on board, G2 have been very consistent. And this time, no operator in the hands of Fnatic. They don't have the wealth to be able to put that into Kayak's hands. And once more set up to go for some kind of B split attempt. The spike headed up here and a potential for a wrap through blue room.
ये फाइट लीफ अकेला स्विंग कर रहा है वाइड भाई. क्रेजी.
Stacking 3 bodies. Trying to retake some of that rubble control away from where Leaf has just been lurking.
Leaf, he kind of needs to kill that Prowler to create the threat that he could still lurk.
And it's a pop in play. They want to try and get a move
wow.
out here. This is G2.
Good for one.
B-side still.
ये क्या बुलडॉग है भाई? I bulldog will roll in.
Supplementing the fire, just trying to make it nice and awkward for G2 while a flank occurs.
Do they have enough people to be able to deal with Chronicle? There is massive pressure on Leaf right now.
Bro, wow, Leaf still gets one. That's huge.
It's their time to shine. They've got
3v2
control now towards B main. Flip at the site though. G2 looking to try and take this one.
Utils इतने अच्छे नहीं है G2 के पास, so they can't win this. But this lurk is crazy.
Smoke in your face. What really can you do from this spot? Timing is taken. Into a 2v2, they gotta know what these players are. Smoke, obfuscate, hides the intent.
माँ कसम निकाल लिया काजू ने. बोस्टे के साथ तो भाई दुर्घटना हो रही है. बोस्टे के साथ हेवी दुर्घटना हो रही है. जी जाओ पर टेस्ट ही. हर्ष भाई ब्लॉग देखा मस्त था. Thank you. If you ever got a chance to play in VCT as a coach, what team will you choose? PRX.
But it's this flank play that made the difference.
उनको बोलूँगा जो करना है वो करो.
At the start of this round,
बस थ्रो मत करो.
He got pushed out immediately. He got caught by a horn, Prowler, and that gave Fnatic the confidence to be able to double push fully out through A and get the rat play working.
First round में ही नाच रहा था. हाँ ना बता है.
The more they can actually figure out exactly where Leaf is on the map, the better their defense half is going to look. And they've knocked G2 down onto a line.
देखो ना कितना.
This squad is
अच्छा G2 का.
the Stingers.
Yeah, actually.
Certainly are. Alpha.
He's so far up.
Oh, really far up. It's going to be a paranoid blinds it up, and there's already players just on your tail, just trying to hunt you down.
No freaking way, Jagumbo. Jagumbo.
What's occurring? Decade. Caught up into the corner from the sea.
Never mind, भाई उसका TP का sound नहीं आया. He was aware, but
the pit has to be vacated. It's a wasted off from Chronicle.
Snakebite easily could have claimed a couple of lives there, though everybody on G2 was weak, but that was chaos. Alpha, with the wrong read of what was happening, they thought it was going to be an A-side default again, and G2 have found an opportunity to pick up a couple of weapons.
They didn't knew the spike, yeah.
It's looking more even now.
क्या देखना पड़ रहा? Alex फिर टेबल के नीचे. Alex फिर तेरे. Alex फिर टेबल की जगह तेरे को मारेगा.
Go for some form of exploration, clearing up the map.
And I think this is a really important situation where you got to look at Boaster again. He's going to be doing this jump spot. He's been caught out in positions like this, throwing smokes a couple of times. He's got to make sure that he maintains this information.
He's gone forwards.
Oh my.
Read, and it is a good one. A solo player, Trent just trying to condition with that drone. There's the punish kayak towards the back.
भाई ये काजू कुछ तो प्लेयर है यार चैट तुम लोग कुछ भी बोलो ये काजू प्लेयर है.
The lock and key here. There's only one left to stand against it. Jonah P.
आरती thanks gameplay. आता हूँ कॉफी लेके. ये चकाओ तो उठला.
And I think it deserved pop-off there from Boaster because it's something that he struggled with a little bit so far in this defense half, but he played that situation beautifully, didn't he? Had the read that it was going to be a fake, stepped forwards rather than backwards, managed to get the timing on the drone, and catches Trent as well. So not only does he get the kill, he feeds full info to the rest of his team. Guys, this is going to be a C re-hit. 100% this A pressure is fake. And this is now an even half, 5-5. With arguably better ultimates here for Fnatic to close out on defense.
Door's going to be opened up. This is G2. Attempting a bit of that slow siege.
That is so much damage onto Jorgamo there as well.
Down to 61.
I think he would have been aiming to pick up an orb in this round, see if he could get the ultimate online. 4 players from Fnatic over here doing a re-clear, full re-clear of rubble.
A lot of util. You see that paranoia, you see the haunt.
Could be the timing to try to activate somebody like Leaf on the other side of the map, but Alpha's waiting and his.
Just as the turret gets broken, Kayak is looking for more. He's stuck and misses it.
भाई बेचारा जमीन में न मार दिया ना.
That's amazing from Jorg and Trent.
All on Boaster now though, feeling the heat. It's a paranoia in your
Thank you,
face.
Srijan.
Excited. Plenty of bodies about to be coming towards you. Nightfall avoided. Chronicle. Again, the spam over the shoulder. Curtain raised up. Wall of his own, just trying to stunt it. G2 though.
भाई बूस्टर फिर स्मोक करते हुए मरा है बूस्टर. Crazy.
It's the better of the adversary.
He's been really good so far, Chronicle, a pillar for his team to rely on. And G2, they feel like they have to be the ones making the play. Health disadvantage is so huge, but look at the wrap. Look at Alpha, yeah, already aware of the possibility.
Yeah, this lockdown, drop down should be sealing all of this one up, except Alpha oversteps himself, and the lockdown's going to be broke down regardless. Chronicle.
Crazy crashes.
And now there's a timing to be taken. Fnatic getting a run on, getting a scurry on.
Open plant.
It's been stuck to hand.
Wow.
Heads are popped. Chronicle dismissed entirely.
Another round
3v2 था और ये बहुत winnable था भाई.
And my God, what a call as well. Dismantling kayaks.
बहुत ज़्यादा winnable था ये G2 के लिए.
Tragic the way that
Fnatic के लिए.
splash worked, but it's the final call. This double wrap up through heaven and around behind onto Alpha. Alpha decides to swing aggro on a timing, thinking that it'll catch them off guard, and maybe doesn't account for the fact that they're both going for the flank. And the fact it was planted for heaven as well. It's a really nice way to play that situation.
One last chance in his half though for Fnatic to try and draw it level. Jorgamo sending it flying forwards here with a dimensional drift. I made this feel like a lot of A pressure, and there are bodies behind it. G2
अरे माँ कसम pinch कर दिया उसको.
Doors are open wide. Paranoia already expended.
अरे भाई.
This is Anarchy. Crashes
crazy.
to lead from behind.
Crashes को टपली दे दिया, but bro ये लोग insane यार. Fights जीत गए लोग.
Obliterating G2.
Bro, 6 all half is actually crazy. Chad, ये क्या game चल रहा है?
Forwards, no committal. Also just looking for that information, and the timing potentially is here for Trent.
Alpha, yeah, worried that he's getting flanked from B main, even though the turret is actually watching it. So I think Alpha probably could have just stayed over here. But Chronicle is tightening the net at all times.
निकाल तो सकता है ट्रेंट ये राउंड अगर वो फ्लैंक एक्सपेक्ट किया तो.
Revealed to the side there. Chronicle, easy cleanup. 6-2-6 at the half.
Fnatic का IGL कौन है? Fnatic का IGL है.
Fnatic after it looked like G2 were running away with things.
Booster.
Big round from Crashies as well in round 12. As Jorg was hunting him down from behind. I think this implies that we've got a great game on our hands with how even things have started here on Lotus.
Yeah, competitive between these two juggernaut teams. All the way through 6-2-6.
भाई ये लोग क्या म्यूजिक लाते हैं हर बार आयशा का आवाज. हाँ भाई.
Peak Valorant आज, peak Valorant.
Yeah, this game is going horrendous, bro.
Stuff.
Peak Valorant.
We're going to send it down to the floor. Vansili is standing by with G2 Hammy.
Thank you so much, Brent. I'm joined back on the floor.
ये क्या जर्सी लाए ये लोग?
Arabian Stallion,
है ना?
Hammy.
इन लोग का ये है टोरंटो स्पेशल ये भी उतने का ही है हर्ष भाई जितना
Hammy, how has Toronto been treating you so far?
Honestly, Toronto's been amazing. The people here are amazing, and just like, yeah, overall great.
What about the event? You were telling me you were walking around the venue the whole time, checking out the activations and everything. How's the experience right here in Masters Toronto?
The experience is amazing. I mean, like I said, the people here in general, they're just like lovely to meet and all that. But yeah,
that's us, man. That's Canadian. We just love hugs.
Yeah, I do.
Let's get back in the game though and talk about G2 because
Even
you're
I like
basically
hug.
honorary sixth man for G2. Talk me through the Teo from Trent. Why is he bringing it back?
Okay, I mean, I feel like Trent gets too much disrespect. He doesn't need Teo. It doesn't matter who he's playing. He's the best initiator I've ever seen play the game. Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to hear from your words as well. And also tell me why G2's in the golden era and why are they going to win this series against Fnatic?
Yes, we'll be winning this series. Not only this series, but we'll be winning the entirety of Masters, I think.
Oh, the whole Masters.
We will be winning Masters, yes.
Okay, and so WOL's coming up next. You think they're going to have this easy against Sufat Baby and crew?
Yeah.
Okay, and last but not least, I want you to give encouraging words to the G2 players playing up there and also to your fans around the world.
Okay, honestly, G2 doesn't even need it. They're going to win. But I hope everyone's doing good. I mean, that's I don't know what else to say. But yeah, I love you guys.
You got it all. Hammy, thank you so much for your time. Let's toss it back to the game.
Two teams here.
Mazin lag raha bhai wo.
And honestly, even just looking at the map pool itself, we have our opener of Lotus. It is an interesting one. Listen, the desk was kind of talking about it.
Ajbai booster ka off aim hoke, why is one of the best IGLs in Valorant? IGL not necessarily should shoot.
At the top of both teams' map pools,
He's the brain.
You really get the clash.
And rest of the players are his hands.
Opposite sides of the spectrum, actually, in terms of results. You can see reflected in the Coinbase Econ report. Chronicle having an amazing.
भाई कोई फॉर्मेट बता दो ये गेम जो जीतेगा वो लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल में जाएगा जो लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल जीतेगा वो ग्रैंड फाइनल में जाएगा
But I think more than productivity, it's going to be the game plan.
IPL टर्म्स में ये एलिमिनेटर 1 है फिर एक और एलिमिनेटर 2 होगा एंड फिर उसके बाद में
G2 they play for retake a ton. They're
Grand
on their
finals.
defense half. They've been winning almost 40% of them. Fnatic are winning post plants 83% of the time. One of those stats has got to give today. Is it going to be Fnatic closing out these rounds cleanly?
Basado Styles leaping into the fray across for that info. Leaf break the Prowler, back himself out, and it is slow and steady for Fnatic.
They are the slowest team on the attack side that we have, but they're extremely diligent with it. They use the time to make sure that they dismantle trap plays. And yeah, it can get tense towards the end. The clock can sometimes be Bosa's worst enemy. But Alpha might be his best friend.
What? उसको कोलैड मिल गया उसका इसलिए वन शॉट हो गया वो बॉडी शॉट क्रेजी मार्कसम
Signed, sealed, and
बिठा दिया जॉन प्योर ट्रेंट को
Fnatic with a potential here, a great opportunity
वलीन एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है पे
on this map. And that can make all the difference in spots like this where both teams are good. Jorg might be going for a bit of a re-exploration over towards B as well. He's just trying to backfill this space. But it's all on Valen to defend here with one paranoia. Are they pivoting into B? Actually, maybe Jorg will get his chance.
They might do. They want to try and go for the B here. There's only 25 seconds.
Don't mind, they're going A.
Bit of a scramble, but they're going to land.
Crazy decision, be.
No one really there to meet them. Valen might take a few risks of his own out towards the blue room, and this is all covered in time. Kayak is there.
Wow. एक गोली के सिवा दूसरी गोली मारती नहीं ना जगम्बो 5-13 चल रहा है चैट ही इज हैविंग अ रफ गेम
the back pocket here for Fnatic, and like you said, it could make all the difference in a map like this.
Crazy.
Absolutely flawless. I mean, the damage from the first hit, collating through onto Jonah P. And then how clean Kayak looks with these shots coming out.
चाइला काय हेडशॉट देतोय भावा.
It's a beautiful round. It's clean, it's sharp.
Whoever it was.
I mean, Kayak, I think you should probably give credit to your newest player. It's going to be tough for G2 to recover from this kind of situation. You will sometimes see them force, even on defense, but this is not one of those times.
Touch भाई गुशान बेटे उनके चैनल पे देखो.
Just playing for money in the bank. Another really important thing to pay attention to between these two teams is who has more of the utility once we get into post-plant scenarios. In the previous round, hello.
Yeah, they're going to be gearing up. It's a paranoia in the back pocket. Primed by Valen, looking for signs of life at the spam. Surely that's it, but they're actually waiting for a little bit further. There it is. Now the go button's going to be called for, but that paranoia!
Oh my god! Bhai sahab!
Unbelievable form.
Kya taps? Bro!
Hyper confident, pushing through. Just allowing the players on Fnatic to build up more and more towards those
Bhai
ultimates.
sahab!
Players getting streaks and Jorg trying to get cleaned
Bro,
up.
Vandal giveaway.
It's nice for the classic, a bit of damage, surely, but the round nevertheless here to Fnatic. Chronicle is 19 and 10 right now.
He's been amazing. He's just been so calm. And like I said earlier, he's been a rock that the rest of the team can rely on in these difficult positions. He's not making the play change the round necessarily, but when G2 force the aggression into him, he just collects it and absorbs it perfectly. You can't
IGL ka full form hai.
So Fnatic with a bonus round, but a bonus round that they've also forced an attacking operator into.
Just punish Leaf. He's been peeking this one often. The defensive setups differ, though. G2 making changes to it. Quick dink there through Mound. There needs to be some call for help. Shot wide and through. Leaf is on essentially single digits. Barely alive. Region Armor eventually going to be kicking in.
Both teams getting a read on what's going on here. Fnatic realizing they're fighting super heavy over Mound and trying to react into A and realize they got caught by the drone there. Decide to hold on for a moment. But G2 also got the read that there's an attack.
भाई ये बाय राउंड G2 को जीतना पड़ेगा नहीं तो फिर GG है.
Hyper aware of areas that Alpha's going to try to peek.
Door opened up here by Chronicle. Bit of fake pressure, trying to pull some of these G2 players. Done so successfully.
Yeah, it's really nice. It pulls all of the attention from the defenders towards the door and frees up this re-exploration towards Mount. This was the area, remember, that G2 were fighting over, so it's likely they would have left.
Second thoughts here for Fnatic, looking like they wanted to end over towards C, but the spike now, it's way over towards A.
Maybe overthinking it just a tad here, overcooking.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
And Jorgamo are not budging. Leaf even just lying in wait.
There's 4 players defending this area of the map.
Yeah.
Are they pivoting B and trying to connect with these guys through the door?
Maybe. Door's broken. No clearance onto the corner.
Oh my god! उसको उसका नल्ली दिख क्या रहेगा भाई का बेचारा है लीफ.
A bit of an issue and shots are rattled. You can feel it. It's getting hectic. It's getting messy. Trent cleaning up onto Chronicle.
round आ गया.
Is against the
Crazy.
It's fully
Super lead कर दिया भाई. Round आ गया by round. Crazy. अगर राउंड हारते तो लीफ ऐसा रोता ना माँ कसम. मजा आ जाता.
They almost got punished for it as well though, Brent. That round is on a nice edge. You see Chronicle come through from tree and he's got players running away from him.
Bro.
I mean, the fact that Leaf also gets caught in this situation, the Guardian barrel just sticking out slightly, but it's this kill, Trent on Chronicle, that I think really changes the game because G2 then can commit fully to the retake and the flood. And Josh is begging them to play time at the end there because there was no opportunity for a plant.
Very fast play to be made. An operator picked up into the hands of Leaf now. Punishes Kayak.
Yeah, I think it's a great call to go for the defensive op for Leaf because they know that Leaf is going to be on this line. They're trying to punish him with marshals, with attack ops. And if he's
आ गया यार चैट ये लोग ने इक्वलाइज कर लिया. माँ कसम सही में ये 12-12 और जा रहा है.
How do you want to play this one? Backs himself into a corner.
He does have a little bit of support from Jonah P. And one of the things that this G2 comp is really good at is being able to passively regain information in the mid-round from the Tejo drone, from the Prowlers, from the Haunt. They have used all of those now, though, and only Jonah P's Haunt will be coming back.
Most overcooks, bro. No need of this. अरे हगा से वो ट्रॉफी जीता है इंटरनेशनल. और अपन रैंक अप करते तो स्टोरी लगाते.
Make it feel like they could be going for a C re-hit. There's the Haunt, though. Chronicle breaks it. But the shot comes from so far back that G2 already have the read anyway.
Valent's going to be seeing signs of life definitely occurring now.
Cover going out.
A long con here for Fnatic, just trying to earn up a few of those ults. Really working the map in the process, and they found themselves a slight gap in towards B.
Fnatic have been ending with these B splits a ton. I think G2 are fairly ready for this. Jonah and Jorg.
Jonah Sat down onto the side mid, spots it, catching the contact, a bit of spam.
Oh my god!
Through. This is Alpha
Bro.
and Chronicle.
2v3.
Claim over towards this side. On to B in the plant now to go down. Nothing to push this away.
Crashes managed to upgrade to a
Bro,
Vandal.
no way G2 loses this.
Can he strike a dagger blow back
Their
to
big
his own
chance to
region?
equalize this.
Stun. Has to be sidestep
Crazy,
leave.
crazy.
Just snaps at the crashes. An off angle by Chronicle, facing out with the first
क्या
shot.
जिगल था ये? क्या जिगल था भाई?
Coming through.
ऐसा आ करके जिगल किया भाई ने.
G2 never without
कौन सा
it.
जर्सी बोला फ्रिकी?
Has brought it level 8 to
G2
8.
G2 लुक वाइज सबसे बेस्ट है भाई कॉन्ट्रास्ट सबके हिसाब से.
Just at the end of the day, a weapon difference.
अल्ले क्लिक ही नहीं किया ना भाई ने, भूल गया है.
You can see the kayak.
क्लच भाई को जो लाइफ ही वो वाली बात कर.
हाँ वो क्रेजी है भाई.
Just daring him to come and challenge. Fnatic have a lockdown to try to work with here.
What the hell,
Difficult
bro?
to counter. But G2 pretty happy playing the retakes as well.
मेरे भाई ने ना इतना बड़ा ऐसा एक बॉटल लेके आया मोगू मोगू का, और आज मैं देखा उसने रेड बुल लिया और रेड बुल एक ग्लास में निकाला और उसमें मोगू मोगू डाल के पी लिया.
This one still going to reveal their hands. So rifle shots ring out.
Horrendous. मोगू मोगू वैसे ही बेकार होता है उसमें.
हाँ मोगू मोगू is good.
Spam. Kayak. Trying to get the punish online, but
मोगू लिक्विड ठीक रहता है, उसका जो जेली होता है वो बहुत बेकार.
Feels like G2 have been winning a lot of these opening duels.
जिडू को एक और बार सेम पिक मिला
drone's going to be expended.
और सेम काजू ही मरा है. Oh hell nah bro.
And because Fnatic keep losing this fight over towards Mount, G2 can stack 2 bodies B, 2 bodies A and be pretty happy no matter where Booster calls the team to end.
Tight to the corner, tight to the corner.
Crazy.
That's the escape policy.
Alpha detected over here by the Horn.
Just trying to spam. You might expect it to be following the traces. Still going to be alive for now, 41 health.
And in a 3v5 like this, you don't really want to invest the ultimates from Alpha Air and Crashies unless they can find a pick beforehand.
30 seconds left.
But look at the time.
लोगों को save करना चाहिए मालूम Fnatic को.
Fnatic play. You get into spots like this where you're down
they're
and you're
saving
not
this.
really in a position where you can even make a play to turn the round.
Bro, I'm
This is just gonna
sick,
be a save
so
that
I am not
waiting
awake
out
that
the
time.
clock
It
is-
is okay.
It's
अच्छा
not a
PRX के
high
मैच में yeah
energy way
PRX
to
won bro.
end the round.
2-0. That's
Feels,
insane.
I've got to imagine a
seconds
bit
left.
brutal to have to give up in spots like this, especially because it allows G2 to then put pedal to the metal and try to punish. And that is such a punish. Looked like Leaf was just running the operator in to its doom.
To his demise, though. 2 rifles intact for Fnatic, and that was the goal of it. But you're right, it's a low energy way.
जिंदल भाई FPS
To think about what's coming next.
Yeah, there's that
क्लोथिंग
one
की
way
कुछ
finding
वो ब्रांड का नाम है, उधर से
Georgia
मंगाया था.
spots Kayak, who's trying to get value from the Horn. Like, you can see what Kayak's going for, but it's difficult amount. And Fnatic are going to take attack timeout here. I think
What a shot that
I think
was,
it's
bro.
desperately needed. They've won both pistols in this map. G2 didn't respond with a force at all.
Time out.
Still behind.
That's a big time out. Chat, who's going home, bhai?
Job of getting back into
ये Chronicles का mouse pad दिखाओ.
half. Here on the attack side though,
क्लच भाई ऐसा टेंशन ले रहे जैसे कोच हो G2 के ना ब्रो, cause पिछला बार G2 फाइनल्स में आके हारी है. ये बार भी वो लोग डू और डाई सिचुएशन में. तो दिस गेम इज एक्चुअली टेंस और इतना क्लोज चल रहा है. दैट्स हॉरेंडस. लाला उस चाचा को बोलो एक और टेक्स नान हो नए PRX के लिए. वैसे बात तो सही है जीत भाई, तब जाके ग्रैंड फिनाले का सीन लग रहा है मेरे को, नहीं तो फिर जीजी है.
Fnatic, they do have some fast rounds in the bank.
Are Wolves out now? No.
Often, but running something a little quicker might just add that shift up that you need to be able to get back into the game.
Scrap together a buy. It's a bit rough. Boast is going to be left with just a stinger, but you're right, a tempo increase. Give me what they ordered.
Doesn't look like it though, does it? I mean,
भाई ये राउंड Fnatic का होना चाहिए जिस हिसाब से उनके अल्ट लोड हुए. काजू का भी अल्ट आ रहा है. ब्रो 4 मैन ही पुश.
Trying to take this one. Overwhelming with the bodies in the util. Setting Valen up onto Rubble. He is revealed towards the tail end there by their own Horn. So Fnatic get the information.
And I do like this smoke that Boaster goes for over towards Rubble, but it's just been cleared immediately by the salvo. And G2 weren't really worried about it.
Just changing the stray shots.
Leaf has actually been pushed back this time, though.
Yeah.
Not too much contestation. And a nice smoke from Boaster just right on top of Leaf's face. And suddenly, G2 don't have the same level of information over towards C, but they're still playing C soft for retake and stacking bodies on A, expecting this reclear, and they are so right.
Who's catching the play though? Strength, jump spotting. Potentially sees
wow,
him unaware.
Bro.
Trying to get a move on, trying to get a run
Crazy,
away.
crazy. Kaju देख रहा नहीं था उसको सो गया.
The opposition is up to Jonah P to pick up those pieces. See if he can make a little
No
bit
way,
more
Jonah P gets to.
There's no way. There's no way at all. It's shut down by Alpha here. Safe pair of hands. Jorgamo.
Spike planted.
In his hands, trying to go for it. Flick of the wrist.
भाई craziest play हो जाता लीफ का ये.
Exit, other than have
Jonah का स्वरा. Sorry. Jonah का स्वरा.
In this spot in the 2v4. Not wise.
No, he's still
even getting a wrap around.
He's still going to be able to afford an op in the next round anyway, so.
Last player standing.
When Joel gets caught.
Flash bhai, what the hell was that, bro?
Up to 9 here. Really, you've got to be looking at how G2 executed in some of those moments. They had the right read. They knew that it was going to be an A reclear, but they didn't have somebody taking contact well enough for Valen to play off this. Kayak snuck all the way back in off the back of Chronicle's Viper wall. And then I think you could argue the execution here wasn't great either. Jonah finds the timing, utilizing the fact they're on land. It's difficult to hear these kind of footsteps, but he can't land the shot. And Alpha shuts it down. Alpha once more is going to go for the attack side operator here. Taking a peek.
Bro, again?
Seeing if he can punish a jump spot on A.
अच्छा ये बार फाके की है सिर्फ यूटिल्स का ये पे.
Same explosion.
But G2 is aware.
Looking to take control towards
G2 का इकोनॉमी घमरे हो रहा रहेगा अभी.
This smoke is a really nice adaptation.
तो 11-9 होने के chances है.
It really has neutralized Leaf and allowed them to regain mount control. I mean, look what it's done. You've got the pull from one of the rotates. You've also got this gate crash in spawn as well to try to support Leaf. And it's just softened up the A side of the defense. Really good macro adjustments from Fnatic's coaches.
All grouped up now from Fnatic though. Trying to push players off away from A Rubble and just trying to take it slowly, steadily, but still that's bullets raining down. Jonah P is there. Nightfall preemptive, and that's going to be a tag onto absolutely everyone. It's the information they were looking for. You see him push it out by G2 across the board.
Silong देखो.
Leaf. He's tucked himself in.
It's a dangerous spot as well for Chronicle. He gets support from Alpha.
पीछे क्यों जा रहा है? Oh, this dog would have.
Now broken. Leaf will respect it.
20 seconds. वापस Fnatic इतना slow कर They are going in. No freaking way.
Just trying to fake as if it's ended towards B. I think the spike should be headed to A, and that means Jonah has a chance for redemption after his failed play in Tree in the last round.
They are cooked.
Spike's disjointed though. They've already got players in and through. G2 looking to try and flood defend this one all the way. Dimensional drift spots it all out. No guessing game whatsoever. 9 seconds, and it's all dropped down. It's all crumbled.
Bro, ये बहुत important round था Fnatic के लिए मालूम. जीत सकते थे easily. और 2 साल लगा. माँ कसम Chronicles कितना मार रहा है. 2 साल लगा दिए राउंड के लिए.
Second time in this half that G2 have won based on the clock. And you won't see any other team in the tournament that loses as often as Fnatic. The EMEA teams do tend to be slower.
Spike down.
But Fnatic, honestly, they take it to a whole different level. And they're getting punished here. Trying to work the map as much as they possibly can.
That's horrendous.
Not taking the right risks at the right time to try to push things forwards. And G2 have knocked the economy down at Fnatic. No, they decide to go for the force buy. They've got everything up here. Fnatic's eco still doing all right. But 3 of the players are on light armor.
Investing into it.
26-12 है वो, bruh.
Salvage towards the back of Rubble. Fnatic are grouped up though. Flash overhead. No signs of life from what G2 can see.
Yeah, passive kind of setup. Not looking to go for the reclear, the refight G2.
अल्फायर का अल्ट है तो वो लोग क्लोज उधर अल्ट कर सकते हैं क्योंकि ये राउंड में ओडिन तो नहीं है.
Jonah P is getting them
They're gonna do that.
B as well.
Oh, लेकिन वो डोर खुला हुआ है.
For an A or B finish.
And they are going B.
Paranoia is going to be sweeping through, dissecting this B site. Go either way.
Good dive.
Okay, lockdown. Drop down into the corner now. One salvo is going to be weakening it, but not enough damage to really do the job. They clear most of the way here for Fnatic.
Okay, post plant खेलने के लिए oh Chronicle का ult, that's huge. Trent को एक kill दे दिया तो वो ult कर देगा. एक B main आ रहा है दूर से. Bro, they gotta get spammed.
Fnatic should be set up.
Never mind.
To bring it level once more. To the post plant. Util is even available. Again, bullets raining down. Not much cover. Fnatic will take it. Paranoia nade, ricocheting, rebounding. Tons of util at their disposal here. They've completely shut G2 out of the picture. Straight kill from Leaf.
They're also going to do crazy economic damage to Fnatic because they're just essentially trapping them in the site.
Crazy round.
One escape path found though from Crashies and Kayak.
आपको देखकर diamond
So
हो
at least
गया.
3 guns are going to be maintained here.
So what? You are a
G2 never
Padura.
really committed to that one. Definitely felt like there was more opportunities for G2 to go for spam, to try to get inside the pit and make something of it. But when Jorg got shut down, kind of gave up the ghost. And Fnatic draw things level again at 10-10.
10-10.
It's actually a rough fight here for G2.
Chat?
Guardian for Jorgamo. Valen only with a stinger.
Might be
and a big brawl.
Yeah, big brawl.
G2 अभी भी low buy में. Oh my, that was crazy.
Jorg's TP just not in time to save him there. Kayak, a wonderful opener.
Seen that previously too. Jorg, he tried to go for the teleport in the moment, but was just a little too slow on it. That's a great start for Fnatic. I think they've really struggled with the opening kills.
Very proactive from G2, looking to try and push all the way out of rubble. There's an paranoia expending it, but this is being held all the way further back. Crossfire setups.
पीछे चले गई G2.
To realize that would be an overextension.
I think all of that pressure though that was on the flank, as G2 pressured forwards, it actually pulled the defenders back and it allowed Leaf to get set up on C properly.
Jopi still staying around. There's going to be smokes on smokes. Hiding the intent of Fnatic. Has to be respected. Horn's not going to be broken. Drop the spike. He's still going to be sticking around here with 40 seconds left.
Trent has salvos and he has the ult to be able to work with.
Nah, Fnatic is cooked this round as well.
At some point here.
Tempo needs to be increased.
He's trying to bait out the salvo or the ult, but this spike is miles away still.
25 seconds left.
Surely this isn't going to be another round lost to the clock.
You're only just making a move over towards it.
भाई Trent ult कर देगा, GG हो जाएगा ये round. Okay, Trent ने बहुत early ult कर दिया.
Ui. Has to be that line of defense. Moving now. 8 seconds remaining. But
Wow.
G2 reinforcing the site. Still time left. Alfie is going to try and defend this one. Defend it, he will. Plant is down.
Only one आ गया. Fire 1 HP. Oh my!
All in his hands.
क्या कर रहा Buster?
What a ridiculous round from Fnatic. I don't think
Bro,
they should have
no,
been able to get
how
that one
did
across
they
the line,
lose
but it's
this
individuals
round?
that power their way through with the clock.
कौन मारा साइड पे इतना भाई?
Yes, they got the early kill and set
Heaven से 2-3 किल तो मर गए थे Fnatic के.
barreling towards the site.
रुको इधर 2 मारा ये. Then how did they lose this?
And again, the superstar, I think, is Alpha, yeah. Defending Crashies. Leaf a little too slow to be able to deny.
Player है यार Alfire.
And then Alpha, he wins that 1v1 towards the end, even with Leaf.
Buster हेड हो गया chat. Buster भाई,
Josh is not
1
happy
second.
about that. G2 have taken attack
Ball
time
मारने
out
दो 1 second.
instantly afterwards. 3 situations where the clock has been back for both
अरे वो
sides.
दोपहर की आपकी गोली आपने नहीं ली?
Alpha, yeah, the players that have
चुप गई?
by Boaster's side.
नहीं, अरे नहीं, मेरे को समझ गया ना देख के. हाँ, नहीं ठीक है अभी क्या?
13 for Chronicle.
हाँ, काटो मत किसी को.
14 for
ठीक है.
Alpha, yeah.
इज्जत से खेल लो थोड़ा.
On Fnatic, negative. I mean, Chron and Alpha are trying to deadlift Fnatic through this game.
Bro, that's cause he's doing horrendous.
This entire map has been on a knife's edge all the way through. Fnatic go the ones finding it. Potentially the straw that breaks the camel's back if you are G2.
Yeah, I think that could be the round that you look back on that really made the difference. Josh is expending his timeout, maybe expecting not to get a chance for another one, frankly, because G2, it was a bold pick taking Fnatic to Lotus, but they may have been punished. Losing both pistols and not being able to stop them on the clock there. Valen steps up with the Stinger to try to see if they can win a miracle round and draw things level again.
Gonna make this out, Leaf.
Leaf gun से आज तक तोड़ा ही नहीं.
Leaves Valen inserted. Tiptoeing around the map though from Fnatic. They're going to be looking to see if they can re-clear out towards C-Mount. Satchel across. With the rifles here, Valen barely able to escape and exit. Drone used for a bit more information. G2 just trying to clear up most of the map. Fnatic, slow game of theirs. Definitely applies the pressure evenly here to G2.
And two players posted up towards Rubble. I'm not sure whether Alpha's calling for them to go back towards B. No, it looks like the spike's going to make its way towards this setup from Jorg and from Jonah. There's a seize.
Yep, right operator bhai.
All broken. Jorgama respects it. Okay, Gate Crash is probably running out.
Placing swarm grenade.
I mean, at this point, G2 are just trying to play the clock again. 30 seconds. You have seize, you have flashes.
Giving to delay.
30 seconds left.
It's up to Fnatic to try and get a move on here. There's a round you cannot afford to lose. Not against the weaker weaponry. G2.
अबे भाई उनके पास बाय नहीं है तू क्या डाल रहा है भाई?
Util flying forward, sees not quite a connection. Paranoia swings forwards. Boaster's there, ready to take the fight and lay claim to most of this site. They need some help when he's at it. Kayak drifting into it, trying to take the fight straight to.
What a round!
It's a bloodbath.
Easy round. Mood हो गया दो chat.
Kayak is going to be happy
PS
with
watch
that.
से mood हो गया था so that नींद चले जाए रुको.
Rooted out.
Toxins going up.
People just look to do some damage here, and Kayak's been set up perfectly. Showstopper for round 23.
That shows you that the composure is still there for Fnatic. Not getting rattled towards the end, still trying to optimize even the smallest bits. And that could be an ultimate that's a game changer and stops G2 from being able to pull off a comeback. Both of these teams have got good mentals. But G2 are going to need two really clean rounds here, even against the ult coming out from Kayak. Jorg and Trent have been really good at denying value from Kayak's ultimate when the sides were swapped. But I think a showstopper is exactly the right kind of tool to complement Boaster's slower calling style, because it will allow you just to open up the sights towards the end of the rounds.
Managing to speed up entirely. G2, they don't want to be budged.
Toxin screen down.
Draining themselves here. Leaf and Valen out towards C-Mount. Stray shots forwards, but now here's the pressure. Prowler broken. Stray shots, you know that Valen's sticking around. Leaf. Valen eventually going to concede that space and give it up. On either side, there's a deep drone and a deep push. G2.
This is a GG
active
chat.
over towards A.
Alpha, yeah, has a little bit
नहीं
of
भाई G2 come back करेगी. मेरे को smell आ रहा है G2 come back
this fight
करेगी.
over towards A could define the round. Alpha's in on B.
Yeah, Alpha is completely cracked over the B side, and now putting a squeeze, a pincer play over towards A. All that aggression of G2 was just dissipated. They're the ones left scrambling. Showstopper down.
Bro,
what? Jorgma will get it, but Crashies is there. Brings it up. 3 players left to stand.
और वो एक को मारा भी.
He's going to be sticking this safety in the back of his mind because Crashies is watching it all. Leaf slipped his way in. Found that timing and that gap. This is
अरे भाई free fund.
On the cusp, on the brink of taking map 1.
नहीं निकाल सकता है निकाल लिया निकाल लिया.
6 bullets left.
Well played.
Timing not there. It's a 13-10 to finish here for our opener between these two juggernauts.
अरे shit comms दिखाएंगे ना अभी तो.
13-10 to finish here.
कैसा हो रहा है
Juggernauts.
And it's a deadly duo for Fnatic to finish things off. Alpha and Chronicle. To pull Fnatic over the line. A brilliant opening match from both of those players. But it took everything, double pistols and some big moments against the clock to be able to push Fnatic over the line. But that's on G2's map pick of Lotus.
Now we look forward to the split. Fnatic's choice of territory. Already with a map under their belt, they can feel it. There's momentum behind this team.
नहीं देखो मेरे हिसाब से ना चैट ये एक वार्म अप गेम था G2 के लिए। G2 क्या नल्ली पाव टीम है? अरे मत भाई मत करा कर यार रोज रोज।
Trent, where is he? There he is. Right. I'm cranking it. Stupefy! Talon. Oh, I feel like I need to IGL diff Superfy. I'm hitting him with the foot. Stupefy!
Bro is obnoxious. It's diabolical. Well, Close Gaming.
हो भाई भाई इतना क्लोज गेम दिखा रहे हैं ना, माँ कसम भाई टट्टी टाइट हो रही है।
Well, मेरे हिसाब से कमबैक तो इजीली आ सकता है।
भाई स्प्लिट भी लेगा 1-1 और उसके बाद फिर जो है ना ब्रो, हर भाई मैं नहीं देख सकता, माँ कसम हो जाएगा अभी।
क्या हो जाएगा?
सांस जार चली जाएगी भाई।
नहीं अगला मैप मेरे को लगता है वन साइडेड G2 निकालेगी।
शट अप ब्रो।
लिजिट बोल रहा हूँ बंटा है।
ठीक है, अब आई ट्रस्ट यू विद दैट वन।
Every other VCT pro player. मैं बोला ये लोग पप्पी पप्पी खेलते हैं तो
लिए होंगे, मेरे को तो लगता है पप्पी ये लोग।
या फॉर रियल? स्कूंक भाई मैं फेस वॉश से मुंह धो के आया यार, गोरा हो गया मैं। हाँ
क्या बात है।
फेस वॉश में कुछ तो होता है जिससे तुम्हारा फेस है ना गोरा हो जाता है डायरेक्ट। पता नहीं तुमको?
डैम ब्रो।
ये क्या है?
आपको एक क्रीम लगानी चाहिए, पता है हर्ष भाई?
कौन सी?
निगरी फिक्स।
What?
ब्रो लेजिट क्रीम का नाम है, शट अप ब्रो। लेजिट क्रीम का नाम है, सर्च कर लो।
क्या
सर्च कर लो।
बंदा है ये भाई, क्यों
सर्च
है
कर लो।
ये इंसान, क्यों है?
अरे सही में कोई क्रीम का नाम है।
Good guys, wow, bro, this tree is a lovely tree. I love it. क्योंकि पिछले बार ये सेटअप ही इग्नोर किया था ऐसा। नाइस ब्रो, अच्छा है।
कुछ सेटअप ब्रो।
पेंगुइन अच्छा है। अल्ले अल्ले
भाई ये वाइट सेटअप बनाना यार, बनाने का यार अगला वाइट ही बनाना चाहिए।
भाई मैं ना ऐसी सब चीज है ना टेबल पे रख ही नहीं सकता मालूम, क्योंकि मैं रखूंगा ना तो बात पे उसको उठा के फेंक दूंगा, ऐसा फटाक करके अपटूंगा। ऐसा पंखा चल रहा रहेगा ना तो पंखे में मार दूंगा, देखूंगा किधर गिर रहा है। या ब्रो आई लाइक डूइंग दैट।
ओह माय गॉड ब्रो, यू वांट टू समथिंग?
अल्ले क्रेजी। लाइक करो इसी बात पे दोस्तों। पढ़ाई चटअप लिक्विडिटी मिस्ट petroleum, the inability of getting fair juice of your time. Wow, crazy. Crazy. Love you Pukai Harsh bhai. Crazy, very beautiful. ये देखो
What? पूरा मांगा।
माँ कसम।
वाओ ब्रो।
थोड़ी यहाँ जगह छूट गई आपकी, कैसे क्या?
ऊपर भी थोड़ा सा है।
नाही ती गोष्ट नाही, मम्मीला आवडते, तुला पाहायला काही म्हणत नाही, पण मम्मीचं म्हणणं हे आहे की तू प्रॅक्टिकल दिलं तर का बघता हर्षदादाला, तू फ्री टाइम मध्ये बघ।
बरोबर।
आणि हे पण मम्मीला माहिती आहे की तू खूप मराठी आहे अँड तू मोटिवेट करतोय आणि ऑल, सांगून ठेवला मम्मीला, पण प्रॅक्टिकल दिलं तर नको बघू, मम्मीचं म्हणणं हे आहे।
Love you, Mother India. Thank you so much. PRX for the win. मतलब वो बोल रहा है कि उसकी मम्मी को पता है कि मैं कितना अच्छा लड़का हूँ, मैं उसको मोटिवेट करता हूँ, लेकिन मम्मी बोल रही है कि तू अभी प्रैक्टिकल लिख रहा है तो पढ़ाई कर और हर्ष को देख मत ऐसा। What is the potato gaming is that? 10 में से राटे करो इन वॉलपेपर्स को। फ्लैश बैंग आउट ऑफ 10। दिस इज 5। Oh my ये भी फोटो ही ले रहा है। फोटो लेने के लिए स्ट्रीम देखते हो क्या? अच्छा एक सेकेंड। ओह अबे इस ओह वेट
हाँ वो डाला है
लोअर है भाई इसके पीछे।
भाई साहब यार क्या वॉच पार्टी हो रही है। क्रेजी विषय वॉच पार्टी हो रही है ना चैट। अल्ले आप गए नहीं? शिट पीछे रह गए।
उनका घर उधर ही लगाया ना उन्होंने।
अच्छा ऐसा। वाओ व्रुम व्रुम दे तू दे। My people think alike. Crazy. Bro, crazy. समद भाई ने 20 रुपए दिया और लिखा है अगर G2 हारी तो क्लच भाई रो देंगे। Is this real? I feel it's fucky.
हाँ bro, I won't cry.
Damn भाई।
Oh
I
my
believe कि अगर G2 हारती भी है तो I think चैंपियंस में जीतेगी फिर, क्योंकि ये साल जीतेगी तो पक्का है।
मत करना पद्दू। अरे 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 अरे
मोहिंद्र टेढ़ा हो गया।
एवरेज इम्ब्रोटाल 4-5 और लगा ली इधर और फिर फोटो बना, ठीक है ना। और खेल भी ऐसे ही, फिर ऐसे ऐसे हाथ ऊपर से डाल के। Bot Aula 5. What in the world is that? Crazy keyboard.
Nice bro.
Nice bro. Nice. Yeah, nice bro. Nice. Football gameplay. Nice gameplay. भाई गवर्नमेंट जॉब मिली है, विश मी लक एंड पहली सैलरी से। ओ माय गॉड। W's in the chat for the Dev. गवर्नमेंट जॉब में वो पहले दिन क्या करता है? मेरी स्ट्रीम चेकआउट करता है।
अरे ब्रो मेरा ये काम करवा देना प्लीज। रुको हर्ष भाई की स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ अभी।
रुको अभी लंच टाइम है, मैं स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ।
वॉच पार्टी चल रही है, इसके बाद आना।
सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया? अरे उसने लॉगिन नहीं किया बंटा है। मेड जस्ट नाउ इन 30 मिनट्स। मेरा कुछ बना देना 30 मिनट्स में फिर।
आपकी टट्टी बनाएगा बस।
बना दिया नीचे देखो।
What in the
हर्ष भाई सेम टू सेम।
Playing Minecraft and drawing horse भाई। Nice.
खेलते ड्रॉ कर रहा है।
Yeah.
Nice bro.
Multitasking. What is this?
Wow, IIT हैदराबाद में ले लिया उसने सीट।
Oh, congrats bro.
बैचलर्स इन डिजाइनिंग।
कनाडा की कॉलेज में डूइंग असाइनमेंट्स। ये कॉलेज है
भाई साहब।
फुल लैंड पार्टी। अरे ये मॉल है। अबे इतना लंबा है आगे तक। शिट भाई क्रेजी।
चालू हो गया।
वाओ। भाई उसकी आंखें ऐसी क्यों हुई है?
ये उठ पहले आउट ये पहले आउट अरे उठ की अरे उठ
सोने दो भाई इसको।
क्यूट आई
slow, but they do have to respect the G2 breach. They should have a little bit of a hard time fighting head-on for any space against the breach, kind of similar to Lotus actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be big. G2 not staking on this game. They lost in Champions to this team 0-2. Got sent home by them after the amazing tournament they had at Shanghai. And it would be a really similar story again, making it to the final. They would go home here in top 4. It would definitely be a disappointment for those boys at G2.
Oh, without a doubt. And you can see Fnatic taking their time with this agent select, having the conversations that they need as they get ready for this map 2. Could very well
चल ये लोग वाइपर नहीं खेलते थे ना स्प्लिट पे पहले?
G2 story here in Toronto.
I
Toronto,
guess
do you
only
think that's going to be the case here?
ऐसा खेलता था.
Oh, a lot of no's. Who do you guys think we're going to map 3? I think people just want to watch more Valorant here at the Enercare Center. That's the most important thing now, Mimi. But G2 need to dig deep if they want to unseat this Fnatic team.
They absolutely do. They pulled
नहीं
off
रे
that
सातों बार यही कौन खेले ये लोग
the
तो.
other day against
मुझे लगा
to stay in this
Bro,
tournament.
Fnatic 7 बार खेली है 7 बार जीती है.
To another map where they are
Crazy.
on. They are on a 5-map win streak here on Split.
Crazy.
So it is going to be a challenge even for a team with the tenacity that G2 has.
Coach Kaplan. Now, obviously, you're coach of the Sentinels in this
ये
situation.
game
But
अगर
let's say
G2 आ रही
you're
नहीं,
coaching G2
तो
in this
खत्म.
scenario. What are you telling the boys? What are you thinking about
अगर
it?
sorry
Get ready for this game.
अगर G2
hey
ये
guys,
मैप
remember
हारती
what we
है.
talked about. Remember what we planned. There's no doubt they know what they need to do here. They already played PRX, playing a similar comp on
तो
Split.
मेरे
They've got
हिसाब
the
से
experience, they've got time
G2
to
को
review.
घर भेजना
They just
चाहिए
have to
क्योंकि
make
उनका
sure
चल
they
रहा है
stay
गोल्डन
trusting
एरा.
their ideas,
अब
despite
मुझे
the
लगी है
fact that,
सुसु
you know, their
तो मैं
tournament
जाता हूँ
life is on the
करता हूँ
line.
सुसु
Kaplan, you've played
और
long
तुम
series
लोग
against
देखो
G2 this year. You know this is a really
ये
hard team to
exclamation
put
point
down
check out
even
करो
when you
आओ.
win a map early like that.
Yeah, it is really tough. They know how to stay composed no matter what, and then you start making mistakes, and they just watch you make them.
But you know what I have to lean on, though, is the fact that on the other side of the field, you got Boaster, who's just been getting up and taunting his opponents nonstop. And that has to be so infuriating to play against, Coach.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, I can only imagine for the players who are up there, but when you're constantly reminded of the opposing team's confidence, it just makes it really hard.
And bringing that energy for him. He's so comfortable in these positions, had to come back when they've won trophies in the past. Missed out on even going to Bangkok. Now an opportunity to make it top 3 here in Toronto as that final EMEA team. Everyone else from that region out in the group stage. Went home early in this tournament. But Fnatic staying in it despite the roster changes, despite bringing a rookie player into this tournament.
Do want to inform everyone, a little bit of a technical hiccup on the stage. We're going to get that sorted in just a little bit. So you'll stick with us for the time being, a little podcast. You know, you can't complain about that. Wait a minute, just got told I'm a liar. We're going into the game, everybody. Let's dive into the action. Toronto, make some noise for Brent and Sideshow.
You're going to need to see G2 dig deep, show that resilience that allowed them to come back versus Gen G. They're going to stand a chance against this Fnatic squad because both of these teams are aiming for greatness at this event. Both of them are looking to go that much further.
Jonah P, though, quoted as saying very recently, it's going to be a complete failure if we lose now, a disappointment. We're already thinking
जल्दी
about
देख
the
मेरा
finals.
सेटअप मोहित भाई ने 11 रुपए दे के बोला है. I'm sorry मोहित भाई मैंने अभी देखा यार. Alright boys, the first round of Split.
Alpha has found a pocket to play in.
Fnatic attacking.
Even on this angle.
Kaju.
Nothing crazy though.
And Alpha.
They're expecting the
Fielding Jagambogi.
They will
patient becomes patient.
Lying in wait. Jumps on the chance. Now TP going to be laid in towards the back of that side.
ऐसा lazy flash dodge करते भाई वो Suifat ने भी वैसे ही किया था पिछले गेम.
They know exactly what G2 are going to go for. And now they've got themselves a 5v4, and Fnatic are never going to overrush in these kind of situations. They can sit back, play the player advantage.
Jagambo का down day है.
Even allow Chronicle maybe to work a little bit of pressure over towards A and try to pull people off this hard anchor position.
Fnatic just trying to keep G2 guessing. Jonah P holding down that fault line. It's going to be have to contact a Leaf who's holding from the high ground.
Full Phage utility and being dumped right now over towards A to try to pull people. There's only 2 now ready to defend B.
There it is. It's going to be sailing up and over towards it. Exchanged evenly, even out of satchels in hand. Alpha.
That's a great shot.
Straight into the fray. Leaf is there. Right to back with the flash is even better. Jonah P. He's going to do a lot from this spot. And Trent does supplement. There's still a player disadvantage for them. Time running short. How do you get yourself in through the back at this?
The heaven,
smoke in your
the
face.
heaven lurk.
The lurk is what they're waiting for. That's on the timing. Crashies. Just laying around towards the side. And he's already dropped down, but he wasn't expecting it. Trent.
Are you serious?
Trent! Absolutely ridiculous.
That's an unbelievable way of the pistol round to finish.
भाई उसने घूम के one tap दिया बंटा shit.
But his opponent Fade lurking through heaven should have been an absolute wrap, but they lost track of where he was. They knew that he'd been over towards.
Bro, look at this shot.
I think Crashies was searching for him, didn't realize. He was just tucked right behind that box. He didn't even need the final kill, but he gave us it anyway.
भाई यार भगा दी इसने.
That's pretty absurd, because I think Fnatic should have been able to wrap that one up and win 3 out of 3 pistols so far. But G2 rewrite the narrative.
He's skipping past a lot of this util. Is going to be the Prowler. Kayak taking that space. Stray shots fired down at Bulldog. Not exactly the weapon of choice here, but with the horns followed up. Leaf is here.
Clean up, bhai. Clean up, clean up, clean up.
Oh, and the C's into the snake.
Bro, booster bhi 1 HP ho gaya usse. What the hell, gameplay?
Leaf now actually going to be approaching a Viper's Pit. He's able to clean up the rest of these players.
Looking for the last few. Spots it out.
Allez.
2 of them. Spike accessible to a degree, but Valen is quick to recover.
That's what Leaf.
Take my name.
A really big anti-eco round for him. Gets very close to the Viper's Pit. Not going to have it online for this bonus, but could be a difference maker early on in a crucial rifle round. Especially if G2 can do a little bit of damage in this next to the Fnatic economy.
Bro, thought इसलिए लूँ. हाँ, उसके पीछे वाले ने भी शूट नहीं किया था.
Fnatic taking a lot
और वो भी मर गया.
Very early on.
Sam.
But you're expecting, again, quite a lot of these rounds, even with the double duelist, to be slow paced from Fnatic on their attack
Alright, full buy round on.
I know Kaplan on the desk was
Fantastic.
talking about the fact that G2 got some experience playing against double duelist compositions, but PRX and Fnatic are pretty much as far apart as you can play the same comp.
And the bait setup. Alpha just trying to swing off of that, catching onto the jump peak.
यार outlaw बहुत ऊपर उड़ती है एक shot के बाद. Oh, the beam and push.
But I'm really interested in this battle over towards B main. You see it here from Kayak and Jorg, just kind of feeling each other out. On the pistol round, Jorg got baited into walk re-clearing B main. But B main control is super important in the current meta.
Smokes propped up, recalled.
अगला वॉच पार्टी किसका मैच होने वाला है? बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होएगा अभी कल. कल बेस्ट ऑफ 5 फिर परसों फाइनल्स, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स.
Jorgamo looking to potentially take a fight here. Knife out for Kayak. Oh my, that's unfortunate timing.
I mean, that's a weird decision as well, isn't it? Leaf versus Chronicle. And Chronicle gets the better end of it after Valen had already retreated. And now Valen's alone and isolated on the A side with the Paranoia as his best friend.
That's to anchor single-handedly. Reinforcements arriving in the form of Trent, but he doesn't really have a weapon to his name. It's the classic and a bit of Utah. They can hear it now. Smokes are going to start to be laid down, blossoming. Port reveals. And not even
oh my god!
Just trying to TP out of it, but just opened his body up wide for it. So Fnatic, methodical approach towards it. Trying to hold back the onslaught now that G2 are trying to dish out. No one is ready for Alpha.
Yeah, that's a nice cleanup from Fnatic. Really good positioning too. Even if Alpha hadn't been able to close out with 3 kills, Boasters waiting in vents as a backstab. They've set up that round really nicely here. Fnatic are so good at their attack side macro. I know we're watching a little bit of a mistake here from Kayak, but he has some B main information. Chronicle controls the other side of the map. And in the meantime, the rest of the pack is working their way up mid, getting a heaven control, and just slowly pushing back G2. G2 at some point in these slow rounds are going to have to fight to re-clear. And that always comes with a bit of danger.
Straight back into it.
Once more, same 1-3-1 setup from the attackers, right? Kayak holding on.
Heavy premium, just spotting the cross-up. Jorgamo will have to respect that.
And that's great information from Kayak. He saw that teleport. He knows that Jorgamo's gone back into a more passive position.
Trying to square up towards it. What a shot!
Oh shit, मैंने देखा नहीं. Chat जैसा पढ़ने जाता हूँ कुछ ना कुछ हो जाता है इधर.
Head clean off the shoulder. Kayak's got to be watching from the spectator seat, but Chronicle's been good for it so far. Pressure up towards B Heaven though. Alpha is ahead of it, finds the gap. Time to be taken. Sees though, avoided.
It is a nice seize though, because it gets Jonah P back onto the line.
So much pressure happening. Oh no, no, no.
Spike down mid.
It's not ideal.
He's just gifted them the spike.
The spike dropped down.
I mean, that I don't think was even. I think that was just supposed to be fake pressure anyway.
Crazy.
Might have done enough.
Has to be the savior for him. Leaf, judge in hand. Lets it loose and lets it rip. So putting a bit of fear into them, putting the squeeze now into Leaf and a bit of spam.
Jonah भी ऊपर मार दिया एक.
20 seconds.
Oh shit, they won't expect Jogamo here.
Scrambling, dashing.
Spike down mid.
He's leaving it.
अबे जाना पीछे, spike लेके चले जा.
Unretrievable. 3-1 for G2.
Big fumble in that round from Fnatic, from
Probably.
Boaster. Like
Wolves are gonna be competing against the one who wins today, yes.
And they were just trying to make a drop noise to fake a pivot into A and go back to B. Or whether Boaster really wanted to try to take vent and just didn't have a teammate with him. But either way, you can't make a mistake like that when you're already a slow-paced team. And clearly the Fnatic coaches are not happy about it either, because we're about to go into a tactical timeout. And so, coming off the back of this, I mean, there was a great tac timeout on Lotus. The desk talked about it as well. That adjustment in the second half. The coaches took the timeout.
भाई पहला कौन जीता? पहला Fnatic जीती है.
Close out on map 1.
3-1 और ये मेरे को लगता है Sentinel ने मेरे को लग रहा है ये वाला मैप G2 जीतेगी.
One of the coaches has got a read on what G2 specifically are doing on the defense side.
गाला गा के सुनाओ. कौन सा सुनाओ बताओ.
Down here for Fnatic. Kayak's kind of getting diffed and making a couple of mistakes in terms of anticipating the aggression of Jorgamo. Jorg's just caught him on a couple of timings. And obviously we've just witnessed that fumble. An opportunity to get this Viper's Pit online in what could be a crucial round, though it is going to be a half buy here. Fnatic have still got some big weapons.
Opting into it almost fully. Well, second guessing themselves. Money's a bit all over the place here from Fnatic. TP in a fault line, sets up Valen. Horns timing.
Yeah, they've decided to use the pit in mid. Boaster's just spamming into it, but with how much Fnatic were doing
that's a huge skill for them. क्योंकि low है Fnatic का, and उसमें ऐसा kill मिलना is freaking good.
So that's what Alpha's also worried about. They think that Boaster, they think that Valen might be inside that smoke. He's miles away, he's all the way towards screens, but he is slowing Fnatic down and forcing them to use util.
Now getting a bit of a move on towards a ramp. Chronicle and Alpha, the two players with rifles in hand.
But Valen is just so isolated here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's cut up on island from this point. Doesn't know if he's lost A heaven control, doesn't really know where to lay it down the smoke either.
Valen गया round गया.
Trying to catch the cross. Fnatic are willing to play this one slowly.
खोल दे city मार दे खोल दे.
Straight down to default. Taking a fight. Valen chopped down. Showstopper even expended. That's out the back pocket of Alpha. This is going to be
shit.
Quick scurry away. G2 do not want any part of this.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they don't want to get caught by some kind of splash rocket that gets fired into heaven. Their A ramp fight is going to be crucial.
Thank you, Darshbhai.
Just been amazing today.
It's going to try and do it all.
बिठा दीस भाई साहब.
Boaster just supplements beautifully.
बिठा दीस यड़ भगा रहा ना Chronicle.
The smoke Jorgamo.
कुछ भी मार रहे हैं ना.
Really going to commit into this. The money is low.
What a shot that was, chat.
Every part of this round.
चापता है उसको. वापिस स्पेस नहीं दबाएगा भाई वो बेचारा. ऐसा चापता है उसको.
At least for retake on his own. And Fnatic got into perfect positions. And then they just lost every important fight to Chronicle too.
Shit on their down, yeah,
the
for
combo,
real.
Once more, that 1-2 punch of Alpha and Chronicle.
मैंने मिस गेम प्ले 70 ms में भी मैं ऐसे मारता हूँ शॉट्स by the way. मैंने मारे. if you don't know.
Kayak too. I mean, Kayak is certainly one of those players. He was lighting up the scoreboards, topping the rankings in EMEA for stage 1. But if you're looking for experience at global events, you can't go wrong with the duo of Alpha and Chronicle.
Haters will say it's fucky.
That's what they are.
They're keeping that energy all the way up.
Yeah, the disrespect.
Confidence with it.
बॉट बोल दी इस बनता है क्लच भाई तुम्हारी टीम को बॉट बोला है कैसा लग रहा है आपको
Yeah, Jorg's had the better end of it most of the time.
ठीक है
But at some point, with how aggressive and timing-based Jorg has been playing, he could easily get punished.
येड भगादी means येड भगादी मतलब
trying to take some A ramp control and holding the stun for it. A stun, potentially a paranoia and a reclear of ramp. But nobody scaled
उनको येड़ा बनाया but into 100 aggression. Oh my god, Trent.
In a world of hurt.
That's just
timings, contacting, walking up onto the line. Valorant's a
बढ़िया
little bit more.
बढ़िया gameplay, बढ़िया भाई G2. बढ़िया.
Maybe an overpeak from Val in there. I think it's difficult to take one kill and make it into 2 against Fnatic when they're so disciplined. But still a player advantage.
Before wait to see the barrel.
आपकी नल्ली बाहर दिख गई
from Boaster there, just as they were calling out G2 for walking around like bots. And G2 in a 4v2. These rounds.
भरीस gameplay भाई.
You know, Fnatic don't get something started early in terms of map control or picks. You get some of these dull endings to the rounds.
Yeah, that was horrendous round. They weren't playing slow chat. They were trying to play it on their pace. लेकिन वो साइड से spam किया ना.
4-1 for G2.
And often when
वो लोग A ramp forward मतलब fast ही खेल रहे थे लेकिन वो spam में मरे इसके वजह से सीन हो गया.
I think often with how precise Boaster can be and how good the coaching staff is on this team, they often come out with some kind of immaculate read. I'm not seeing that just yet today. Leaf caught towards the end, but it's not going to do too much damage to G2's economy. It does put a bit of pressure down, but there's players that can drop. These kind of unfortunate situations, though, are just a killer for Fnatic. When you're playing slowly and you're trying to be disciplined and you just kind of get spammed through a smoke, it can throw a wrench in the works massively. Like I said, though, I'm still kind of waiting for that glimmer of brilliance that you often see from Boaster's calling on the attack side. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that G2 have been able to keep control of
बहुत slow call करता है भाई इस पे. Last के 2 सेकंड में कॉल देगा. बोलेगा 2 सेकंड बचे तो प्लांट करो. क्या मतलब ज़्यादा टाइम लगता है प्लांट करने.
A little bit more aggression. Off angle play. It's going to be util use to try and clear him out. Aftershock to the corner. Kayak, his gate crash was set towards main. He's got no exit anymore. But Slusto towards the back of the side gives him access towards the G2. Himself is going to be backing out.
They chose not to try to combine that with the Fade ultimate. You know, you still got that in your back pocket over towards the retake.
Trying to take the fight forwards into their spawns. A flash and a play into it. Clone just eating a bunch of that damage.
Okay, 1-for-1.
Answers, drops down Kayak.
Regis का ult आएगा एक और. Oh, defender's ult. Oh shit.
Into the back. Spam and a shorty.
Okay, nice one, Booster.
Access now towards it and Chronicle down. That means the pit.
Wow.
Alongside with it.
Oh, never mind.
There's no stopping him right now. Boaster gonna do it all from an uncomfortable spot indeed to buy time for Alpha. To buy time for this guy to shine. 7 bullets left. Trent repositioned.
Open plant.
6 bullets. Leaves it into the 1v1 and time is ticking away from him. Trent. It's a bad plan. He's sticking this.
Alpha.
Have on it. Alpha.
Why is Trent?
He's gonna swing. He's gonna swing now. Alpha.
Oh. Boy.
What an angle to the player. I thought he beefed it for sure there.
कैसे मार पाया भाई वो?
Half in that spot. And still had an angle to be able to swing out wide in B main. It looked like a horrid plant. And a really good combo. But considering
what
the
was that round? भाई ये ऊपर का kill बहुत important था Alpha
का. Else couldn't quite get it done. Look how tight that one is.
लक्ष्मण तुम्हारी टीम के सामने उसने एली मोड डाला है कैसा लग रहा है?
And a few really good tools to be able to work with. Cosmic Divide, crashes with an ultimate as well. Plenty of tools.
तुम्हारी टीम को बॉट भी बोला गया है, एल डांस कर लिया गया है और कितना डिसरिस्पेक्ट सा हो गया यार.
was also talking on Lotus about the fact that G2 win almost 40% of their retakes. Fnatic are also our best team in post-plant. One of those stats has to give up today. And at the moment, it looks like Fnatic kind of coming away with the advantage.
Attempt by Fnatic here.
नेट में घुस जा अपने.
Satchel's in play. Kayak has that backside control. Jorgamo forced to give it up. They claim to the side. Fnatic not content with it though. Looking like they almost wanted to step past. In through the spawn, just the deep seas.
And once more, the best post-plant team is playing against the best retake team.
Let's see what comes out on top. Fight forwards, out towards Pillar. The guns and the weaponry, not ideal for G2. Starting to at least drop down into the sides and the feed.
Oh, crazy trade.
One shade of teal. Alpha.
Bro, वो 1 HP है, winnable है, ये बहुत winnable है. Oh, what a swing! Bhai, what a freaking swing!
Disrupt the hold completely.
With a Spectre, Bren, as well. From that range. I mean, G2 are masters of being able to get the best out of the light weaponry.
Swing.
But kind of incredible that they make that retake work and not the one before. That has flipped the eco situation on its head entirely. Flash out! Around where it looked like Fnatic should have been able to come out on top. And equalize the game at 4-4. Suddenly, G2 are running away with things.
How he did the headshot on me while running? What is this luck, bro?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. How is he hitting that with a Spectre from that range? Now Fnatic themselves have got to try to make something happen with
थोड़ा सा horrendous
a really
था.
bad vibe.
And the money has taken a tumble. Flipped 180.
And they're going to try to use this orb in mid. It's a really nice orb lineup from Chronicle, and it allows them to close the gap with lighter weaponry. So Kayak and Crashies.
Leaf. Under pressure, just spots the shoulder. Gives up most of the space. G2, heavy emphasis being placed over towards A. No one B heaven.
These players could get pinched if G2 don't keep a ramp control. So that's why you see Trent maybe even overextending slightly to fight for this.
और 2 साल लगा लो ना execute करने के लिए ताकि मैं ना एक नींद ले लूं.
I mean, throughout this all, Kayak inserted in vents with the Vandal. They're hoping that Leaf goes for re-exploration here, you know, with something, a stun, a paranoia, and Kayak can just grab one.
Ramp take here from Fnatic, and this does put the squeeze now onto Leaf. Trying to lay in wait, and they're already putting a drop on him! Bucky in hand! And Alpha obtains the upgrade.
That's beautiful.
Slowly but surely, Fnatic are dissecting this
good round
site.
Fnatic का ये.
Taking the map control away. It's going to be ult expended just to try and get themselves back in. But it's wasted. Caesar's perfect. Trent just trying to stay tucked in, but the horn
Oh my god. क्या timing.
Not from what Fnatic are putting on show.
They cross every T and dot every I. When things work for Fnatic in this slow-paced style, it looks so perfect.
And it's desperation by G2 just wandering into that side line. A thrifty win from Fnatic.
Crazy freaking round by Fantastic. भाई ये भी game close जा रहा है.
Apparently means nothing.
First map Fnatic जीती है.
G2 cast down into the depths again as Fnatic keep it. But I mean, look, they
that
knew
was
that Leaf
crazy.
was just pinned in that
ये
corner the
spam में मारा
entire
गया.
time. There had not been a replay. Kayak's
Seas
just
में आ गया वो.
controlling that space.
This reveal was huge as well.
And once they had that hit,
that was huge.
pushing into the site, the perfect seize onto Valen, the perfect haunt on
मेरे हिसाब से 7-5 है.
I mean, it's all gorgeous.
मेरे हिसाब से ये 7-5 है. Oh भाई, time out आ गया. Time out आ चुका है.
A tactical timeout for the last 3 rounds and a half. We had a
हर्ष भाई,
तुमने
लोग में सारे मैचेस देखे
आज हारे तो डायरेक्ट जमापुर की टिकट है. हाँ, तो इसलिए अपनी जान लगा के खेलो. इधर नाच नाच के पैरों का भाजीपाला मत कर लो आप. प्लीज. पैरों का भी और इज्जत का भी. प्लीज नाचते मत बैठो इधर. प्लीज. Yeah. Then we'll win one-sided.
And this could easily be anyone's half. Yeah. And once more, by the way, Brent, it's that duo of Alpha and Chronicle. 13 kills for Alpha, 11 kills for Chronicle. I mean, nowhere near double digits for anybody else. They are putting on an insane performance, this deadly duo for Fnatic. And this is why they win trophies.
यहाँ पर इसने बाहर निकाला उनको.
Pure domination. As you said, pressure is on G2, I think.
क्या बोले क्लर्च भाई?
Try and slow them down despite being around ahead.
किसके?
सबकी मैचेस
not good here for G2. Scrap together a bit of a buy. Disengage just to try and get some information. Jorgamo. Seeing if they're posted.
Alpha is so
Chagamo is not playing today, bro. What's up?
Knows he's on fire.
Today भी नहीं भाई, वो सो ही रहा है.
And while Chronicles the anchor, the rock, Alpha's the tip of the spear. He's the guy that can open things up, make the magic happen, and I think he's playing more confidently than Kayak
Grand final
right now
too,
too, so he is actually taking more of those opening fights.
A lot asked of him, but always ready to deliver.
Leaf again has gotten stuck a little bit in vent here.
Ooh.
Joel gets destroyed.
Bro.
Yeah, just trying to anchor over towards A.
Open में peek ले रहा था Jorgamo. अच्छा eco round है anyways इनका.
To try and play himself in and towards. The sheriff does sing into his hands.
ये round eco क्यों किए? उन लोगों का buy नहीं था क्या ये?
Onto the side, Trent doesn't have a lot to work with here, and he needs some help, and he needs it now after shot. Trying to land it close to the corner alongside the C's. This is Fnatic that are getting stunted.
ये round eco क्यों किए बंटा?
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
The spike heading up towards ramp. Surely not a pivot to B.
Back into Leaf. No shotgun into his hands, just the sheriff, but
the time.
So much danger. 20 seconds left. Where do you want to end it at this point, Fnatic? Anchor smokes are laid down. G2 trying to play that time. Kayak cracks it open. Cracks heads while he's at it. Moving forwards, Trent has not been dislodged, at all. The time! He's denied the plan!
No time!
And the time is the worst enemy of this Fnatic squad!
What? What the hell?
Bro, clean round!
Almost exactly the same as what we saw from Trent.
What the hell, bro?
He is the anchor, he is in a crazy position, and yet he is the last one left alive. The clock has been a nightmare for the Fnatic on their attack
क्या
side.
round निकाले भाई ये?
And this time it just happens again. The reason they're planning for heaven in this spot, by the way, is so that this side player, Trent, can't deny. And yet, whilst trying to get the plant down, they get picked off from heaven. Gaps everywhere.
Look at that timeline. Back and forth, the pendulum swinging.
And always the thrifties.
Over these teams.
Jorgamo miss करेगा ये shot.
So dangerous. Jorgamo. Operator in his hands.
Bro क्या बच्चा है?
It's Alpha here like a rocket in through the site trying to.
क्या instant TP किया यार वो?
Of his team.
ना instant कर भी सकते क्या?
Want to go one step further. Instant plant down for Fnatic. This is pacey.
Yeah, much faster round from them.
Completely overwhelming here, but at the night 4, Alpha trying to evacuate, trying to back himself out. Crashes is immaculate across their placement, yet G2 not to be outdone. Already in, through, onto the site. Crossfire setup is set up indeed. Alpha trying to
एक mid slurs भी आ रहा है. Mid slurs.
As well.
Nah, just trade him. Nice.
Oh! He's been taken out, and now Boaster. Last one left to do it all. The pull was used earlier. Nothing else to delay. It comes down to random spams. He comes down to the clutch. And Boaster might have just done it all. No way!
Oh my God! Look at him! Look at him! ये बचता है बॉट ये बचता है.
He did everything he possibly could. He played it the best anyone could in that situation. And yet, flashbacks, deja vu, the spinning in circles
nah, bro.
VCT का थाला कहीं का.
To cast sentinels out. He's just wiggling around and doesn't have the ammunition.
That's a heartbreaker now. G2 leading by 3 rounds. Final round here.
भाई वो मार सकता था क्या पिस्टल से?
Split Fnatic.
अबे उसको लगा कि राउंड खत्म, वो जीत गया.
I mean, there have been so many moments where Fnatic arguably should have won with thinking pistol.
Jai Shri Ram!
Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram!
Jai Shri Ram! 8 for half.
Shri Ram! Janaki.
With that grit, and managing to find their way into the lead. Kayak's been really absent from this attack half. He's once more over towards B.
भाई बहुत डेंजर राउंड हो रहा है पोटैटो ताई एक के बाद देख
get him activated, especially before he has one of the big players on defense with the off, etc.
उसका गेम पे देखा नहीं जाता तो
Here from the defensive setup of G2. Valen is the one anchoring, and he's going to be feeling that heat. It's turned up. Under
इस
scrutiny.
बैडी को सैड ही हो रहा है.
Still prime, still ready. Jonah P will have to let loose some util of his own, and then looking for that refight up towards heaven.
तुम bad ही नहीं हो, तुम bad हो.
Valen has to reposition. Using control out towards it. Jonah P with a flash, backing himself out. TP to try and escape. Dimensional Drift is going to be pointing all of this out. Kayak. He's getting the info for his team. Both are trying to take that peek and that fight towards it.
He's winning with the Spectre.
Valen's doing this one with just a Spectre in hand, but not for much longer time. Still playing against them. Tapping away, Jogma's now there. Ult of his own, he's straight into the fight.
Spike planted.
The peak from Trent dropped down to just 50 health. This damage done to a variety
Huge.
of them.
What the hell?
Will deliver the round to them.
Oh, it's okay, man. Finally,
Stands
7-5
tall
half
and
aaya kam
finishes
se
the
kam.
half strong.
What
that was
the
a
hell?
difficult one. Crashy's wiping sweat off his brow. There were so many moments where it felt like Fnatic should have been able to close. Even in this round, they're slow, they're methodical, but they should have had the advantages. They put the squeeze onto those sight anchors, and G2 was still able to get 7.
Still any.
Well. अरे लाइन मारा उसने देखो. हाफ हो गया इसलिए लाइन नहीं मारा उसने. लाइन मारते रहे ये कोच लोग, इसलिए मैं कोच नहीं बनता. क्लच भाई तुम कोच बन सकते हो.
क्यों भाई?
लाइन मार.
अरे मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर है. कॉकरोच.
अरे अच्छा जोकता है यार, पोटैटो का.
चौथी में ऐसे जोक मार के हंस रहा है अपने दोस्त.
अच्छा था.
कि लाइन मारता है तो तू बन जा, तू लाइन मारता है.
अच्छा था यार.
चौथी में.
Let's actually roll back the years because 2021 was you were the first to ever do it. Hoist the Masters Trophy in Reykjavik in 2021. So talk me through what it means for these players and for these teams to compete for this trophy right here in Toronto.
I mean, yeah, it means everything. It's like all you work towards, you know, like these guys scrim a lot and it's the only goal. It's your life. Your life revolves around it. So.
And your life is now around content creation. The last team that you represented before joining Team Liquid was G2. So do you still have a little bit of ounce for cheering into G2 in this series against Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, my time with G2, they were an incredible organization, and the guys on this team right now, I consider them good friends, and I'm like rooting for them to make it to the finals.
But Team Liquid right now is also fire as an organization, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're amazing. That goes without saying.
So another quick question here. So 2021 again with Reykjavik, you had a chance to IGL against Bolster as well on that stage. What's it like to play against Bolster, and how can he carry the team over to the victory?
Yeah, Boaster is someone I have a tremendous amount of respect for. He is a talented player. He works on his own game. He works on his team, and I think he's like a natural leader. Like you know, the antics on stage and stuff. It's like it's a good thing for a team. Like I'm sure Eve they like laugh about.
What the hell?
It makes him happy. It makes people comfortable. It's like a really big thing.
We definitely see him happy out there. And Shazam, I want to thank you so much for your time. It's always awesome to see you, brother. One more time for Shazam, everybody. And let's toss it back to the game.
Chaz was just mentioning, you know, the tenure, the history. Played against Boaster himself many a time.
Yeah, including Boaster's first Grand Finals appearance all the way back at the very first LAN event. It's incredible, the tenure, the amount of time that Boaster and Chronicle, for example, have been around. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report here too. And I think one of the players to really take a look at is Kayak. Struggled a little bit on that attack side. We're going to expect him to be trying to invest into the operator as well. I would imagine that Fnatic are probably going to need a big performance out of him to recover. But they've been great in the pistol rounds, and that's where we're about to go back in. I think you could argue Fnatic should be 3-3 right now on pistols if they had somehow managed to allow Trent to pull off a miracle in round 1 here on Split.
Let's take a look now. All grouped up here from G2. 4 players ready to pounce. Flash. The fault line. Chronicle's going to be stunned up. And
G2 को pistol जीतना है कुछ भी करके. Damn. He got his. Which is huge.
The alpha from behind, but maybe about to be backstabbed. In the blink of an eye, dropping down silently. G2 are very aware of the fact.
Oh my god, what a time!
Might be able to claim this kill. Alpha is out wide.
अबे उसके पीछे, wow, he dinged everyone, bro. खेल लिया है वो. No. अच्छा खेल लिया था वो.
They've done a lot of damage over here to talk about, but the entirety of this site opened up. And Jonah P
अच्छा खेल लिया था, सबको डिंग दिया.
Where he might be able to provide some information for them. He's at least going to be able to clear the flank and let them know that not too much is coming from that direction. tough one for
अगर
Fnatic
मैं
and Crashies.
तुम्हारी Discord वाली
Both
stream
players
phone में on
not
करती हूँ
really
तो
had those opportunities to
audio
get
क्यों नहीं आ
online
रहा है?
yet on this map. So this would be a huge one for them to convert.
वो साउंड डिवाइस दूसरा का सिलेक्टेड होगा
Leads to watchful, just takes a
नहीं।
hot shot there, straight to the shoulder. Backs himself out. Gets a
दो
good
जन
info
1
from the
HP
team,
है
though.
chat.
Top line is good. Jogamo takes the peak off of it.
ओह शिट जगमो ने मारा
Gone. Kayak. It's all on his shoulders. Heavy weight to burden to try and win this one with time ticking in the way that it is. G2 get their second pistol round.
So 2 pistol rounds for Fnatic on Lotus, and now 2
What
pistol
the
rounds
hell?
back the other direction for G2 here on Split. And this second one,
निकाल लेते ये लोग राउंड बट ठीक है 7-7 होगा भाई ये गेम क्लोज जा रहा है यार बहुत
And he did a great job. I mean, hitting a 180 to be able to deal with, or at least put pressure and damage onto Leaf is great, but
Pressure
overall
डाल दिया है
the setup worked better for G2. And now Alpha's going to go for a Bucky. The rest of the team on Fnatic not really with too much to work around.
Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check.
All eyes on mid. Alpha straight through into sewers, just in case there was one player lurking, holding.
And do they have the information about this? It does feel like G2 are accelerating
Hello, hello,
slightly,
hello.
speeding things up,
Hello,
trying to
hello,
react into B.
हाँ तुम्हारा
Popped
आवाज आ
up,
रहा है
what's in your face, and Leaf is looking for a timing.
स्ट्रीम में भी नहीं आ रहा मेरा आवाज अच्छा नहीं आएगा obviously
Sees, wall up.
This is going to help Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha's all the way behind. No timing to be caught here, so that's a beautiful kill.
Fine.
Thing is, doesn't actually give any weaponry away. Leaves the one player allowed to be aggro on his
कौन सा
lurk to give
सिलेक्टेड है
information.
ऑडियो डिवाइस ये सब देखो
Could be gaps.
देख
Doesn't have
लिया
to play in. Could be
पता नहीं
mistakes that they could
कैसे।
absolutely
Bro.
capitalize on.
Bro.
Pistols in their hands.
What?
And they're making it work.
Clutch भाई
Jorgamo. Just like
Bro,
that.
क्या चोक किया है ना
Shoes on the other foot. He's the last one left to stand against this, and the damage has been done. Indeed, already the net tightening. B main control as Fnatic. They have almost the whole of the site.
मैं दिल पे चलाई चूरिया वाला रील देखे हो कि नहीं रे क्या है बताना भेजना मेरे को
given up whatsoever, and off a poster. Here comes the swing. Shot
No
to the
way.
wall. Crashies. One more to the chest will do him. It's still the guessing game for Jorgamo.
अल्फायर का अल्फायर के पास स्पेक्टर है
With time ticking down, surely it's not possible. A 1v4?
Surely not. Alpha. Quite an upgrade in the midst of all of this one. Spectre in his hands. 10 seconds left. It's getting dire. Out towards the top. Just can't land the shot. Fnatic. It's Rifty them right back.
Bro, they had a chance to equalize.
So many of these rounds
Yeah.
here on Split.
Equalize करने का chance था भाई.
He's able to put on a big performance.
Equalize कैसे कर
Mastercard Thrifty.
7-0 होता ना अच्छा नहीं
A little bit of a scramble. A little bit rushed.
8-4 after क्या
The G2 players were talking about this previously. One of the other games they said we were playing scared and fast. I think that was in the game against PRX.
ओ हाँ पिस्टल जीते ये लोग
And Valin, I think he made the wrong judgment call there to accelerate towards the end. Fnatic already had the read that they were going to collapse into B. If he'd taken a slightly faster timing on the reaction, it might well have worked. But that is going to get Fnatic straight back into this game. And anytime you have a Thrifty like that, round 2, you're also allowing Fnatic to build up to these big ultimates.
Yeah, they're going to start farming. Orbs attempted to be picked up here, but just a random spam and spray. Fnatic got this one locked down.
Chat
It's Boaster
एकदम horrifying नींद आ रही है
could be big.
अगर ये एक बार मैप गया ना तो मैं स्विच ऑफ हूँ तो फिर रेड बुल लेना पड़ेगा
Looking like he might be able to work towards his as well.
Okay, Manish.
Though to be honest, the ones you're scared of for the defenders to get online
Zopla.
are Chronicles and Alphas. Not like they've had any trouble getting up to ults quickly though, because they've been fragging like demons in this game so far.
And they've been ridiculous. The backbone for the team, Trent.
Where are you? 30 seconds left.
Just going to decapitate Chronicle in the midst of all of this one, but with 25 seconds left, a hard ask ahead of G2.
An upgrade though, to a rifle.
It's like Perch off angle. That's a Paranoid. It's a decent connection. Kayak forced to be dropping off that one now, but with 14 seconds left, time is against them. It's kills that are being needed right now for G2, and Fnatic not in the mood to be offering them. Clone. Time getting against them once more. Kayak has going to be falling there, but Boaster in through behind.
I go,
Easy with the
Deva.
cleanup. 8-7.
Sleeping streamer. हाँ ना यार नींद आ रहा है अभी.
बाकी ना अलग हार्ट अटैक देते हैं.
Little bit of economic damage done there.
अभी इंटरेस्टिंग होगा. अभी डाइंग राउंड्स है.
Ended up being an all-right eco round, but compared to the standards we've seen so far on Split, where people are winning with nothing.
I guess that's a timeout for G2.
Our attention then onto the next, and Kayak has now gone for the operator. So here's an opportunity for the player filling Durka's shoes in this Fnatic core.
ये राउंड जीतते तो लीड आ जाएगा Fnatic पे, क्योंकि फिर इको आएगा ना.
Early flash, and Kayak was still tucking knife out into this deep angle. He's found the timing, but would have to deal against a stun potentially.
Oh.
A prowler to try to push him off the line.
See what G2 have got.
He's got a great chance of landing the opening pick here, though.
Bro, अगर इसने patient lose की.
Expiring soon, Kayak.
अरे माँ क्या येड़ बखा रहे.
Wow, the timing on that one right as the gate clash does expire.
Bro, 1 HP है काजू.
Kayak in the process, 16 health.
Chad ये लोग वो कर रहे रे.
Gets away alive though, still.
Stream snipe कर रहे हो लोग.
This one with the nightfall. It's going to be colliding. Pulls going to be used out early. Jorgamo already dipping his way in through the back of the site, and a wonderful peek at that. Fnatic trying to make a go of this one here.
What a shot!
With the operator in his hands on
Huh? क्या whiff? 1 HP last. Huge round, huge round, huge round. वो देखो ना नाचने लग. ये देखो.
Really solid defensive setup there. Love the timing.
क्या ही करते रहते हैं भाई ये लोग.
Kayak uses his clone.
Ditchik.
Boaster's immediately behind to try to clear up Jorgamo. Here you see it on the replay again. Almost catches 2 as well. Huge amount of damage onto Valen, who was trying to teleport in. A great read as well from Fnatic in this round. They knew that this was going to be a B-pop.
कोई नहीं जिंदा था.
Of course, G2 had to give away quite a lot of what they were doing around the map just to deal with Kayak. So Kayak's up, finding a lot of passive value there, and he's going to keep it into the next. Fnatic may well have turned the tides in this one.
Nista stinger by, no eco.
Going against them, and yet now they're in the driving seat.
Kauli?
Looking to try to close things out 2-0.
तुम्हारे को मेरा आवाज नहीं आ रहा ऑटोमेटिक.
Between these two teams.
अभी आ रहा है.
अभी आ रहा है क्या? अभी आ रहा है. लो अभी आ रहा है. अभी आ रहा है. लेकिन अभी आ रहा है क्या? अच्छा.
Both of these squads looking to make history.
Got the spike. I do like the positioning of G2 though. I think you could argue that Fnatic are playing things a little too passive on their anti-ecos. Giving G2 full mid control just allows them to slice up the defenders.
Double drop down, Alpha, he's up onto the ropes. And now to the head of Jorgamo, but he is cleaned up.
Look how isolated Crashies is now, because these defenders can't rotate through mid.
They'll do it all from this spot. We'll see what the call is from G2 though. Steady as they go.
And this is how you see these thrifty rounds crumble. Perfect pause as well to make Crashies wonder about whether or not they're actually.
Thank you for the 11 on goal पे भाई दवाई का ace bro वो game changing ace था.
Drop down, he hears it. Footsteps colliding with the floor. This is G2 with open access now towards the site and looking for potentially a refight. It's a plan for heaven and for main.
3v4. Chat W for Hush bye for Chris Dish. Hey, love you yaar Tyson bye.
A lot of ults expended even that. It's a cosmic divide and they're trying to take this fight forward.
Oh?
G2 with a less
Bro, wow.
not to be denied that space.
No way. Oh my god. नहीं दे रहे भाई G2 rounds.
And it's a complete collapse.
कुछ भी भाई कुछ भी.
Way too much space given to G2.
Thank you so much Tyson for the huge 100 rupees मेरे भाई. अयान भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया लिखा मेरी क्रश अधाया के लिए एक अच्छी पिकअप लाइन बताओ. अधाया.
And it's set up secondarily with the stun from Jonah P. So they're already fighting, getting information, and then commit the utility. And Kayak, he's got no hope of winning that 1v3. Another MasterCard thrifty.
Chat बताओ जरा उसको suggest करो.
Up straight back into things.
अधाया तूने क्यों पदाया? ये लेडीज को ऐसा बोलेगा? Duram?
Hold against this one, but the dimensional drift's going to be used nice and
Poster
early.
and Fat BB are full vibe, so fun to watch. Yeah.
Throwing some fakes into the mix, trying to spot out some of these players.
Heavy है. Bro, no way. क्या बोली?
Puts it down, Alpha forced out now with the ult in his hands. It's a showstopper. And a scurry away from G2.
It's a good cancel call from G2, but really that execute is not what they were looking for. They were hoping that Fnatic were going to be looking at support for Valen.
Adhya.
The jiggle crashes, gets the info he's looking for. Flash and a repeat.
So now you've just got to try to call a pretty standard round,
but
4v5. Difficult for Valen.
Gap here, there's pressure happening over towards A Heaven. Spike landing up over towards that area. G2 are layering down a bit of util, trying to keep players here. The barrel poking out. Chronicle has Leaf in his sights.
But it's not informing any defensive rotates from B to A. Look how isolated these A and B players are. And Leaf, he gets away with it.
It's a bullet to the dome, but through the wall, as you said, he gets away with it. He survives. G2 doing up now, trying to set themselves up for a complete attempt to know all the way through. This is Boaster back against the wall. A lot to do from this spot.
He got his 12 seconds.
G2 can avoid most of it. The eye is coming his way. G2 with that side control. Trent has to be that playmaker.
Wow, that's oh my god. Bhai, insane bhai.
भाई Chronicle का दिन है माँ कसम कुछ भी दे रहा है बे.
मैच क्या हो रही है chat ये लेकिन 9-all हो गया भाई.
After he missed that kill up towards Heaven that he was eager for, salivating, he just rips a wide swing against Trent. This early play at the start of the round may be a result of the Yoru nerfs. You know, a couple of extra seconds there on an ultimate, and maybe Kayak's position is scouted out, but as you say, it's all
both playing at equal. What are they doing?
And G2 are now going to be forced to do it again with weaker weaponry. At some point, surely Fnatic start to get a comfortable lead. G2 cannot keep doing this with bad buys.
It's been miracle rounds after miracle rounds. G2, as you said, they can't keep getting away with it. They do have the stingers. Good adjustment there from the spray down, Chronicle. Doesn't reveal much. Fault line into the corner. That's a clone to be tanking some of the bullets. Alpha just trying to evacuate. A lot of bodies though trying to make their way in.
अरे माँ दिवाली कर रहे हैं. Nice trade.
Reciprocates.
And this time Fnatic are actually trying to fight G2, but they are losing. A 3v3 G2 have managed to gain mid control. It was contested, and at least it's given them information for somebody like Crashies to be able to wrap fully round on this flank.
Jonah does not have a gun to try and stop this. It's a classic in hand, and Crashies is going for it. It's a slight off angle.
No way.
To the head. They're trying to run him down. Trent.
भाई क्या thrifty जीत रहे भाई ये लोग क्या thrifty जीत रहे
Fnatic, Kayak and Boaster.
Yes, Surya.
To do it all.
I think this read is really nice as well. When Crashies gets caught here, pretty confident there's not going to be as many players over towards B.
30 seconds left.
All still being used though. In the back pocket, Kayak's ahead of it. He's found that timing, he's straight ahead of it. Kayak needs some kills to be claimed though. Catches the first! We're not expecting that. Jonah P was down from behind!
Bro!
What Fnatic's game plan is, if they play passive to try to avoid the stingers, then G2 just take the site and play post plan. If they try to contest them for space, they're losing to the death ball, the brawl of G2.
Down B.
It is a nightmare right now, and you can see it writ all over the body language of these coaches.
No, we're winning every round, even though it's chaotic through mid. Just keep it up until they...
They're winning every round, but they're winning primarily when they don't have weapons.
Yeah, and the odds are stacked against them as G2
को lead आ गई.
They have grit from that last series, the run back against Gen G. Fnatic are feeling it now.
Big investment of a Viper's Pit in a round where you have bad economy. Fnatic do not want G2 to be able to get comfortably up to 11.
50 मतलब क्या उसे
Frankly, the
कहते
weaponry hasn't made a huge difference here on split, so entirely winnable for Fnatic.
Portal closed.
But this death ball style has been the best thing for G2. Just
जब सामने वाली टीम बिना कुछ यूटिल यूज करे जीत जाती है ना 0 kills लिए तो वो thrifty कहा जाता है उसको.
Crashies jiggling. Like you said, we're going to pounce onto this one here to seize and a nade. Only catching onto the clone. No
by
casualties.
By going for that seize nade though, Alpha's given up his position. So he has to relocate up to heaven.
Paranoia swoops forward to gate crash in. Alpha is
30
on
seconds left.
the high ground, Guardian in hand.
And the time has not been a problem for G2 this series just
What
yet.
is B
5
second?
seconds left, and you can hear it rumble of the footsteps, and there it is! Trying to make your way
auto पे चला रहा है.
A bit of spam coming through, but still evens out G2 and spending everything.
Wow.
But can they remove Crashies finally? Yes. Time. 11 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Utilizing the pit though against two players with light weaponry could be a disaster for Leaf.
Out forwards, trying to take that timing. Leaf. Seeing if they've crossed past it already. Boaster can get in close. And personal, Bucky in hand. All the way through, that's a bullet to the back. Pellets raining down and the pit falls because of it. Nothing to hide, Trent away. He's got to do it all from this spot here to jiggle the shots. It's immaculate from Boaster. The 2v1, smoke up, full committal. And Chronicle sticking counter spam from Boaster. It's 10 to 10.
रे मैं सो रहा हूँ यार और ये इतने बैक टू बैक राउंड्स अच्छे जा रहे हैं यार रुको वापस मूव होके आता हूँ भाई 50 जीते यार ये लोग रुको अभी भाई डाइंग राउंड से मेरे को सोना नहीं चाहिए
Fnatic is willing to gamble stack and go really fast just based on noise cues, willing to take timings and moments of aggression. G2's economy once more is going to be on the ropes. Why do I even bother talking about it though? It was another MasterCard Thrifty, so who cares? It's a scrap out here.
It has not mattered. The energy is just oscillating between these two teams.
50 पे thrifty gameplay चल रहा है ना अभी G2 का वापस thrifty आया है
Looking for the round that's going to make all the difference. G2 of
Oh my god नहीं throw किया crashes ने Smoke क्यों नहीं डाला कोई Throw चलो वापस क्या चल रहा है ये Thrifty पे Thrifty
A monster.
I had coffee, bro.
Another
But
opportunity
that coffee wasn't that strong. That's why it was a fail, I guess.
Coastline positions are even quite nice from Jorg and from Trent.
Crashy ने throw किया भाई. अबे दो जन main खेल रहे.
Routed to the spot. Through heaven, that's going to be a haunt that has to be dealt with. Jorg was the one with a rifle. Fault line, Cosmic Divide even being committed. TP now into the back in the space. Right there, they have no idea. They are none the wiser.
They know. What a flash. Whoa. Bro, दो कैसे मारा?
Absolutely ridiculous.
Insane by Kaju. दो कैसे मारा पलटा है वो?
From a player that was struggling a little bit in the first half, he has come online and more in the second. He's making his way firmly up and up the scoreboard. And with plays like that, I mean, it's a gorgeous play. Leaf's even watching for it, but it gets
भाई निकाल लिया था भाई Fnatic ने ये round.
Kill even onto Jonah P.
G2 ने.
And Kayak's positive again after that one.
पीछे वाला 1 HP था अच्छा.
See how much it means to him.
Finally, stability. Because this match has been like a double pay.
Chame out. क्या आयला मुंह धो के आता हूँ कि chame out ले लेते. तो मेरा नींद जाने का जो effect है वो खत्म हो जाता है ना.
They're going to take a tactical timeout. As both teams finally reset with
यार जॉन भी सो क्लच भाई जॉन भी सो रहा है क्या
wild situation and one in which I think the mental of G2 again is really going to get tested here.
Yeah. He thought it was tested
फाइनल का पेपर सू निकाल Red Bull अगर G2 जीती तो
Fnatic have that edge, that lead.
2-0 मेरे को नहीं लगता 2-0 होएगा.
They want to be the team that carves out that path, that lower bracket run that is so damn legendary and deny G2 their own chance of redemption.
Yeah, both of these squads dropped into the lower bracket right.
आपके पास कौन सा टेबल है? कारपेंटर से बनाया हुआ है.
One seeds from their regions, the last representatives of Americas and EMEA, and both with players that are searching for records to be broken. Jorg looking to be the second ever player to win a Masters and a Champs. People on Fnatic, I mean,
Raju का ult है, Crashes का ult है. They can do the retake combination or permutation.
Ridiculous.
Bro.
And then
ये round हारती G2 तो GG है.
Looking for redemption like Crashes, playing against his region, trying to eliminate them, and 2 rounds away from doing so.
Jam-packed is the matchup. Alongside that history, Kayak. Gate crash away, won't be punished. With the fault line expended there from G2. Chronicle. He's got to try and hold this one down. He's been good for it. It's a seize. Dodged alongside that aftershock. Have a flash into his face with the power on top.
What?
Jorgamo.
That's a monster
What?
entry.
Lights out.
Double reclear potentially into Leaf over towards A ramp, but Boaster, he's backed up to cover vents, so it's actually just Alpha isolated here, trying to force the fight into Leaf.
This fight's happening on both sides of things here with the boombot instantly broken. Deep push from Crashes.
Bro, वो लोग double A fake करने आए हैं.
Hyperextended. Now Valen, he heard the flash, he saw it. He's got to feel like there could be the possibility of a deep push up, but risks to be taken when you're a player down. Crashes is getting so much information for him, and Kayak, it's a cherry on top.
Yeah, he's expending this ult just for information. It would have been amazing for the retake, honestly, to combine with Crashes, but Crashes pushed up.
No way, Valen
Bro, crazy kill.
It's a wild off angle, that one.
30 seconds left. B main control still there for Fnatic. They have a beautiful hold on this one. Even a Nightfall going to be expended. Flashed up into the faces here. G2, a weakened, decayed down. Leaf
Bro, huge kill.
Clears up that one question mark. Kayak answers again. 14
Nice
seconds.
flash.
Layers them all down.
Bro.
Lines them all up, and Leaf, knife out. He's going to do it all now, but there's no chance in hell. Swarmed in his position.
Bro, bro, Kaju player है.
खेला है वे.
क्या player है
We've been talking
Kaju?
so much about the storied players in this. The IGL battle, Chronicle Alpha, yeah, the core, and yet it's Kayak in the final moments.
This is a GG chat, but G2 is known for thrifties. नहीं, OT जा रहा है क्लच भाई, टेंशन मत लो, क्योंकि अभी इको है तो G2 is known for thrifties, bro. So don't worry, they are winning this.
And he's really getting into this. Fnatic 1 round away from sending G2 home.
1 round away from claiming that spot in the lower finals. Taking a quick peek. TP even committed there. Jorgamo did not want to be caught into that corner. Deep mid control. Kayak not pushed back.
इको जीतेंगे G2 अभी देखो.
Finally will concede that space, but this is Fnatic on a tear. Looking to go further.
Valen under a lot of pressure calling.
B पे जा रहे हैं. ओए. माँ कसम क्या reclear था. Oh.
Valen still has his life, but at timing.
Oh my God. No way.
To the side of the head from Leaf. And now he has to watch in dismay.
चौदहवीं का अल्ट एक और में. वो लोग B में और लिए नहीं क्या? उनको लेने ही नहीं दिए शायद. Bro, they are pushing it. They are going all in.
Kayak looking to drop, and Valen is gone. The captain removed.
Salah घरी जावा.
Cuts here. Fnatic are happy to deliver it.
Teleport in onto the A side, but didn't have the spike. Every player from G2 trying to pull off a 3v5 from inside the site. Nobody with heaven control, nobody on the flank. Should be a slam dunk retake for Fnatic with players up.
Dink through the wall. Crash is still alive. Ults are here. Rolling Thunder. It's G2. They realize it. They have to try and fight tooth and nail for every inch of space. But Kayak is already wrapping. The discipline is here from Fnatic. You need a miracle if you're G2. Fnatic are not in the business of giving them out. Already to swing in the face. Alpha, yeah! Claims the space and more. Jonah P. Last-ditch effort. That's all it's looking to be. Beautiful from Fnatic. And they sent G2 packing.
It's been one hell of a lower bracket run so far from a legendary core. With new pieces stepping up. It's been one hell of a lower bracket run so far from a legendary core.
Good run, bhai, good run.
With new pieces stepping up towards in the corner.
Did you just say lucky game?
हाँ, good game.
भाई क्लियर डिफ किया है तुम्हारी टीम को.
अच्छा खेला भाई, अच्छा खेला. बोस्टर बहुत अच्छी कॉलिंग किया भाई.
EMEA को जो टट्टी रीजन कर रहे थे ना तुम, टट्टी खिला दी EMEA वालों ने तुमको मुंह में डाल के. Horrendous, bro. चलो ऑल द सब्सक्राइबर्स ऑफ क्लच गेमिंग YT चैनल इस सीजन के वॉच पार्टीज क्लच भाई की खत्म.
चैंपियंस में होगी अब सीधा.
चलो अभी क्लच भाई वो रख दो अभी जर्सी उतार के.
ना ब्रो, आई बिलीव.
फाइनल तक तू पूछी थी लास्ट टाइम. अभी फाइनल भी वांदे लग रहे मेरे को क्लच भाई।
चैंपियंस
हाँ चैंपियंस के तो प्लेऑफ्स तक वांदे लग रहे मेरे को। ओ माय ब्रो, ओ माय गॉड ना, ओ रो भाई साहब ब्रो, EMEA वालों ने अमेरिकाज वालों को बाहर निकाला है। दैट्स एक्चुअली द मोस्ट हॉरेंडस थिंग आई कैन एवर सी।
They do not want to be denied a legendary lower bracket run that we are witnessing in this Fnatic squad.
क्लच भाई रहने दो, अभी मुंह मत दिखाओ कहीं पे।
मैं बोला था यार, पर Fnatic के पास है।
रहने दो, नहीं बोले थे तुमने, नहीं बोले थे, रहने दो।
आज स्टार्टिंग में बोला था कि Fnatic के साथ ही टफ है।
I think overall,
क्या ये जीते? अब देखो Fnatic ही जीतेगी मास्टर।
अच्छा,
Fnatic ही जीतेगी मास्टर। All because of this.
Leaning hard on Alpha Air Chronicle.
भाई क्रेजी क्या मारा है भाई काजू चैट।
Time is getting away from Fnatic, whereas looking a bit dismal. They persevered.
अरे यिनसू ताई आइए भाई।
What a game.
Let's send it down to the stage. Yinsu is standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Now, if you didn't know his name before, you better remember this guy right here, Kayak from Fnatic. Kayak, I have to pull you over real quick and ask you, how are you showing up in the biggest moment on this stage? You've never even been here before.
For real,
I can't
bhai.
even count the amount of rounds you won for your team. How does that feel?
Crazy guy.
To be honest, I had 2 Thanoses today, Alpha and Kron. So thanks them for carrying through the Lotus and split attack side, because I think they were amazing today. And you know, so I decided that I want to do something also. So I just had some insane rounds. Not the best game, but had some insane rounds. So
I don't think anyone's going to forget some of those insane rounds you spoke about. Now, like I said, you've never been to a
not the best
before.
game.
What's it been like? How's the stage? Are you enjoying yourself?
I think the stage is amazing. I think the fans are the best part of this, because like you can hear them through the headphones and stuff. So thank you guys, because you are all amazing and we can hear you. And so far the tournament is amazing also.
We got any
Avi, thank you for the 34 months.
Yeah. Oh, they love you guys. How does that feel? This is new, right? This is a new feeling.
Yeah, of course, compared to the EMEA stage, this is definitely like bigger feeling and better feeling. So.
All right, well,
PRX is winning the Masters, याद रखना। I don't think so अगर Fnatic उनके against आएगी तो।
First of all, Boaster, very cute sign. Very cute sign. Can you just turn around for 2 seconds? What do you think about that over there?
That might be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, come on. I think you need to sign this. You need to sign this. Yeah, most beautiful thing he's ever seen in his life. I'm going to quickly ask you to tell us and explain to us, and also give your fans an apology for those thrifty rounds.
Oh, yeah, don't get me started. And the 1v3 as well. What am I doing spraying him, man? Yeah, sorry for the thrifties. I swear we didn't want it to go that way either. It just happened. It just happened.
It did indeed. Now, Kayak, we just had a chat with him over there. He was very humble, talking about how he got carried by the boys a little bit, so he wanted to show his skills. What's it like to have a player that steps up the way that he did in those moments?
Good night, bro. See you in next year.
Saves that he did for us. When I did the Astro, he comes through it, gets a 3K in that B round there, flashing through it. It's just really nice. Like I said, if you want to win an event, everyone needs to have moments where they can step up, and it seems like the boys are really putting in the work and showing that they can win an event.
Yeah, can you help me out a little bit and try and help me hype the crowd up for Kayak? It's his first time here. We want him to get a big cheer, don't we?
All right, let's say on 3, Haremski. 1, 2, 3, Haremski!
Not bad, not bad. And final question, as you know, for the next round, you're going to be playing against Wolves. Now, Sufat BB has spoken extensively about how much he looks up to you. Would you like to send him a message ahead of tomorrow's match?
Sufat BB, 大比老师会来 You better be 准备好了吗
All right. Thank you very much, Bosa. You're going to see them again tomorrow. One more time.
अरे काय बोलला बाबा?
Toronto.
And there you have it. Fnatic are walking away the winner of that game. Unbelievable series from Fnatic without a doubt. But that unfortunately means we have to say goodbye to the America's #1 seed. G2 Esports played a great tournament, had some ups, had some downs.
Bro.
This is a phenomenal squad. Without a doubt, Kukuka, I really do believe this is a team that's so consistently good.
G2 गई घरी. Horrendous gameplay. मराठी में बोला वो. Good night. 2K लाइक्स के लिए 3 लाइक चाहिए दोस्तों. लाइक कर देना अगर आप लोग नए हो तो. Look at my eyes. Tomorrow I gotta wake up at 8 o'clock and leave my house at 10. I am actually cooked. Bye, Hush. Bye. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night, chat. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe. Bye. Good night. कल बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होगा. मजे आएंगे कल भाई. लेकिन अभी आ रही है फटे नींद. ठीक है. Peace out दोस्तों. Love you. Kisses for your misses. Sorry. Bye.